Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for October 2nd. This is a continuation of the meeting from October 1st. If you are able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Sheriff, will you lead us this morning?
Pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Clerk, do you want to read in the closed session?
Item 1 on today's agenda is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. This item remains open.
We're just going to leave that open. We may have some items to go into later on today, so we'll just move on to the continuation of item 2. Sure. Excuse me. We are working. Yes. So since we've already read all these, we will. Yesterday we concluded our work on. We completed 040. We are on 1795050. Does that work?
The DA had brought up, the District Attorney's Office had brought up a desire for some wording change. Has that been completed?
Yeah, we're fine. Yes, we're fine with the suggestion that we strike the second sentence of 020R, the definition of commercial.
O20R?
Can you walk us, take us through that?
So, let's see, I'll get back to that.
What number?
R.
The one that applies to a McCursa.
Okay. So what do we strike? What do we change?
So the DA is recommending that we strike everything from this point here, commercial down through all of that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
That is
that's
our recommendation, yes.
And why?
So, because the collective and cooperative model, well, one, we believe it ended in January of this year. And two, if we include it, if it still exists, it would require extensive modifications to the rest of the ordinance. We can't simply classify those as commercial and get around all of the other changes that would need to be done to the entire framework. It's really a different model. It isn't a commercial activity, almost by its definition. It's intended to be not-for-profit. And so we just think it's unworkable, and the implication by including it in there is basically is that it is still available when we do not believe that to be the case.
Is it okay if it's not for profit? Because collectives and cooperatives, you're saying, are not for profit, so
Correct.
They can exist?
Well, there's not a clear answer on whether or not the intent of the new regulations was to essentially eliminate the collective and cooperative. And, that was supposed to occur 1 year after the permit was issued and everything. But there is, while I think some consensus that has occurred, it's not universal, which I think is why the reason that it was initially recommended to be included. But if the county were to want to allow collective and cooperative cannabis cultivation, it would basically require either extensive modification to this ordinance in order to comply with that framework of regulation, or another ordinance. And we think that including it in this basically implies that it could somehow be accomplished under this ordinance, and we don't think it can.
You're
Do you
in
agree?
agreement with that?
I don't share the same concerns that Mr. Stone shares, but given the fact that the purpose of including it was to ease enforcement, as somebody who's going to be assisting with, if he's more comfortable that way, as if the enforcement officials are more comfortable this way, that's fine from my perspective. We were making it very clear that people who deem themselves cooperatives would not be able to use that excuse to say that they're not commercial. That was the reason this was put in there, to say you're all commercial to the extent that that definition still is live. I agree with Mr. Stone that the way the state law is written, the deadline with which that defense could arguably be raised is a moving target. But if Mr. Stone and the sheriff are more comfortable or feel that the inclusion of that language is some sort of hint that we're really trying to allow cooperatives and collectives to grow, if that's the interpretation and they're uncomfortable, I think it's really just a policy call. I think we share the same intent, which is to make sure that nobody gets away without having a permit simply because they claim they're not commercial. That's really the purpose of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Chief?
let me do a quick poll. Is everybody okay with the changes proposed?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Stone. Anything else for the good of the order before we start on 050? Peter?
There were two other definitions that we'd included in the errata based on changes that the Planning Commission had made, adding to this list of sensitive uses, school bus stops, churches, and libraries. I don't know if you want to have the discussion about that change first before we add definitions, but we do have two definitions for churches and bus stops, that if that stays in the ordinance, then we would definitely need to define those, and we have in the errata definitions that we prepared for that. So I don't know if you want to table that and we come back.
I'd like to keep things in order.
Okay,
So
well,
when we get to that
would
item.
be in this section, that's why I'm
Right,
writing
but
it down.
if that stays, we'll put that in, but
Okay,
if it's all right.
yeah.
Anything else? All right, let's dig into 050. Let's start. Any things you'd like to change? A, B. I have a question on B. B1. Why do we not have, we have type 11 and type 13, but not type 12? Interesting.
I don't remember what type 12 is. I don't have the list in front of me.
A micro business?
There was our recollection from the direction from the study session that the majority of the board did not want to include microbusiness.
Okay, I'm not overly familiar. I was hoping that the planning commission had discussed it, so I would know.
There was no further discussion on it.
And then when I went to the CDFA website, it had 11 and 12, 11 and 13 on one page, and I wondered why 13, but it was on the next page. And I just want to make sure it wasn't an oversight,
No.
or whether there was an intention to it.
I mean, when this was written, I know that I went through the different license types and thought about what made sense. At this point, I don't even remember the whole rationale behind not including 12, other than I thought it was the direction that I had. So,
Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody have any further information?
I'd like to include it.
I think I'd like to better understand what it is too, but we could, give us some research I can do at lunch.
Also, on B1 and 2, it's not a temporary license, isn't it a provisional?
again, I mean, I don't remember what was when this, we took pieces of this from prior versions. I honestly did not go back through all of that to explain I didn't know that these were going to come up. So I personally didn't go back and re-research all of the bases for everything. That
Well,
was
I thought
brought up.
because the state is calling them now provisional licenses,
Yeah, there was
not
a-
temporary.
I'm not sure. Mr. Turner might be more up on this. I don't know if he's here.
If I may, CDFA and BCC are two different entities, and one does distribution and one does commercial cultivation. So I believe the distribution licenses, off the top of my head, do not reside within CDFA. And I believe at the same time that I believe that Marita is correct in the sense that no temporary license are being distributed now. It's in lieu of a annual, it is a provisional. So, I mean, it's simple to fix it as, temporary or provisional license.
I mean, I don't think there's harm in saying more provisional.
That way it's inclusive of everything, and that way it gives a clear path to what I believe she's working for.
Okay, so is that a suggestion? Would you like to change that term?
Yes.
So the suggestion, so I'll pull the board, changing license or similar temporary or provisional license pursuant to, is that what you have in mind?
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
Very well. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Sure, yeah.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. So if you'll please include that. Just to close up my type 12, I'll research that at lunch, and if I learn something else, I'll bring it back. Otherwise, we'll continue forward.
There's a couple things I'd like to bring back after lunch also that we discussed yesterday that will need to be revisited, and I'm sure there's a few things as we go into deeper that we'll need to go back to.
We'll reveal themselves. Okay, so letter C. We're down at letter C. Anybody have any changes?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make it clear, or so I understand. There's no permit required for growing the 6 plants outdoors.
That's correct.
So it's just, we have no provision to find out who's growing, what's growing, where it's grown at, any area that it's grown, whether it conforms to 150-foot
So
setback or not.
we would respond if we...
Per code, if somebody...
Per code, yeah.
I just want to make that clear.
What we found, even though we require a permit now for indoor cultivation, I think we received 2 permits. I did some research with other counties and in other cities. Those that had a permit found a similar non-compliance. People just didn't bother applying for the permit. It just takes more time than it would be worth to process it.
Burdensome?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
Did you want to?
no, go ahead, Dennis.
Referring to the California Public Health website, and this is basically SB 94. There's a whole lot of California Health and Safety Code references on this as well. Under California law, adults 21 and older can use, carry, and grow. It says buying without a valid physician's recommendation or a county-issued medical marijuana identification card will become legal for adults 21 and older on January 1st, 2018. So that means that if you are to buy medical cannabis, you must be 18 or older or have a valid physician's recommendation. Somewhere in here, we've got the 18 years and older in C, but we don't specifically follow the California law regarding the 21-year-old statement. So this is SB 94. I'm referencing California Health and Safety Code 11362 on that.
See right at the beginning, first sentence, the non-commercial cultivation, non-medical cannabis by a person aged 21 or older, or non-commercial cultivation of medical cannabis by a person age
18.
18 or older. It's referenced,
But this particular statement doesn't define what you call non-commercial cultivation. This
Non-
statement doesn't define non-commercial
We have
cultivation.
a definition in the definition section to
That refers to-
differentiate commercial from non-commercial.
I just want to be sure that we're not falling into a trap on that 18-year-old.
I mean, I think that it's written in accordance with current state law. We define commercial and non-commercial to refer to state law. So I'm not concerned that it's illegal, but I'm certainly open to.
I can make a recommendation because I kind of hear what he's saying, if you don't mind, sir.
That's quite all right.
Insertion after age 18 years or older with a valid medical card.
I would buy that,
And that would address exactly what he's talking about.
exactly. I just need to have some
It's still
clarity.
state law and it,
Yeah, just some clarity in there that
regardless.
we're going to follow state law regarding the identification card.
What if we said age 18 years or older in compliance with state law? Because I think there's the issue of the card versus what was the other, there was another basis besides a valid identification.
Physician's recommendation is the other one.
So would it be adequate to just say in compliance with state law?
And leave it to the individual to determine whether they are.
Well,
No,
I mean,
I'm-
law enforcement could determine whether they are, if they're required, we're not allowed to preempt state
No.
law requirements anyway. So presumably, if law enforcement were looking to see whether or not they had a valid card, they would be able to have whatever indicia is required by the state would be required to be, they would have to have possession of it.
Yeah, I would accept in compliance with state law, just so that there's some clarity there.
Thank you, Julie.
Is that what you're pulling?
Yeah.
Okay, change it 18 years or older in compliance with state law. Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
Supervisor Stauber?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor
Yes.
Callaway? Supervisor Garamendi, yes.
I just wanted, and thank you for this poll, but I did want to clarify, after the comma, it already says, provided that such cultivation complies with state law and with all of the following requirements. So it would seem redundant to add that and then right after the comma, say it again.
Yes.
So I just wanted to point that out.
She's got a very good
I understand what you're saying. I'm just concerned that we very clearly identify that there are different decision points on 18 and older to 20, between 18 and 21. And how does that state to where that clarity exists?
Supervisor Mills, you've already got the poll. We
Yeah.
can keep it if you want. Council Megan has a very
Don't
good
be
valid
forced.
point that I would
Redundant.
agree with, but
We're stating it twice.
I
We're
don't know
stating
if
it twice.
it's germane.
I agree with her.
Say
It's
it twice?
redundant.
It's
It's redundant.
once.
Okay. I also just wanted to, I have an answer for you on the micro business. I just looked it up. I think with a micro business, what I'm just, again, just trying to refresh
is
my
the 12th?
recollection.
Yes.
Yeah. You can't get a micro business license unless, the state had, when we first were looking at micro businesses, we thought that even if we disallowed one of the things that can be done with a micro business, such as manufacturing, you could still issue a license, and then we could locally prevent one of the activities. Well, now the state is saying that you can't get a micro business license unless you are able to do at least 3 of the 4 activities allowed under the license, and because locally we don't allow either manufacturing or distribution, they can't use a micro business in this county. And that's the reason why it wasn't included. So the board would have to allow an entirely different cannabis activity in order for that license to be useful locally.
Okay.
And maybe we will at some point in time.
And then we can amend 1795 to change that.
Okay, thank you. So let's continue on with non-commercial cannabis cultivation. The items are
No.
number 1,
Number 2.
number 2.
this is another one of those, how are we going to start enforcing it? At the 150 feet under our R1, et cetera, since many of the grows for non-commercial are on these zone properties. And, I mean, probably all of us know people that are growing, whether it's 1, 2, or up to 6 plants in neighborhoods, in their backyards or on their decks in townhouses or subdivisions. I don't know how we're going to start enforcing this, and since they already are being grown, and so I think we should we should reduce it to the 75.
So your proposal is to,
Take the 100 and go back, just leave it at 75 total.
okay, so basically cut out the red line part, the addition.
Oh, I don't have your copy.
Okay.
That was an addition that the planning commission had made in order to address concerns about
Right.
odor to neighboring properties. where
Yeah,
it's
but
higher-
the
higher
difference
density.
between 75 and 150 is not going, the reality is that they're out there. And
With-
most of the people I've met that are in smaller confined spaces are, there's no way they could do 150 feet. And
But with the
and I don't know
75-foot
how
set-
we're going to how we'd manage that.
With the 75-foot setback, you'd essentially need about a half an acre to meet that setback on all 4 sides. With 150 feet, you need about 2 acres
Yeah.
to meet that setback.
And that's not happening. I
See-
mean, the reality is it's not happening. It might make us feel good to put it in there, but the reality is out there. It isn't happening. So, I mean,
Chair, I have a comment.
So Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I'd like to be sure that we try to have some consistency, even with our new general plan update, is that when we're talking about a subdivision or a proposed project that borders agricultural land, what is the setback requirement in that situation?
I believe there's a policy that requires about a 500-foot setback to protect the agricultural operation.
To protect in other words, what we're saying here is that, can't we have some uniformity in how we're looking at these setbacks? If we're going to say, for instance, that you are a residential zone property that's going to abut a ag property, your setbacks are this, but here all of a sudden, we're just kind of throwing that out.
Yeah. Well, and this is, that measure in the general plan was a mitigation measure for creating conflicts and impacts to agricultural land. It was intended to protect the residences from agriculture. It was intended to protect agriculture from incompatible
residents.
uses nearby. And so when discretionary development were to occur next to ag land, it would need to be designed so that this buffer can be created either through an open space parcel or greater setbacks established in larger lots along the adjoining agricultural land.
But here, what we're talking about is protecting adjacent parcels from a specific type of use.
Right. And this is strictly a policy call as to, how much of a setback you feel is appropriate. Here, the commission felt that growing cannabis for personal use in or next to residentially zoned property should have a greater setback.
So you could even take this to the point of if all of the neighbors who would potentially be affected by a setback agreed, you don't need a setback, and we're willing to sign off to that effect, that would be the other side of that issue. And because there are places that I know that neighbors don't care about a setback. It doesn't bother them. And so what we got to do here is we got to talk about how we're not affecting or impacting neighbor-on-neighbor conflict.
Right.
So that's really the issue is that how do you draw that parallel between what we've done in the general plan update to try to reduce neighbor-on-neighbor conflicts versus what we're doing here?
It's on non-commercial right here on number 2, correct?
Right.
Yes, this is,
Right.
we're addressing the
But we're just talking
personal
about the
cultivation.
six-plant grow.
I want to be respectful of Supervisor Callaway's suggestion. I assume she would like to poll on eliminating, eliminating the addition from the planning commission, basically putting a period at not continuously owned period. Is that correct?
Or even if it's next, I mean, we're really talking about the RR's zones. I mean, because that's where the impact is, in Lakemont, Meadowmont, and Fieldstone, and, or wherever it might be,
Well,
in
the
Hathaway
R,
Pines.
the R1 is your typical single-family
Right.
residential suburban lot. RR ranges anything from 1 acre up to 20 or more.
100.
So we have, the RR is very broad. We do have smaller RR lots, but it's considered a residential zone. And that was the concern of the commission, that they want to ensure a greater setback for personal cultivation.
I mean, I understand that thought, but the reality out there in the communities is, well, people are growing 2 plants or 1 plant, and they're in an R1 zone, and their neighbor is an R1. Are we going to say, you have to pull your plant out? I mean, we're not going to be doing that. I mean,
This is, we're saying these are the standards, and this is strictly a policy call. There's no state law that says you have to have a specific setback to cultivate. So this is clearly a local policy decision by the board. How
Sure.
great of a setback do you think is appropriate for personal use?
May I put in a question, sir?
Sure.
As it's written right now, are any personal grows allowed in R1, R2, R3 outdoors?
Yes,
Outdoors?
yes.
Outdoors?
outdoors.
Is
I thought it was 6 plants.
6
That's the
plants,
max.
that's a
Up to
personal.
6 plants
Okay.
for personal use. Either,
So why are we pushing people 150 feet off of a zoning that is going to have 6 plants on it also?
well, again, that was the planning commission's
That's-
recommendation of what they felt was appropriate policy for the
Okay.
county to
Right,
protect their neighbors.
Right now, it's only allowed indoors. We haven't passed
Currently
this yet,
under-
but in here, it's allowed
Right,
outdoors.
yes.
So,
You're
right.
That's what I wanted.
When you said right now, I thought you meant what's in the ordinance, I'm sorry. Right now. Yeah, right now, indoors only is what's allowed,
I was referring to this.
yeah.
Gary is correct.
I
very much so.
appreciate the broader discussion, and I think it's important before we make our decision. That's why I wanted to bring up the outdoor point as well. Is it wasn't discussed, it isn't part of what's there now, so it's an addition.
So I still don't have, nobody has asked for a poll on this item. Supervisor Callaway, do you want a poll on this item?
Yes,
Okay, so the poll is, so I've got it clear, removing the 150 feet, so basically eliminating the planning commission suggestion.
yes.
No. Is that clear? Okay. Supervisor Callaway,
Yes.
Supervisor Mills,
No,
Supervisor Supper,
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali.
No, I'll stick with planning commission.
Pardon?
No, I'll stay with planning commission.
Okay, Garamendi, no. Excuse me, Garamendi, yes, I'm accepting the change put forward by Supervisor Callaway. You said no so many times, okay, sounded like. Okay, so moving on to item, so did you get that?
Yes.
Next item under, anything under 3, 4, 5? 6, 7?
Wait a minute.
hang on.
Thank you for moving fast. But,
Might be some flogging by the end of the day.
number 5, I think, so they're gonna put security fencing 6 feet, and I live on a 1/4 acre parcel, and my subdivision doesn't allow 6-foot fencing. I just think this is, again, not a reality of what's out there. And, you know, if people are going to have 1 or 2 plants or whatever it is, and they have children in the house, are we saying to them, what? You can't have cannabis and have a child? Or if you have cannabis and you have a child, you have to do all this? We are not the parents. And if they're irresponsible, they're irresponsible. There isn't a lot we're going to be doing about that. I just think that this is, again, not something that we can really start going out there and enforcing. I don't think it's,
Do you have a
I
suggestion?
think,
Change?
yeah, I think we should omit it.
So do you want me to poll on eliminating number 5?
Yeah, or modifying it.
Okay, is there any appetite for eliminating or modifying item 5? Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Stoffel?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi, no.
So, wait a minute, gentlemen, so you're gonna say that I need a 6-foot fence on my 1/4 acre parcel? In a subdivision that does not allow fences?
If you're doing outdoor, Marita,
And
you
it's
need
personal.
75 feet, you're not going to be able to get it on that 1/4 acre regardless of the situation.
Well, I mean, the reality is that it's out there. I mean, I can go to any subdivision in my district and find plants. And none of them have security, 6-foot security fencing. And I just think, how are we going to manage it? So we go drive through Meadowmont and we find them, and is the code enforcement going to say, oh, you need to put in a 6-foot fence? Oh, and you have a child, now you need to put a lock on it? I mean, I don't even think this is close to realistic. And now we're going to have well, I mean, I just don't know, what are we going to tell code enforcement? They're going to drive
We've
the
polled,
street?
Mr. Chair.
Polled on this, Rita.
Well, I know, I'm not, I thought maybe you should be somewhat realistic, gentlemen.
We polled on it, we're moving on to the next items.
Okay, so now,
It's- My time's coming, I'll be the same way.
And then I will probably say the same thing more than once by the time we're done today, ladies and gentlemen. Number 6 or 7? Letter D.
on number 6, I'm trying to, so if I have 2 parcels, I just need 1 house, or do I need 1 house and a temporary dwelling? I wasn't clear on that.
So the state law allows cultivation per residence.
Right.
So if you have a residence and you have, multiple parcels that you own, you're allowed to have cultivation on anywhere within those parcels, if they're common zoned. But you have to have a residence, is what it's saying.
On each parcel.
No.
So if I have two parcels, contiguous, I only need a house on one of the parcels, and I can still only do 6 plants. But if I have a house on each parcel, or a house and a temporary dwelling, I can have 6 on each?
You can have, and I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. It needs to be on the parcel in which the residence is located. The setback is measured from common.
Each parcel has to have a
So if
residence.
you have for example, a single-family residence and an accessory dwelling, you may have 2 non-commercial cultivation sites for each residence.
So I can have 6 and
No,
7?
one per residence, so you can have 2 if you have 2 residences on the parcel. So if you have, a primary residence and a secondary residence, you're allowed to have 2. Because the state law says per residence.
Okay, so if I have an accessory dwelling, I can have 2 6s?
Yes,
Okay.
On the same parcel?
on the same parcel.
Yeah, because with a multifamily condo, for example, it would be 1 parcel, but each of the residences within the building would be allowed to have, the state law minimum
On
is
their
6
deck.
plants indoors per
As long as they have a
residence.
Someone's
6-foot
going to get killed
fence.
over that.
But again, outdoors
Just
up
don't
to,
want plants.
outdoors up to the board.
Outdoor is going to be a problem in some of these residential zones. It's going to be a conflict. And you can quote me on that later.
All right, so are there any
And we got it on
changes
tape.
proposed for 6 or 7? Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm reading 7 correctly. Each person cultivating non-commercial cannabis shall maintain her residence in a dwelling on the parcel on which the cultivation occurs.
This
Okay,
is
no, I
state
know
law.
I read it out loud.
It makes sense.
It makes sense.
Any questions on section D? Commercial cannabis cultivation, yes. Peter?
We have a couple
Yeah.
of suggested edits. The first one is in D1C. I don't know if there's anything before that, but from any
Where?
board members.
D1C,
C.
page 13 on the red line.
And this is just to, on the second line, the planning commission had recommended we change that to premises. We changed it back to cultivation site because the term premises wasn't used in our prior permitting registration requirement of the urgency ordinance. So this refers back to the registration that was issued. So we're going to use cultivation site as a more generic term here. It's just, I want to point out this is different than what the planning commission recommended. We
So-
had made the change as sort of a technical change, but the commission wanted to make sure that we pointed that out. The other change that we have is, let me go to the errata here.
D7.
This is in D7, but there may be something before that, so we can wait for that.
So is everybody okay with that change? This is
So-
actually in the red line version, the cultivation
Yes.
site.
Yes, that was changed. I just wanted to point out that that was different from what the planning commission recommended because we felt it was a technical change that needed to be made.
Everybody good with that? Where's Keller?
Under 2, for A1, AP, et cetera, the permit type, I believe it was answered yesterday, but I want to confirm. Is it it was the state's definition of canopy area? So where it says maximum 1 acre of total canopy area per 20 acres, or 1 acre of canopy per 20 acres? And I think, because I wanted to change canopy area, I believe you told me that was the state's definition?
Yes, the canopy area is whatever has been licensed by the state as the plant area on the cultivation
Okay,
site.
I mean, I just want to make sure we're saying with what the state definition is, that we're not doing
I
our
don't
own on
think
the
we're
can.
being more restrictive than the state when it comes to defining the canopy area.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell me the reason they struck max one premises per 20 acres, up to 5 premises per parcel? Why that was struck?
The commission thought that it would be more efficient, I believe, that if there are a number of smaller cultivators, say they're growing, 2,000 or 5,000 square feet apiece, that they could all sort of pool their resources and, so rather than limit it just to 5, whatever the number is, as long as it didn't exceed 1 acre per 20, which is sort of the cap, the physical cap that's been established. Or in the case of mixed light, it would be, half an acre. And so that's the reason. That they didn't think that it was needed to be limited by the number of cultivators, but by the amount of cultivation.
So if I have a parcel that's 150 acres and I get a permit to grow, I can have 7 grow sites?
Well, each of the individual
I'm just
growers
asking.
would need their own permit. So each premises, we'll issue the permit to the premises. The way it's written now, for every 20 acres, the county could, for every 20 acres of parcel size, the county could issue a permit on that parcel. So if it's 100 acres, there could be, it's 20 times 5, so there could be 5 permits issued. If it's 100.
Well, no, the planning commission changed that. That was what the board's direction was. The planning commission changed that so that it would be basically an acre of outdoor cultivation per 20 acres of land. So you could have more than 5 growers, any number, as long as it didn't exceed the area.
Right, I was using the 5 as an example, but if it's 120, then there could be 6.
No, Julie.
Oh, am I getting it
You're
wrong?
getting it
I
wrong.
wasn't
There's
able
a
to.
This is why I asked the question, so we could clarify it here and
what
now.
the planning commission changed what Julie was talking about in the original draft, so that it is based on acreage rather than number of cultivators. And this was based in part on what code enforcement and the sheriff said, was that they would prefer to see more growers together. It's easier to enforce, it's easier to inspect, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, but I think that's what the planning commission heard, was that, so why not have, 10 growers of 10,000 square feet apiece, as opposed to limiting that, if you have the acreage.
Well, that's kind of leading me to a
So-
question then, is that, have we clarified anywhere in this code that it's 1 permit equals maximum 1 site, or can 1 permit have more than 1 site?
So we've limited it to the number of previously approved registrants.
That's the
with a
permits.
state license.
Right.
And so if grower A had 2 licenses, he could get 2 new cultivation permits.
And those would equal then 2 sites? Or could
They
it
would be
be?
2 separate premises, 2 separate,
Okay,
they
but-
could be at different locations, they could be on the same location, depending on the acreage, the zoning, and...
Hear me all the way through on this.
Okay,
So a
sorry.
guy, someone has, a guy or lady, has 100 acres. They have a permit. They could then establish 5 sites on that 100 acres?
No, they could only establish 1 if they only had 1 previous permit.
I'm just wanting to be sure that there's a
Yeah.
relationship between permits and sites so that we don't, in essence, create this completely new multiple site
Right.
scenario.
The only way that someone could do that would be to acquire
Another permit.
another permit from someone
Right.
else.
Okay, I just wanted a clarity.
Yeah.
there.
Right.
So-
In effect, I believe, right now, you have a number somewhere between 196 and 200. In effect, if people choose to go down this route, it lessens the total canopy area in the entire county. So, if people want to grow smaller, we don't have an objection to that.
That's
Is-
correct.
And I think that's what the planning commission was going for, along with bringing people into areas so that it would facilitate the sheriff or inspections to move forward.
I want to clarify what Supervisor Toffenali was saying. So if you've got 120 acres, do you get 6 acres of cannabis on that?
That would be the
Maximum?
maximum that would be allowed, yes.
And then just
But
up
you-
through the side?
Not you individually, but
No,
you and,
that can exist on
That could
that
exist
lot.
on that parcel.
Under
yes.
6 different permits.
6 different permits, correct.
And that's the clarification I wanted to get here.
But
And because of the changes in what we're talking about, is there any way to incorporate that here, say, per permit? Each per permit or something, so a year from now, 2 years from now, you're got people arguing about exactly what's being said here. Because it's not really clear, and that's why I brought it up, because and I understand what you're saying, and I know it's per permit, but it's
If I can.
kind of vague.
I have a
If
suggestion
I can
on
make
that.
it, you have a suggestion? Rich?
I have it noted here before because I wanted it to be more fluid. Down below, it says separate permit for each premises. I would say separate permit for each acre canopy.
or each site.
Or,
Or
I think
each
acre canopy, because then you could have
No,
smaller.
Because that was what the commission was trying to get at, was if you had, 4 growers, each growing a quarter of an acre on a 20-acre parcel, that would be the same as one grower growing a full acre.
Full acre.
So they didn't really care about how many different permits were issued. They were concerned about the total area that's affected.
Right.
So it's not based on the number. So you could have any number of permits
Permits.
on a parcel as long as it didn't exceed 1 acre per 20 acres of land.
Could you read me the definition of premises, please?
It's-
That's under, just to be
Yes,
sure
state code.
we're speaking in the same language here. It says per 3 CCR 8000, I think, or somewhere in there. Yeah, 3 CCR 8000. I think if we understood what that word premises meant, that might take some of the discussion out of it.
Premises means the designated structure or structures and land specified in the application, which was the state licensure application, that is owned, leased, or otherwise held under the control of the applicant or licensee, where the commercial cannabis activity will be or is conducted. The premises shall be a contiguous area and shall only be occupied by one licensee. So under state law, they're only issuing, so if you're doing, for example, indoor and outdoor, those are separate premises for the indoor and from the outdoor. Each premises gets one license.
Mr. Mauer, it may be beneficial to have the diagram that you had earlier as it related to setbacks, but here it would show the difference between a premises versus the cultivation area.
Because the premises could be more than an acre.
I'm thinking Supervisor Stopper's suggestion sort of encapsulates
That's what I'm trying to,
keeping things in there.
I'm trying to.
So, while he's pulling it up, or we're talking about.
I would like
do you
to
want
pull the
on that?
board on it.
All right.
What was your suggestion again?
Suggestion is
Separate permit for
acre
each
canopy
acre canopy.
versus premise.
That clearly states, that clearly states the point.
Okay, so let me pull on it really quick. Supervisor, the poll is to change the thing from premise, separate permit for each acre of canopy, instead of premise.
So I'm not sure that makes sense.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense because your point, there could be 4 permits for a 1 acre county because each person is only growing a quarter acre.
The way the draft was originally created was essentially along the lines of what Supervisor Stopper is suggesting, was that you could have 1 permit, 1 premises per 20 acres. And it didn't matter what the size was, that was allowed. So
Maybe I have the wrong word, cultivation site.
it doesn't real, the cultivation site is a component of the premises. So if you have a building that is used as a part of the operation, but doesn't actually contain live plants, that's a part of the premises. The cultivation site is that area that contains live plants. And so, but if you have a permit, if you apply for a permit from the county and you get a license from the state, you have, you're authorized for a specific premise on a piece of property.
Here's an issue I have with that. I get where you're going with it, sir, and maybe everyone wants you to finish so that they can understand what you're saying. But there's a problem with the premises and the fact that if we have multiple cultivation sites within an acre, and someone has a well which is used for those multiple cultivation sites within that acre, then at that time, that's all part of the same premises. Is it not a well is considered part of the premises as in your diagram. And so at this time,
It's possible that the state would recognize well, I don't know the answer to whether if you have 2 overlapping premises and then one corner they share a well, and that the state would recognize that well as being part of 5 different growers' premises. I know that what we've tried to do here is make sure that the unit that we're issuing a permit for is contiguous with the unit the state is issuing a license for. So that was the reason for doing that. It's a lot easier for us to issue a permit for the same unit that the state license is being issued for. So whether, I don't know the answer as to whether or not the state would recognize, and I don't know that a water source needs to even be on the same premises. There could be a well on one person's premises and the state would recognize it as an adequate water source for 4 other.
Or the well could be serving the residents on the parcel, if there was one, and the residence is not usually part of the premises. So there's, activities associated with the property that's I don't think the well has to be part of the premises, I think is the bottom line. What we're looking at more is, storage of equipment or fertilizers, that kind of stuff. That has to be part of the premises. But a well, that could be used for other activities not associated with the cultivation, but could also be used for cultivation.
I just strongly recommend, staff strongly recommends that we not try to issue a permit for a unit that's different than what the state issues a license for.
I don't think that's where the board is going, but I think the question is, so getting back to the change that the Planning Commission made, do we want to keep it as 1 permittee per each 20 acres, or do we want to be able to allow multiple smaller growers to co-locate, as long as it doesn't exceed the area?
So under the scenario that you're speaking of, and say there's 4 people that want to apply for a permit and have a 1 acre grow together, a quarter acre each, and they found a suitable place to do it. You would, under their applications, they would submit to you for a quarter acre grow, and you would grant them a permit for a quarter acre grow, and their map showing to you would show the other grows on the premises, or just their quarter acre on the premises?
Their application would show what they are proposing. We would compare that with any other application for the same site to ensure that it doesn't exceed.
So would just the verbiage at the bottom here, given that what you're saying, separate permit for each premise, up to 4 permits per premise?
Well, it could be if they were growing 5,000 square feet, there could be more than that. I mean, you can establish any limit you want on it.
I'm just trying to clarify so it doesn't come up later on, because obviously it's going back and forth and everywhere here, and I'm trying to get that
No, I
settled.
understand,
Yeah.
I understand, and this is, one of the things when you draft an ordinance, you think you have it wired, and someone else reads it, and they read it entirely differently, so this is a great discussion we're having.
So,
We do have more clarification in other provisions of the code that might solve this problem. But we can certainly add language here that, makes it, more clear.
If the operating restrictions and eligibility requirements go into more detail about everything in the chart.
so I don't think we've got an easy answer on this one. I think the intent, what we want
There's
to do is
intent
pretty
there.
clear.
Yeah.
How we say that beyond
can we-
what you've currently
Well, may I
got.
suggest that...
Can we do this, Mr. Chair? Can we revisit this later on? We're going to revisit some of them, maybe give some
Yeah.
time to think about it in the back of our mind, to clarify some of it, and then have a discussion later. And we can go through the rest of this, and Peter could be right that it could clarify itself later on in here, but I didn't see anywhere here that it did, but
It would give us, some of us, opportunity to look up some stuff with the state during lunch, and that way,
We will circle back on this. If we haven't solved it for ourselves by the time we get to the end, we'll circle back and see whether
I-
it can be clarified, because these are all really good points.
I do have another
All right,
thing I would like to pull the board on here.
sure.
Under allowable license types, on the bottom, I would like to add a bullet point, is nursery, and with the understanding that it's not gonna be a new, it's not gonna add to that to 196. If someone was to choose to make a nursery instead of a commercial cannabis grow as defined here, they could transfer that license over to a nursery. Nurseries, this is a type of cultivation. They have lower impacts on water and veg as small plants and no smell. And the EIR does address it in nurseries in 3.5.16 in the EIR under water quality impacts.
Okay, you want to have discussion or move to a poll on whether to include nurseries? Mr. Mauer, is there any reason we can't do this?
There's no technical reason why we can't. It's clearly a policy call by the board.
All right,
As Mr. Stopper pointed out, the original project description included nurseries, and so the EIR has addressed it.
Are we going to be adding, we're not adding additional numbers of permit types that we use in the
no.
180?
Strictly transferable from the canopy from a permit before. I do
Yeah,
not
I'll
want
have
to
to-
add anything.
There'll have to be some changes throughout the ordinance, because right now it's written in a way that doesn't allow it, so we'll have to modify the ordinance.
Right. We're going to have to bring this back later, I think.
Well, maybe the best thing to do is a poll now to see whether, from a
See
policy
whether it
perspective,
flies.
that's what the board wants to do, and then we can go back through the ordinance and make sure that we don't create any conflicts with that.
very well. Nurseries, Supervisor Toffenelli?
no.
Supervisor Stopper, yes?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. Nurseries is added, so as we read through this, let's make sure we don't get ourselves in a knot. Okay. Any other changes on that chart?
That specific chart, Chair, or would you include the number 3 chart as well?
Let's check off 2.
Just 2.
Anybody else on number 2?
I do.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
On the back page, on the last chart, talks about a conditional use permit. And I just want to be clear, because I'm still unclear of what the last item on our agenda yesterday, the first item on our agenda yesterday on the department that was created. Who issues this conditional use permit?
That would be the planning department.
So the planning department, the new department that's been created would be cut out of it, and the conditional use permit would solely be issued by the planning department?
No, it would be a separate permit, so they would sort of apply for their cannabis permit with the new department, the new department would indicate, well, this is less than 20 acres, so you need to apply for a conditional use permit. A separate application would be filed with the planning department and would work cooperatively with the cannabis coordinator. That would go through hearing process to the planning commission, looking at, all the broader issues, CEQA analysis, because it's discretionary. And then if that's approved, kick back to the cultivation office to finalize the permit issuance.
Okay. That's the only question I had.
Okay, if there's nothing else on that, we'll move on to item 3, which is chart that sits in front of you. The applicant, if applying for indoor cultivation permit, owns or leases a parcel conforming to the following requirements. Any changes to this chart?
So just for,
Supervisor Mills?
yeah, just for clarity, we are including commercial zones now in specialty indoor?
So the specialty indoor, currently the dispensary ordinance allows cultivation within a dispensary. But as Julie described earlier, they have to have separate licenses for the dispensary, the retail use, as well as the cultivation use, because we don't have the micro-business license, at least not at this point.
So I guess my question is, for those that were indoor grows before, they were primarily in M zones.
Yes.
And we're very limited in our M zones in this county, as you well know. Is there any accommodation to opening some of the commercial zones up to indoor cultivation? In other words, if they have a difficulty in finding an M zone, would there be a way ministerially for them to find a commercial zone that would be appropriate and still fit within our rules?
Under the way this is drafted, no. It's only allowed in the industrial zones. We could add commercial zones if that's what the board's desire was. But at this point, it's only allowed in the 3 industrial zones.
And that's,
And the commercial professional office zone in conjunction with a dispensary.
well, it's just one of those feedback things that I got, and because we're so limited, if we're going to help to start resolving odor issues, one of the ways we can do that is push more of the potential growing indoors. And since we're limited in M zones, the only other option is to find appropriate commercial zones that would give them that opportunity.
Supervisor Mills, are you suggesting we expand it?
Suggesting what, sir?
We expand it to commercial zones?
I agree with Supervisor Mills.
Wow.
That's 2.
No, I just think that there needs to be a discussion, but what exactly that means and where would you go? I think that would be part of that conversation. Do you want me to ask for a poll on that?
You can, if you want to poll to see if
Okay,
we expand the
I'll poll for
opportunities.
that. I'll poll for that.
Okay. Do you-
I see a look of, I'm not too sure what you're doing.
What's in the
Where?
audience?
I mean, there-
I want to consider,
There's a
If-
lot of facets of commercial
And that's-
that,
yeah,
That's why I wanted to say, that if we're going to go into that discussion, we have to be very specific about what does that mean? And I don't think we're ready to have that discussion.
Let's
but-
poll and see whether we want to have that discussion, because it is a lengthy one. Supervisor Mills is yes. Supervisor Galloway?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
I'm willing to have the discussion.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi, no. So we're going to have the discussion.
so the only concern is, how we've analyzed it. under the EIR, and we want to spend some time looking at that, just to make sure that we're not
Okay.
creating an impact that hasn't been looked at.
Do you want to do that before we,
So maybe we can table this discussion for this, at this point, or
Well, this is a significant change, I would imagine, when we talk about a lot of things around this. I mean, if we're expanding it to commercial, there's a lot of different types of commercial. We need to break down what that would look like in communities. A lot of those are in community planned areas.
yeah,
So
we'd have to be very specific if we're going to go on that road, and really hone in and identify, again, to avoid conflicts.
Okay.
So,
Can we have a quick break? I'm sure it's time for staff, and
You know what,
I need
it
the
is time for
facilities.
staff. We're going to take
I
a
apologize.
10-minute break. We'll return at 10:20. All right. Welcome back. We are discussing the pluses and minuses of adding commercial zones to cannabis cultivation as proposed by Supervisor Mills. And we took a break middle of that discussion. So let me see if the break changed anybody's mind, or whether we're going to, how we want to lead this conversation, Peter or Dennis.
I know you and I just had a brief conversation that the most appropriate would be a C2 zone. So rather than look at C21 or rural commercial or something like that, if we're going to have a discussion, it probably would be limited to C2.
So is that a poll?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're polling, the new poll is, are we going to consider C2 as a possible zone allowed for cannabis? Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
At this time, no, because I would have to sit down with a map and check everything, so no.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. So let's talk about C2. What is the definition
So
of
C2
C2?
is a general commercial zone. It is sort of the transition between, retail of your downtown commercial areas and the industrial. Some of the uses allowed would be like auto repair businesses, light manufacturing, machine shop, things like that. I think that would be the only zone that I would recommend that it be added if the board is, there's 3-2 vote to add that right now, so that's.
And I
concur with that.
would point out that most of the places like downtown Oak Hill are C2.
They are?
They are. Yeah, the old firehouse, we just,
Well, that was the one
There's
place
quite
where
a
we
bit.
rezoned it to C2, the rest was all zone C1.
right, but in the new general plan, a lot of these are for that mixed use.
There's quite a bit of C2 behind Cinders in Valley Springs.
I would agree with Supervisor Stopper that we should probably look at the maps to see primarily the C2 areas are outside of the downtown cores, but not always. There are pockets of C2 zoning in some areas that you would think would be more appropriately zoned C1. The general plan, I just want to go back to Supervisor Garamendi's comment, is a land use designation which allows a range of zones, including C1, C2, even industrial in some cases, as well as higher density residential. So the fact that the general plan identified these core areas doesn't mean they're going to all change to C2. It means that that's a suitable zone, but more than likely it's going to stay, C1 if that's what the zoning is today.
We've worked pretty hard in this document to keep it out of residential areas. I think this opens up the opportunity for it to move back in, which is just going to lead to problems down the road.
Can we see this in a map?
How could it,
Can I ask another question?
how could it lead to residential?
To Supervisor Garamendi's point, does PD have anything to do with this? Would that limit?
Plan development combining zone is does not address use, it addressed design. And so we look at the layout of the building, the landscaping, parking, and how it may affect surrounding properties, but not the actual use.
I'm going to withdraw my vote on this and vote no.
Okay. Anybody else want to change their vote, or do I need to do a poll again? So it's now 3-2 no. Unless anybody else wants to change their vote. Okay. C2 is off, commercial is off the table. Thanks for the conversation on that. We are discussing the box under item 3, on page 14 of the red line. Are there other changes that need to be discussed?
So this, when we first started talking about this box on number 3, you brought up the 1791 and dispensaries as it's saying now, but retail as per what state says, correct?
Yes.
So it says specialty cottage indoor here, which by state law is restricted to 500 square feet. And it also says specialty indoor, which is like 2,500 square feet, I believe.
I think it's 5,000 square feet.
Okay, 5,000. Is there nothing in here precluding that a dispensary can continue to produce its plants as per what 1791 says right now?
The state license tapes that were drafted in here were based on the square footage we were allowing for indoor cultivation. So once we got to the 10,000 square feet maximum, these are the 3 state license types that are within our square footage maximum.
Right. I just want to make sure that as we move on throughout this, there's nothing in there that precludes them from going beyond the specialty cottage indoor or anything that would conflict with 1791 as it is now.
Well, as it is now, they don't have to get a permit for their indoor cultivation. This would require them, in addition to having a dispensary permit, to receive a permit for the cultivation that they're allowing indoors, and they would be allowed the same maximum square footage that any other indoor cultivator could have.
Thank you for the clarity, Julie. I appreciate it.
Other items on there, Supervisor Mills, your lights on, Supervisor Callaway? No? Okay, then we'll move on to 4, 5, 6, 7. Anything, Supervisor Toffenali?
Item number 5.
Okay.
Just to clear up the little thing here, when I read it, can we drop the S off of badges? It says the applicant ensures that each of its individual owners, as a term defined in Chapter 9.22 of the County Code, has a current valid commercial cannabis clearance badges as required. Should say badge. Mine
I think
says
if you're looking at
badges.
the underlined
Mine
strikeout,
says
the
badge.
S, you can't see the strikeout on the S.
Oh, you can't see the
It is
strikeout.
badge.
Okay. Yeah, because
It's
I'm
on
using a
there.
strikeout, so it has been struck. Okay.
It's got it on this.
I can't see it on there. Yeah.
'Cause it's-
You have the red line, I have a
At
strikeout.
least there was no,
Okay.
at least there was no stinking badges attached. Other items on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, page 15 through 14.
8,
On
Number 8.
7,
On
7,
number
you have a
7.
change.
we had a proposed edit for
Okay.
that section. And there was quite a bit of discussion with the planning commission as to how, if someone was denied and then that denial was overturned, how to describe that. And we're suggesting that the language here on the board is more appropriate than what the commission finally came up with, just because of some of the weird nuances of the language, what quasi-judicially means and those kinds of issues. So we're recommending that this language be added.
On
It says D7B, or D7, the bottom paragraph there.
You change that.
Having a red line helps.
So so instead of, if they receive a citation, but a citation could be for something minor versus an abatement?
Well, the citation for unlawful cultivation. But if, in some cases, someone might have been cited for something and later found that, that was issued in error, either the county could rescind it, or if they went to court to appeal it, and the court overturned the county's decision. But that's what that section is trying to address.
But if they receive a citation for something really minor, like they didn't have their sign posted, and they take care of it?
Well, that would
What is-
normally be in the normal code enforcement procedure is like, you get essentially a warning. Here are things you need to do to
Okay.
correct. And so you get a correction notice, and okay, they posted a sign. That they would not receive a citation for unlawful cultivation at that point.
Okay,
If they never corrected it, they might end up having had their prior license revoked at that point in time. But
And usually in our hearings, there was a whole lot more going on than just failing to post a sign.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I mean, there are many times when code enforcement officers went out in the field and they found some minor irregularity. The sign wasn't posted properly, there was a hole in the fence. Go and fix it, we'll be back in 5 days. And they did, and everything was fine, they signed off. That was probably, the more common thing than actually, a letter from code saying these people should be denied because they failed to comply with the requirements. And then this is our standard practice with any kind of code violation. The idea is to bring people into compliance. So if someone's got a building permit and they've added on without a permit, the thing we do is tell them to get a permit, and they do, and they correct it, and we're good. So the same approach was taken throughout the urgency ordinance with cannabis cultivation, bring them into compliance. And sometimes it was, I think the term was used earlier or yesterday about holding hands.
Babysitting.
You had to sort of help them along to understand the code, and we try to do that. But we weren't going to just deny someone for a minor inconsistency when they could easily correct it.
Is there any objection to the changes proposed? Seeing none? Okay, good.
number 8.
Number 8, Supervisor Mills, what do you need?
Yes, to add past county taxes, a comma, penalties or fees.
Sorry, could you say that again?
To add a comma, past county taxes to include penalties or fees due.
I guess my question is, what if it's not related to cannabis, but related to something else?
It says unlawful cultivation.
Yeah.
As long as it's within that definition, I'm good with that. It should be part of the compliance schedule prior to application, most definitely.
Is that it? Mr. Mauer, is there a reason we can't do that?
I'm not aware of any reason why we can't say they have to be current with any other provisions of the county code. So if they're,
Related to that commercial cannabis?
Activity within the county.
maybe I'm confused what the question is, I'm sorry.
No, that's,
Right now, it says that this is limited to payment of the cannabis tax, the Measure C tax. If it's the desire of the board to add that they're not delinquent in their property tax or any other fees assessed on the parcel,
That's-
I think a policy call, unless there's any reason.
I think-
council would find that that's.
I think
Julie defined it as what he was talking to is it would finish with commercial cannabis activity within the county. So if any fees or other things, that's what I'm understanding from you, right? It has to do strictly with the cannabis thing, so any delinquent fees or anything else in the past. I mean, I think it kind of says that elsewhere, if you were pretty much stricken from the record, or stricken from this list that's proposed right now of people, if you didn't pay your permit fees. Because you weren't in compliance, but it's a little bit redundant. But as long as it's within those boundaries of what's discussed by Julie and Dennis right here, I have nothing against it.
You want taxes, fees, or penalties due on any commercial cannabis activity?
Yeah, pull the board for that.
Okay, so this is adding after the word county, at the end of number 8, past county taxes, including penalties and fees due on any commercial.
I wouldn't say including, because
Saying it
a
twice.
fee is different than a tax. So I would say any taxes, fees, or penalties, because they're all separately defined.
Right.
Council?
So it would read, "The person or entity is not delinquent in paying any county taxes, fees, or penalties on any commercial cannabis activity within the county."
Due on any commercial
Is that-
cannabis.
Can't cultivation permit required under this chapter, right? Oh, wait, I jumped to the next one.
Number
Sorry.
8, so with that suggestion, as articulated by Council Stedfield. Supervisor, is that correct? Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Snapper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi? Yes. Okay, please add that in.
Foregoing that anybody has anything on 9 or 10, I have something with 11 that goes back to 5 that we brought up yesterday, and I have a suggestion on how to deal with this. Is, on number 11, the person or entity is and remains in compliance with all applicable provisions. I would like to strike of this chapter, and then dot, and then put a period after that, strike the rest of this sentence in 11 after that, and then add in number 5 to include the employees section of 9.22 and 5, because when we go back to 17.95.030 B, we had this discussion, and it struck 5 in there on the subsections, except for subsections 5, 9, and 10, and 11 was in conflict with that. So I think this would solve that situation of bringing that out of 11 and adding it to 5. At that point, we don't have a conflict inside here that's,
So you're suggesting that on 5, we say the applicant ensures that each of its individual owners and workers?
absolutely. I
Okay.
think that would solve it. That's what my,
And then the only thing with what you're suggesting on 11, okay, that makes sense, but then the other part is, and the premises are located on a parcel in compliance with county code. So as written, section 11 requires not only the premises to be in compliance, but the parcel as a whole. So the philosophy was that if a landowner has a parcel that has other code violations, we wouldn't be giving them the benefit of profiting off of having a cannabis permit located on their parcel unless their parcel is brought up to code. So it's a policy call, but that's the other part of this.
I have a partial issue with the blue in the sense that is in compliance with county code is you can go on any property if you so chose and find something that doesn't have to do with a commercial cultivation that won't necessarily be in compliance with code.
Did you want to take them one at a time? Maybe-
Okay, yeah, no, I want to pull on moving the applicable provisions of this chapter after that and with 9.22 of the county code? Or and 9.2, anything to do with 9.22 and move it to 5 so that's addressed and then we can move on
And
to
then
it.
add workers. in
And
number
workers,
5.
yeah, I think that would solve our situation on that.
So, Julie, can you please read into what we want number 5 to look like, what Supervisor Stopper says?
Yes. So as Supervisor Sauber suggests, number 5 would read, the applicant ensures that each of its individual owners and workers, as these terms are defined in Chapter 922 of the County Code, has a current valid commercial cannabis clearance badge as required by Chapter 922 of the County Code.
Okay,
And then-
let me pull on that one real quick,
Okay.
that way we could just put that to bed. Is there any opposition to that? Seeing none, you're good.
Okay, and then as, taking just that one change out of 11, what Supervisor Stopper is asking for is, for now, the person or entity is and remains in compliance with all applicable provisions of this chapter, and the premises are located on a parcel that is in compliance with county code. So before we discuss parcel, that's how Chapter 11 would read. We would be eliminating the phrase "and with Chapter 922 of the county code."
You just need to take out and with chapter 9.22 and it will be of this chapter of the county code,
We could do that too.
right? I think that's more fluid.
That, yeah, I mean, that is, well, if
And
we
with
take
chapter
out, if we take out the
9.22.
second part, then there's no point to have 11, because there's nothing left in it. Because we just moved it over to 5, right?
Well, I want to reread this, you're talking about the blue?
Yeah, if that was the next question, because we moved the first part over to 5, we took on workers. And so if we're talking about the blue, and we take out the blue, then there's nothing left in the 11.
I
Well-
think I don't have blue on my copy, that's the
Sorry.
problem.
It's the final sentence after the copy or the comma on county code. And the premises are located on a parcel that is in compliance with county code. I would say, and everything on the premises is in compliance with the county code.
So that's a policy call, whether or not you want to require not just the premises, but the parcel to be in compliance with county code.
So if I've got, just so I'm clear, so if I've got a 100-acre lot, and Grandma lives off in the far corner in an old house, her house would have to come to code
Yes.
in order to have the
Yeah.
cannabis permit
As
a mile away.
Only if it was a non-compliant structure. I mean, if it's an old house that doesn't meet current standards, it's a legal non-conforming use.
But I
That would not
get
be a
code going
violation.
through Grandma's
If they-
house
if
so
they-
we could determine that it's all
No,
that.
we wouldn't, if there was an outstanding code issue, so if someone had been cited for construction of a residence without a permit, for example, we're not going to do an inspection of the entire property, but if there's a known violation of the code, or if the code inspector drives up and sees something that's a clear violation, they would be able to cite it, and that would then prevent the issuance of the license until that's corrected. And that happened a lot of times when code went out to inspect sites, that there were other code violations that were sort of unrelated to the actual cannabis construction
Outside of the premise?
Yes.
outside of the premise. Again, it's a policy call of the board, whether or not you want to restrict this provision to just the premises or the entire parcel. But it wouldn't mean that they would do an inspection of every structure. It would only be that if they noticed a clear violation or we had record of an existing violation on the site.
That doesn't preclude that being dealt with through code compliance regardless of the situation. This is just piggybacking on another ordinance on something that's already law.
Right, basically,
Right.
it's saying if there's a known violation, if there's a violation outside of the premises but on the parcel, the landowner, they would have to fix that before permits will be issued to growers trying to site premises on that parcel.
I don't support that, because you could have some junk cars or junk out there, and that's not what they're there for. I mean, if the neighbor wants to complain about all the junk that's out there, that's a separate issue, and I don't think the two should be mingled. If there was electric wires on the ground, if there were wires on the ground, it was a real safety issue, I would agree with that. But if it's something on the parcel that has nothing to do with the premise, I don't think we should be requiring them to fix everything up before they can get their license.
I personally feel there's a clear path to dealing with these situations set before us right now for bringing properties into compliance. And this is a bit redundant. I think that the license, when someone buys a property, sometimes you end up buying a property with stuff out of compliance on, let's say the back 20 of a 100-acre piece. I don't think this would preclude of anybody on wrongdoing with what's left in here in the chapter of them being able to proceed with a license. So I would pull the board on, and the premises are located on a parcel, the premises.
So the person or entity and the premises are and remain in compliance with all applicable provisions of this chapter?
Are in compliance with county code.
Person or entity and premises.
Right.
And you're dropping on a parcel, correct?
Located on a parcel.
So you're
That is in
saying everything
compliance.
on
Or
the
that-
parcel has to be in compliance or on the premise?
I'm striking are located on a parcel. That,
Okay, you're
So
striking
the-
that.
And the premise is in compliance with county code.
Chair.
Right.
What I'm hearing is that number 11 would read, "The person, entity, and premises is and remains in compliance with all applicable provisions of this chapter of the county code," period.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yes.
hearing. Okay.
yes.
Got it?
Is it this
That's
chapter
the
of county
poll.
code or county code? Trying to,
I'm sorry?
I've heard a couple different things. Is it this chapter of the county code or just the provisions of county code?
The provisions of county code.
You can make it. We poll to see whether that's acceptable.
I have a couple questions first. So Rita, what you're saying is that if the inspector, code inspector goes out to inspect and he sees junk cars there, which you brought up, he's to ignore it. I want to clarify what she's saying, because that's what I heard her say. She doesn't think that that's part of it. So if I have just a business and I want to do an addition to my business and there's junk cars all over and somebody comes out to inspect and sees junk cars, that we're not supposed to do their job and say, that's not, you need to clean that up, that's out of county code. We're supposed to ignore everything and focus on something, because that's not what happens in reality. A lot of times when code inspection goes out, for whatever reason, if they see something that's very blatant, they're going to write it up. So I'm not sure what you're saying and your intent here is.
My intent is they are there for a purpose to make sure that the premise is in compliance with this code.
I would concur,
And
I can't
if
agree with that
they-
then.
I can concur with
Supervisor
sorry.
Conway, not finished.
sorry.
No, but, I mean, if there is a hazard, like wires on, electrical wires on the ground, if we've seen, I have no problem with that. But if there's other things on the parcel that...
So they're supposed to take you with them and see if you okay it or not?
I'll be happy to go with them, Supervisor.
Okay, come on, let's pull it back together.
I mean-
Supervisor Stopper, you had something you wanted to say?
I have a poll on this, and to tell you the truth, Mr. Toffenelli is right about the process. If a building inspector shows up to my house to inspect my building, and he sees something out in compliance on the property on the other side, he's within sight of it. At that point, he has every right to report it to code compliance and move forward. That's the way the other,
Businesses.
that's the way the process works, and at that point, that could happen. But at this point, I'm separating that from the license because it's a separate problem from what these people are doing when it comes to cultivation. So that's where my poll rides, doesn't necessarily coincide with Ms. Callaway's perception on how things are done. I'm separating the two things I'm separating the other thing from the business.
Okay, so we've got, as it read out, as was read by Ms. Stedfield, is that what you'd like to pull on, Supervisor Stopper? Is that?
Yes,
And clarified, because I had indicated this chapter, you took that out as well, so
Why
the
don't you go through it again?
okay, I have it written down, the person or entity and premises is and remains in compliance with all applicable provisions of the county code, period.
that,
Can we say R?
on the premises, right?
He said, she said premises.
Okay, yeah. I heard
Okay.
you correct, that is my poll.
That's a poll. Supervisor Mills.
No.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali.
No.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. 3-0, please make the change. Or 3-2.
There,
Yes. I made the suggestion, Gary.
He made the motion, so I was,
Thank you
I
for
should
checking.
check.
I appreciate it.
I hope you don't mind if we're saying the person or entity and premises, we can say R instead of is.
I think, yes. Okay, so we finished number 11. I'm going down the list, 12, 13, 14. Anybody? 15?
I would like to make a suggestion on 15.
Okay.
I would like to amend it. Let me read this because my notes are confusing me.
This is the one that I was asking about originally.
Supervisor Mills?
Okay. So the number of cultivation permits any one person or entity may receive under this chapter shall be restricted to the number of premises for which the person or entity met the criteria described in 17.950050D1. Now, this is saying basically underneath it that a person may not acquire as a successor of interest from someone else, one of those that are within the 196. The way it's written right now. So I would like to amend it to say they may not, they only have 2 permits. Let's say they own 2 prior during the urgency ordinance. They may receive more under this chapter if they're included through the route of successor and interest, not adding to the total number, but because the way I read this precludes them, one person, from buying licenses from someone else and expanding on what they have.
So the way the ordinance is drafted is that the individual or entity that had the prior license would need to apply, and then it would be transferred, and it could be transferred. What you're suggesting is that essentially the right to apply is a commodity that someone could acquire. So if grower A decides, I'm not going to apply because I don't qualify in my location, I don't want to bother moving, but I can give it or sell it or transfer it somehow to grower B, and grower B then could acquire a number of other that you would like this drafted, and we'll have to really think about how the language of
Right.
this is
It does
crafted.
fall into what you're referring to when we get into successor and interest later. And this is part of the reason I was talking about adding a definition for successor for interest. So, I mean, and so this goes hand in hand with later. So, I mean, as long as we note this in the later section, I mean, I could go through and find it right now. We could come back and make it, you know, so it all flows properly. Because right now, there's no clear path for someone, let's say, with the way this coincides with the other chapter. There's no clear path for someone, let's say, that's part of that 190, that's on rural residential, 2 acres, because they have to apply for a license and qualify, as it's written right now, for them to sell that to someone else that would also have to apply, because they're not going to qualify on that 2 acres. It's not going to happen.
Well, they would have to identify some other location in which they could qualify and relocate. We do allow relocation from a non-qualifying
Right.
site.
I don't want to preclude them being able to sell that to someone else that goes through the process. You know,
If I could make a suggestion.
you're charging twice for the same for somebody doing something once.
Well, we're
when it
going
comes
to
down
take
to
up
it.
transfer as we move forward. But I would suggest that we just drop 15 altogether. Can you tell me why we can't do that?
The only concern I have with that would be that that is also our limitation on the total number. So if it's
Right.
dropped entirely, then it is an open-ended
Then
ordinance.
anybody who qualified under the UO could get numerous permits instead of just one, which would take us outside of the
190.
200 that we
Well, we've-
went for.
Okay, maybe I'm confused, because we have, some 190 are in there. You know, those can be, those should be, it's a commodity, right? You have a license. If you decide, as you mentioned, you don't want to do it, or you can't do it, you could sell that, but that doesn't change the total of 190, right?
So-
Right,
right,
that's the
so-
goal, that's what I'm hearing, but I think the effect of actually removing section 15 would remove the language that keeps it to 190 in the first place.
How so?
Because if we don't say that the number of permits that you can get is restricted to the number of premises, so if somebody qualified under the UO, then they could seek additional permits simply because they qualified under the UO. So if I had 1 premises under the UO, and that's how we got to the 190s, we looked at how many premises each applicant had under the UO. If we don't have that in there, what would keep somebody from, who had 1 under the UO from applying for 3 under this ordinance?
So what I'm hearing is you would like to see something where instead of the sort of 2-step process of the original grower applying, getting approved, and then transferring it to someone else, you would like that transfer to occur at the first step of the process, so only the person that intends to continue to grow can acquire that up front. It's not a problem, we can craft language that allows
Right,
that.
but there needs to be other stipulations in there later that also, as long as they were within compliance and done their mitigation measures
And that's why I'm
on
saying, I
the
think we need to
premise.
carefully craft that language rather than just simply delete this section.
Right.
To say, figure out a methodology for
Right.
how that would be transferred up front, and that we somehow track that, this relates to permit number 2016-500.
Right,
And that has now been transferred from person A or entity A to entity B. Entity B is now applying for that one, plus his or her original permit, plus some other ones that he might have acquired, so we can keep track of, how we reach that total of 190.
yeah, and I get where you're going with it, and that's where I'm going with this, because right now, the way it's written, someone, let's say, like I said earlier, two licenses, it says 2 licenses, and if, so you're hitting 2 different things I'm talking about right now. 2 licenses, And this restricts them from buying one that was within that 190, so in the future. So I would like that taken care of, so that somebody could acquire more than two as long as they're out of that pool of 190. And then also the path to what you just explained also. So, because there's two things here, I'm reading it, I may be wrong, and you could correct me on it, but I think, personally, I would like to poll the board on drafting it towards what you said, including the opportunity for someone to acquire a license that was within the original pool beyond the licenses they had, is that, as long as it's not adding to that 196 or 200 that you're talking about.
If I could make perhaps this suggestion and read this, if we said the number of cultivation permits under this chapter shall be restricted to the number of premises for which met or meet the criteria described in 179505D1.
I still think that would be a problem. I was playing with, I was thinking along the lines of the number of cultivation permits any one person or entity has the option to apply for under this chapter shall be restricted to the number of premises, and then something along the lines, these options may be transferred to other eligible applicants with eligible premises. But I think, again, we want to,
I think Julie's getting there.
We just don't want to restrict.
I understand the goal, but I'd like to have a little bit of time to play with language,
Supervisor Mosby,
not on the fly.
Yes, I want to be sure that we don't bury the understanding that under the ban, there was remediation required, that somehow with the moving of a license or a permit, suddenly doesn't remediate anything.
Right, no, that's addressed later.
That's addressed later, and I believe that would still be required, to make sure that it's crafted that way, so that, if someone acquires 3 different sites, that all 3 of those ones are being transferred to a new location, those 3 sites all have to be remediated.
Prior to the transfer.
Prior to, that's my point.
Well, prior to the transfer or prior to issuance of the license on the new?
Prior to the transfer. To me, it's prior to the transfer.
Well, and that's where we got to work this all out, because
So
I know
it sounds like there's a couple of polls that are necessary.
So no, hang on, let me start over. So we all have questions about 15. I think there's a general understanding that we want to allow people to buy and sell and conduct commerce of their business. Julie is going to try to rework the language in item 15, and this will fall on the very short list of items we're going to circle back on. So
It's getting longer.
it's getting longer, yes.
I'll put a
Is
star.
that okay, or do you guys want to keep digging at this?
Well, I think for us to come up with language, we need to know the direction the board wants to take on this. There's one other question I have is, can that transfer be done to someone else who wasn't previously participating in the program? Or can it only be part of that list of number of people?
Let's ask a question. Can people transfer their license to people who weren't part of the original program, assuming they meet all the criteria?
Right.
So, okay, for example, Peter was not in the program, Julie was in the program, Julie wants to get out of growing cannabis, Peter wants to get in it, can Peter buy Julie's license? Is that the question?
Right.
Let's poll on that question. Supervisor Callaway?
Come back to it.
No. Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I'm reading what this says, and I'm not seeing that verbiage here in D1, 17.50050. So I'm a no.
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to allow a transfer of the right to grow as well as a post-permit issuance transfer. Those would be two separate, I mean, we have the transfer of the initial licenses already allowed under the current version of this chapter. What you're also talking about now is allowing the right to apply to be transferred before they actually apply. Is that correct? Do I understand?
I believe so. Why don't you unpack that just a little bit
Okay.
more? Julie?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was waiting.
I was hoping you could unpack what you just
Oh,
said.
the way that the ordinance was already written, we allowed, after the initial permit was issued to the people who had successfully grown under the urgency ordinance, we already have a section allowing them to transfer their permits to a subsequent qualified applicant. We have that in there. What the change that the board is now envisioning is that the initial applicant can be somebody other than who was growing under the urgency ordinance, as long as the option to grow has been transferred from that first urgency ordinance applicant to a second urgency ordinance, or to a non-urgency ordinance applicant. Is that correct?
In my opinion, yes. I mean, we do
Okay.
not want to
As long as
restrict.
the new person has to go through the full process of vetting to qualify.
Right, but they don't,
Yeah.
the difference is they don't have to have been growing under the urgency ordinance.
Right.
Okay.
No, it's a free trade thing. I mean,
Right, you don't
people
have
should
to
be able to
apply
build businesses,
for-
sell
You don't,
businesses
right, you don't have
if they're
to
qualified.
apply for a permit, get the permit, and then transfer. You can basically sell your right to apply or transfer your right to apply to somebody else who would be able to qualify, except for having grown under the urgency ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
I understand.
In the majority poll,
Good
is
luck.
that?
I see the potential for some big corporation coming in here and just trying to suck up a lot of these smaller permits. So this commodity thing could turn into a bidding war.
Well, that's sellers. Well, I mean, this is business.
That'll
I
give
don't think
somebody
anybody
an
goes against
opportunity that can't afford to proceed, the opportunity to recoup some of their loss. And also, it's part of a free market.
And we took a lot of business away from a lot of people in the band, and they should have the opportunity to regain some of their costs.
I disagree, but.
Other questions to clarify that, so we get 15
I
right?
think I
Yeah,
understand.
I think we understand.
Okay.
We can draft that
Alright.
and make sure it's consistent
Yeah.
elsewhere.
Thank you. So we'll circle back before we
Yeah.
close up.
Are we drafting this today, or are we going to have another?
We're not going home till we're done. And we'll bring it back for final. We'll bring it back for final on the 15th.
Yeah, Chair, I would highly recommend that we take all of this direction and make sure that we go back through it, incorporate the changes that this board is directing us to, and bring back for final adoption on the 15th.
Yes, but we're going to make sure we work through all the issues.
If-
We'll make it
Just to
final.
add,
It's not-
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
just to add, COG meets in here
We're putting in work
tonight.
today, I would not
Okay,
vote to
just telling you.
approve.
You can pack up your bags, you
COG,
don't
no,
have to.
we're going to do this till we're done.
I'm not gonna approve anything today that,
No, we're going to,
until I've seen a
we're going to
final
go through
draft.
all
by the
this
way.
work and give clear direction so we finalize this
Okay.
thing on the 15th.
Okay.
We all don't want to do this forever.
E?
E,
We're only on page 16, and there's 51 pages, so
we better get moving.
we still have 922 to go.
Huh?
We still have
I know,
922 to
just, let's get going.
go. Next one, item number 16, or line number 16, I would like to strike that.
Item 16,
I think we're infringing upon, just for this business, special plans or community plans. I don't know any other business that we have written in an ordinance says that it's exempt.
Was that addition by the planning commission?
Yes, it was.
you want to poll on that, Supervisor Toffenberg?
Yes.
Poll on removing item 16. Supervisor Toffenberg.
I would be a yes to striking that.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes, it's struck.
Goes along with the.
Next item.
But you do understand we can't, if if it's not consistent with the terms of a community plan or general plan, you can't. Okay.
It- A community plan is different than a HOA.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And at that point, I think that addresses the issues we were talking about before, during 2016, when we're going through all this, when I was on the planning commission.
Right, so.
And it addresses now that Rancho Calaveras has a community plan that says no commercial, that there will be no commercial grows there regardless, it's already out of RR as it is.
Right.
But I would completely support what Mr. Toffenelli has suggested.
So 16 is pulled and is removed. E, self-distribution of commercial cannabis. Item 1 through 5, anybody have a suggested change? Seeing none, we'll move on to 060, commercial cannabis cultivation permit application. Anything you want to say about this before we dig in? Mr. Maurer?
We do have one proposed edit on B11. Do you have
B11.
anything before that?
Okay, let me see if we got anything. Does anybody have any changes prior to, on 060, prior to item 11, B11? I would like to add something on number 8, an applicant license renewal permit or application fee. That's probably redundant of other places. Number 8, B8,
Application fee and permit fee.
a license renewal permit or applicable. Just in case, we have things that aren't directly a fee but are applications for permits. Are they different? Does this cover everything?
Well, this is what's required to submit the application.
Right.
So the renewal fee is covered in a separate section.
Okay.
There would be other, any other, fees or, say the RIM fee, for example, is covered under the
Separate section.
issuance provision. So I think it's okay, it's the application, having it as an application fee here, but
Okay.
I would agree with him on the sense that, or applicable, we could add or applicable, application or applicable fee, because we do have 9.22 that's part of going through the process. That is another fee that you would have to do in the original application.
but that's an application that's submitted
Under different
for
codes.
that process rather than this process. This is specific to what you need to apply for your cultivation permit.
And lean towards getting this done, I withdraw my suggestion and move forward. Okay, Peter, you had an issue on number 11.
So I think this is probably one of the more complex and controversial aspects of this ordinance. This was a mitigation measure that came out of the EIR to offset the greenhouse gas emissions. We realized after, review by the Planning Commission that somehow in the translation from the EIR to the conditions, it didn't quite come out right. So we proposed some revisions to this to actually more closely reflect what the, and unfortunately this is split by the page, more closely reflect what the EIR had intended. And really it's an either-or provision, and the way it was crafted, it came out as an and, that you had to do both. And so here you have an averaging of the offsets, or the impact of greenhouse gases, and you can offset it by this amount, or you can do an analysis of your site-specific and come up with a different number. But this is one that would just sort of be, this is what's required in the EIR for offsetting the impact to greenhouse gases. And so we've sort of reworded, restructured this. It's the same intent. It's actually what's in the EIR. There is another issue that we sort of thought about this morning, was that because the ordinance allows for an increase in outdoor cultivation from half an acre to an acre, that we could consider adding a provision that requires a site-specific analysis for anything over half an acre. That way, we're ensuring that we are offsetting to the full degree the impacts on the environment because of greenhouse gas emissions.
Peter, some of the counties actually go through and require purchasing carbon offsets. We don't speak to it directly as being a purchase here.
Yes, we do. That's one of the options. If you look at,
Well, it's this documentation of offset credits.
that's essentially, says, show us that you purchased the offset. And that's going to be the simplest way. I mean, someone could, they could demonstrate that, because they have, solar operated system for their lighting.
Because this is going to directly impact the EIR, I'd like to take up this item, number 11, in closed session at lunch, if that's okay, because otherwise, that's the advice I've got. Is that okay with you, Supervisor Mills?
Wherever it needs to be done.
Okay,
Okay.
so here we are, out of order. Major issue, but I think that take the advice of our council. Okay, so, got anything else on there, Peter? Sorry about that.
No, that's
You were
fine.
just getting rolling.
I have nothing else as far as edits until we get to Q.
So,
Maybe I
with
sh-
the exception of GHGs,
Maybe I should ask this question then. So are we going to also discuss in closed session about renewal energy requirements that are part of this?
Chair, all that I was asking for was for procedurally, if through all of this, that at lunch, that we break and go back into closed session to discuss broadly about some issues. You can continue in the discussion. I was just procedurally, an FYI.
Megan doesn't usually pass stickies down here, so it jumped out.
Okay.
I apologize, Supervisor Mills.
No.
Mr. Mauer, my apologies. Please continue.
So there are several options that were recommended in the EIR. Direct offsets by installing solar power, for example, use of different kinds of equipment, or purchasing credits. Purchasing credits are obviously going to be the easiest thing to do, and that's one of the options under 11C.
And one of the ways that I'm seeing in other counties is part of this statement, they say very clearly, generators are prohibited. That's just their way of dealing with that issue.
We have prohibited generators in another section of the code, not for this purpose, but because of the noise issue that was brought up during the urgency ordinance. It's
Other
still
counties-
prohibited except for emergency purposes.
Yeah, but other counties bring it up as part of their greenhouse gas discussion.
The state brings up generators also.
Right.
Well, they would need to look at that. If they're doing a site-specific analysis of, they would look at all the power equipment that they have on site. What's the, there's a modeling that's done. You plug it in and it kicks out the number of this is what your operation would typically generate. You plug in the kinds of offsets through use of solar power or wind power or some other non-GHG emission type of power source and crunch the numbers, and either it's zeroed out because of use of non-combustion type of equipment, or you pay the offset to an appropriate mitigation bank.
Can you scroll that down a little bit? Pardon? I'm sorry, I was just trying to read that.
Maybe if I zoom out a moment, see the whole thing.
I see.
Is there any objection to what is submitted here by Mr. Mauer? Or should we accept it as whole? Just take a second and read it. This replaces the entirety of section 11. Mr. Mayor, can you roll down just a little bit?
Let me just copy it so we don't have that break in the page, and I'll put it on a separate page so we can just look at it. Let me go up there.
So I'm clear, we're using a pretty broad brush, but you have a choice, as I understand this, of accepting the broad brush approach or doing your own individual analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it also provides you different ways to mitigate the CO2 output.
Right.
So let me conduct a poll. In accepting, let's see if we can just do this the easy route, which is there any interest in accepting these changes as a whole?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Hold on a second.
Sir.
So this whole thing's been taken out.
No.
Okay. So, Garrity, yes. Mr. Mauer, we accept your changes as a whole. We will further discuss this for the board. We will have closed session at lunch. Discuss any impacts that this might have. Twelve. Nothing? C. Okay, we are on, I'm sorry.
I thought 12 was omitted,
No, no,
looking.
11. I'm sorry.
Oh.
They were talking 11.
So, let's see, just- So this issue, let me get back to that section of the code here. Again, this is another one that we've heard a lot of discussion on. I know that we've had conversation, and I believe that Mr. Banner is here to answer the questions that you might have regarding water wells and the monitoring requirements for that.
We were on item 12.
This comes up multiple times.
Do we want to discuss it here, or do we want to discuss it in deeper?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong. I jumped ahead.
Okay.
So,
This one doesn't deal directly with the wells. This is about the square
Yes, you're
footage
right.
and being exempt.
I saw water and my mind went to
Right.
something else. And
So
I'm
we're
trying
on-
to do too much at once.
we're on 1795.070 now. We're starting the issuance of commercial cannabis cultivation permit section. Suggestions on A or B? Suggestions on C?
I have a couple things on C.
Supervisor Toffenali?
It was 5,000, but the planning commission bumped it up to $7,500
Yes.
based on, just threw it out there.
They felt
And
it-
do we have any?
They felt it was a more
They felt it-
appropriate
yeah.
number. I'm not
Okay,
sure how they
and,
came up
but there
with
was no evidence that any remediation that needed to be done if the permit was pulled, that $7,500 was adequate for cleanup purposes? And I'm assuming this is after the sheriff eradicates and we have money to go in and clean the site up properly instead of just leaving the pots there and everything, trash or whatever happens to be there. That we would adequately go in and clean the property up based on $7,500.
And to that point, that would be my question as well, is what studies have we done to actually prove what the cost is to do these cleanups, total cleanups and remediations that might be required? I'll give you an example is that a surety bond to run an electric golf cart at Greenhorn Creek is $1 million. So I'm wanting to know whether or not this is truly going to cover the costs and what foundational data do we have to prove it will.
What I can say, Board, Sheriff DiBasilio, so everybody knows who I am. We haven't gone in and done an eradication on a registered grow. Again, like I said the other day, we do illegal grow sites. What I can tell you is that to eradicate an illegal grow site, which is going to be similar in essence, is about $3,500 to $4,500 depending on the manpower, the equipment, and just how long it takes. That's just removal of plants. That's not removal of any hoses, piping, water tanks that are there with chemicals in it. That's just plants. So that's all I can speak to because that's all we take.
Is there a change you'd like to make to letter C, Supervisor Mills? First poll on?
Well, actually, it was Supervisor Toffenali that
Yeah,
started the conversation.
and I had another question before we go into that on this issue. It says a cash deposit or a surety bond. Normally, bonds have an annual fee associated with them. So there's no verbiage in here stating that annually you have to have proof that you've kept your bond in place. Otherwise, somebody can just come in and get for the application and say, here's the bond that's been issued, and then a year later, they just stop paying on the bond. We need some mechanism, I think, to make sure that the bond is effective during the whole time of the operation as it exists. And I don't have a figure, but I do believe $7,500 is pretty low to clean it up, even based on what it is to go in and cut the plants out and leave the pots and everything else there. There's associated cost to that. A $7,500 bond, it would cost very, very, very little. I've had to put money up for $1 million bonds, and that amount is not an exorbitant amount of money for construction sites. So, you know, I don't think $1 million is needed here, but at least I think something more substantial than $7,500 to go clean it up if it happens. So, you know, $50,000 is $50,000 surety bond could possibly be enough.
You want to poll on that?
Yes.
Poll on $50,000 surety bond. Supervisor Stockton?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi, no.
My question,
Excuse me, to make sure Supervisor Toffenali, did you
Yeah,
have something?
the other one was writing something in here, mechanism to make sure that they annually pay for the bond and
I
it's
think
kept.
we can add something to 1795-140, which is part of the annual renewal. We can verify that the bond is still valid.
Okay,
I'll come up with language to that, but just add new provision.
okay.
my question is, at what point do we continue to do it? I heard Supervisor Toffenelli said as long as they're in business, but if they could be in business for 10 or 20 years and they're still paying on the surety bond. I have a developer now who's giving up his project because he's been paying on his bond every year, and he doesn't think, he should keep paying on it because for other circumstances, he can't develop the property or has chosen not to, that at some point, do you say to a business owner, that's fine, you've built up your reputation, and, if you sell, then it would start over. But I think to go, whatever the number is, 7,500 or 50,000, at some point, that's something else they keep paying every year along with their taxes, along with their fees, not only to the county, but to the state. I think there needs to be a time limit on that. A surety bond for 5 years.
Do you want to poll, or you want to make a suggestion?
I make a suggestion that there be a time limit on how often they have to keep renewing their surety bond.
That's interesting, because when you're in a construction site, you have to hold the bond for the entire period.
Yeah, but
you're in the
during the
site.
term of construction, but when the construction project's over, you're done.
Well, when your growing's over, you're done.
Okay, so you got a second. We got a poll for us. The poll is to discuss putting a timeline on how long people need to hold a bond while they're in business on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toppel?
No.
Supervisor Garrity, no.
I have some,
Before you surrender?
Surrender the microphone over to pass. Just want to make sure you get your...
Supposed to have a white flag.
I won't say that. Supervisor Stopper?
there's already a $5,000 bond established by the state, so this would be $5,000 more on a second bond, or?
Yes.
Well, right now it's written as 7,500. So there's, at the point of something going wrong on the and these people being denied, there's already two $5,000 or a $5,000 bond, and right now suggested as a $7,500 bond. Mr. DiBasilio did bring up a very good point that most of his eradications have been on illegal grows, and the fact that
All of his eradications. Not
Well,
some.
I guess they're all illegal at this point. Correct, sir?
Well, let me clarify. Yes, right now they are all illegal. During the urgency ordinance, most of the eradications, once 806 was put into place, was done by code compliance. Some were done by the sheriff's office. But again, when we do an eradication, it's done on an illegal grow site and it's done with a search warrant.
Okay.
So it's different from what the registered growers were doing. So you would have to speak with code compliance to find out what their costs were for their eradications.
Okay, and so generally, when you're going onto these sites that were regulated grows during that time, your experience is the chemicals and pesticides that come into question more generally were found on properties that were illegal grows as opposed to regulated grows?
Generally, yes.
Who takes care of those at that point?
That's a good question.
Right. I would like to ask Mr. Brad Banner up to the podium to talk about that.
Brad, that's fine. When code compliance goes in and abates a property, they lien the property because the board votes on it. So in this case, if code enforcement goes in and abates a cannabis site versus just a junk site, don't they lien the property?
That's correct. The only time that the costs of remediating or curing or abating a nuisance even if it's illegal cannabis, or even if its nuisances exist on a registered cultivation site. The only time you wouldn't recover all those costs is if the cost of recovery exceeded the value of the property. The cost of abatement exceeded the value of the property, because when you do an abatement lien, it's a super priority lien. It jumps ahead of the first mortgage. So when the property gets sold eventually at a tax lien sale, we get all the money back that we spent on the abatement.
If it sells.
If it sells for in excess,
Right, no, the abatement lien becomes a property tax. It's treated exactly the same as a property tax.
so the sale would have to at least equal what the.
Right,
Yeah.
so if the cost of abatement exceeded the value of the property, then you wouldn't recover that.
So you're saying this is addressed through 8.06 and code compliance
To
for the
the-
most
to the-
part?
to the
To a
extent-
certain extent. So the second bond on our mind right now is the fact that the property is the bond.
Okay, is there a
um,
report? Did you have
You
any
had questions of
Brad, go ahead.
Sir, being with environmental health, who goes out on these illegal grows and takes care of the hazardous material?
Code enforcement has been doing that. Environmental health has not been doing that.
Okay.
Environmental health, we've got 16 programs, 3 staff. We're responsible and get audited for our programs. What we have done is put in a proposal as part of this registration program to have a person that could kind of oversee this and coordinate this if that's what the board chooses. The position would handle the additional load of well permits and septic permits, site plan reviews, and the position could also kind of be responsible for having the contracts for the cleanup entities and oversee it. The position would be funded to the portion that does well and septic permits. Those fees would pay for that portion. So the only portion that would be directed of a cost to the registration would be the direct services to that. The problem that we have is environmental health specialists need to be registered, and there is a very, very shortage of registered environmental health specialists, not just in Calaveras County, Amador, Tuolumne. You just can't find them. So you end up hiring a trainee right out of college, and that's not the kind of person that you want to have in such an important role. So the other alternative is an environmental health technician, and again, that's a low-paid $16 an hour entry type role. So what we proposed was a cannabis assessment and enforcement specialist, environmental assessment and enforcement specialist. A job classification was developed based on, Tulare has a similar position, and then we worked with our sheriff's department, we worked with Dr. Gabriel, we worked with Todd Talhammer from Cal Recycle to kind of tune up this job classification, and so that's kind of where it sits now. I think follow up on this.
Talking about the surety bond, if that's the subject.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand, but you're
Sorry,
right.
I'm just kind of rambling on, sir.
I mean, this will come up later, so I could bring it up later. So the surety bond,
Surety bond, item in front of us.
All right.
Is there any poll to change this, or are we good? We have one poll by Supervisor Toppinelli. Is there any other ideas before we move on?
Would it be valuable to listen to Mr. Oliver and code compliance regarding the costs that code compliance is undertaking to do current cleanups? Would that be valuable in this discussion?
Mr. Ethan Turner just addressed that.
All right.
Is there any desire to have further discussion on this? So everybody's okay with 7,500?
No, but
Not everybody's okay? I personally believe that 5,000, that $2,500, if you've got a big mess, is not going to change things. And it also, $5,000 bonds are pretty easy to go get. 7,500 is kind of a special product.
I don't know that anybody provides a 7,500 for medical, because the state across everywhere I've seen does $5,000 bonds.
I mean, 7,500 looks like someone said, well, that's just not enough. Our number's enough, 7,500. I don't know if it's based on
So what I'm hearing Supervisor Garamendi say, is it difficult? I don't know. Is it difficult to get a 7,500 versus a 5,000?
Actually, they're broken up into 2,500, 5, and then you've got 10 and 25,000. It goes up in increments. So when you go to
increments of
75, you're hitting a midpoint in what a normal bond would look like. That's where the difficulty would be.
I mean, if that's the case, I'd propose going back to 5,000.
Poll,
Yes.
go back to 5,000. Supervisor Mills.
No?
Supervisor Stopper.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali.
No.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes.
Can I just get clarification on one thing? So the county's bonds for 5,000 and the state has 5,000. So there's $10,000 available for abatement, correct?
Clean up.
5,000 is available to the state for abatement and 5,000 through their bond process and 5,000 for us if we abate.
Yeah, we
They
have
don't-
no idea what the state does with their money.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
They put it in a train nowhere.
All right, we're moving on to letter G. Anything? E?
Oh, wait a minute, D, this is why I still do not understand, I still do not understand why we're charging a rim fee.
Mr. Mauer?
The rim fee is intended to offset traffic impacts associated with this industry. It was a mitigation measure identified in EIR. It would be based on the traffic typically generated by the use, and that would be something that the Public Works Department would need to figure out, calculate, and then it would be applied at the issuance of the permit.
So for each grow site, it would then be different. So, or each premise. So if you have multiple premises on 100-acre parcel, what, is it cumulative or is it by each premise?
It's going
Because-
to be dependent on how much traffic is generated. So for example, a residence, it's a one-time, it's a flat fee based on the residence, regardless of the size of the house. For commercial structures, it's based on the square footage, because the bigger the building, the more traffic is typically generated for commercial uses. In this case, I don't know the exact amount. It hasn't been figured out yet, but it would be based on, if the same amount of traffic is generated, whether it's a half acre or a full acre of cultivation, then it would probably be a flat fee. If it is based on the square footage, you have more traffic because you have more cultivation, you have more crop, then it's going to be based on the area.
I know that some counties are requiring a trip generation form, so they're actually using some type of formula. Is there a state formula regarding generating trips? I've seen emails come floating through.
There are trip generation manuals that are typically used for different kinds of businesses. I would be very surprised if cannabis cultivation is in that manual. So it's something we would have to look back at the EIR to determine, the number of trips that were created and apply that with an update to the TIM fee.
So this would be a formula yet to be determined.
That's correct.
I don't support it. One, we're going to be spending a lot of public works time because each one could be different.
Well, I don't think that's the intent that we're going to be analyzing each one. We would come up with a rate that then is applied. So as we say it's, certain amount of dollars per square foot, If you're building a commercial building, it's different. If you've got a industrial building, it would be, this amount for cannabis.
But we're
And
not
this is plugged
talking
into a
about
formula.
a building, because I understand you build a building. But all of a sudden, you have a premise and you have 2 months out of the year, you have 4 workers coming in and out every day for 2 months, just like any other.
It's going to be based on the amount of traffic that's generated.
I hear you, I don't support this.
Okay, so you want us to poll whether to keep this in or take it out, Maria?
Sure, Paul.
Poll, to remove item D, rim fees. Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenali?
No.
Supervisor Garabedian? No.
Why am I not surprised?
All right. Anything on item E, F, G? Yes.
I apologize. Where are we at right now?
We're on-
090?
We're on 070F.
Okay, so, sorry, I jumped up. Okay, I'm here. H.
H?
I would like to just discuss this. It does say later in this chapter when the remediation is due by. When's the remediation due by?
Remediation?
H.
Okay.
Until remediation per,
130.
yeah.
So this is due
right here.
before we issue the permit. So if you're transferring from one location to another, before we issue the final permit, we need to verify that that site has been remediated.
So, in the case that, and then there's also a date farther along in here.
Yeah,
So it's either issuance of permit or that date?
Right.
And what happens to that certain permit once that date has been passed?
So the date was established by the effectiveness of the ban ordinance, which said that all prior cultivation areas needed to have been cleaned up. And if someone doesn't do that, then they're in violation with that provision. And
In effect, then that would reduce the number from 200 to 199 per se?
well, depends how many haven't cleaned up their site yet.
Right.
And
I
someone
just,
who has
I
walked
just
away from
think
their
that's a
site-
conversation we need to have, that this could potentially reduce the number and the impact as we move along. Potentially.
Potentially, yes.
All right.
I mean, if someone.
No, I just had that one noted to discuss, but definitely I would like to delve into. That's where,
Do you have a change you want to make on that? Or are
Aye.
you good with it?
I think, the mitigation here is needed and the testing. This is where I would, there's different parts.
Are we on H?
Are you an H?
No, I moved on from H. I'm on I.
That's just on H.
No.
We're on H.
I'm sorry.
Oh. We were on H, and I just wanted to discuss that because it came up later.
070H
Yeah.
And then I moved on from that discussion
to, okay, so now we're on.
to I.
All
Has
right.
everybody else moved on?
Is everyone
Everybody
else?
moved on? We're on to 9.
Right.
Excuse me, I.
Aye, okay.
Okay.
This-
Anything else on H?
Nope. Unless somebody else gets
address
something
it
else.
Are we good on H? I don't.
We're good on H. I. Mr. Mauer, or Supervisor Stopper, you had a question?
I apologize for the confusion on H and I.
It's okay.
Here, if the applicant is relying on one or more wells as a water source to the commercial cannabis activity, a written report shall be prepared on behalf of the applicant by a state licensed A1 general contractor, C57, well drilling contractor, limited special machinery, pumps, registered environmental health specialist, Mr. Geologist, hydrologist, or professional civil engineer. The report shall estimate the average daily water use of the operation during the months of July through September and demonstrate adequate water utilization. A 24-hour pumping test of the well conducted after a minimum of 8 hours of non-operation of the well pump. The report shall provide an assessment of the well's static water level, production capacity, and recovery rate to demonstrate an adequate supply of water. The well shall recover within 24 hours. Recovery means that the water level is returned to within 90% of the static water level measured prior to the test. This is where I like Mr. Banner to come up, because I'm not saying that they don't have to do a test. The test is needed. But working in the industry,
We got two conversations going here.
I'm very sorry.
Mr. Banner. There's an initial test when you drill a well. And that's the elongated test, correct, sir?
The common practice is while the well is being drilled, when they hit the first water, they begin pushing air down there. The air forces water out. The water that's coming in the casing goes out. And that's often referred to as an airlift test. And they do that for the duration of the drilling. The typical duration of drilling one of these wells is 3 days. So the well drillers tell me that they will have this airlift going on for up to 8 hours, pretty typically. And that gives them an idea of the volume of water and the rate of water that's going out of the well. So that's the common practice. It's not regulated by us, that's just standard industry practice.
That's standard practice. My experience with the water industry is that's commonly done, as you explained, even to a more significant level as during the first drill. And that's also to cavitate out so that you aren't pulling up either the sediment, sand, or rocks that are within the perforated part of the casing also.
You're correct. Yeah, they tell me that they do that like overnight. They'll leave a...
Right, yeah, and that's also another test on how many gallons per minute you may get that the well is able to supply. But subsequently...
Do you agree with that? You're kind of hesitant to...
From what I understand, I talked to Fred Brisky and his son, and they've been doing this for up to 60 years now, and I don't know, when they run it overnight, I don't think they're measuring it then, but during this airlift portion, while they're drilling, they do measure it then. So they get a pretty good measure of it.
Right, and that's part of the initial drilling, and sorry to confuse that, but you are correct. So you agree with that. So subsequently, there's no well testing after that on other places, but here we're requiring it.
Right.
Right. Well, we do require it within the water industry, but the test is not a 24-hour test subsequently, year to year or time to time. It's a shorter test, and this is to determine the static level, because the true test is what the usage is during the season. So at this point, the static level from the beginning to the end of the season is what they're testing on. And there's certain things here that aren't in line with the type of testings we do on, let's say, a water well that supplies a community that's subsequently quite a bit more water than what a single or even 5 acres use on a daily basis. So what they do is because the 24-hour test is going to exacerbate the problem to the aquifer or fractured rock area. Would you concur?
I wouldn't be able to answer that, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's my experience that these tests are done over an hour period, so on a 15-minute pump cycle, and that's when you turn up the pump to maximum pump, because most of the pumps we deal with are on VFDs, and they pump quite a bit more than 20 or 40 gallons per minute. And so the max of the pump pumps, and then at that point, you do a drawdown test. Well, first you do a static level test. So you know what your static level is at that time. You do a drawdown test, and then as the recharge comes up, you see how long it takes to get back to capacity, and you know whether the well, that's what hydrologists use that we submit to them to use the equation to see how well that well is doing. It's not a 24-hour test.
Correct. I think I would word it a little bit differently, but I know that for a public water system, they do a 72-hour to 10-day test, and they measure the drawdown, start out every half hour, then every hour, then every 4 hours, and it's a really, because that's going to be serving a school or a mobile home park or something like that. The pump, when the person gets a home.
You mean the initial
For a
starting
public water
of the well? Yes,
So then
but
for
it's
a-
not the concurrent tests.
But for the person with their home, they rely on that initial well driller's test and the assessment that's put in the well completion report that's sent to the state. When there's, and this is my only familiarity, when there's a turnover of somebody's going to buy a house and they want it tested for that, they use the existing pump that's in there. So they're testing really how fast that pump can pump, because they're not measuring really how fast the water's going in. They're measuring that pump. And they typically do that for 2 to 4 hours. And over the first 2 hours, they'll look at the pump rate, and it will be, say it's 12 gallons per minute. And then as they're pumping those 2 hours, it may go down to 10 and 9 hours. And if it stabilizes at because it's working harder to pull the water out of the formation, if it stabilizes at a certain pump rate, then they're good. If after 2 hours, if it's still heading down, it's still the pump rate's getting lower and lower, they may extend it for another 2 hours. So there are some folks that do it for 1 hour, and some that do it for 2 hours. It's kind of varies in there, and then they'll extend that based on what they're finding. So, and then they do measure the level where it went to the
Static
end of
level.
the test, and then the recharge. So,
Right. Drawdown, recharge. But that's initially.
well, that's if somebody wants to buy a house and they want to check and make sure that well is
Right.
still performing. Yeah.
Right.
So.
Is there other questions or proposal on how we change this or don't?
Just
Madam-
I don't know, I'm assuming all the board got it. I was told we did, but I didn't. I had somebody send it to me, the letter from Dr. Kramer, who's a certified hydrologist with Condor, a company this county's used. And, I mean, part of what he said is the ordinance would be stronger and less vulnerable to challenge if it simply required well performance testing in accordance with state regs in Title 22, Section 64554G. I was told all the board, or that the county was sent this letter yesterday. Mr. Mauer, will you send it? I'm more than happy to send it to you.
I did receive a copy of it.
You
yes.
did?
Yeah.
Title
That-
22 is what I'm getting to, and the Water Quality Resources Control Board has ultimate say over
And,
how those water tests are being done.
So, I don't know, Mr. Mauer, I mean, I'm not supposed to send things to my colleagues because that's a Brown Act violation, but I'm more than happy to send it to them. They should, I didn't get it.
It was an email that was sent to every board member as well as me.
Oh,
least according
I
to-
got it through a third source because I didn't receive it, but
I
that's,
didn't
it
receive
doesn't
it.
matter.
I
As
didn't-
long as my colleagues have it, that's fine.
I didn't receive one from Mr. Kramer. I received one from Danny Shaner.
No, this is from Dr. Kramer.
That's
So
a sec-
Supervisor Callaway, part of the messages from yesterday that I picked up this morning at my desk was from Mr. Kramer asking how to send something electronically. I have not received it yet.
So,
So I don't know if that's the
I was
letter.
referring to the other email from
Oh.
Mr. Shaner.
no,
Yeah,
I'm referring to the one from Dr.
No, he has not
Kramer.
sent it yet. It has not been received.
If it's all right with everybody, let's finish up this round of questioning. This is obviously going to take a little bit more time, and we'll go to lunch. We'll probably pick this up after lunch, but I want, Marita, you were on a string.
Well, I guess some of this is, I technically don't understand like Mr. Stopper does. I do see that what Dr. Kramer's saying is different than what is here. And I just feel like my colleagues should see what I'm looking at, and I can send it to Diane and let her.
There's something that was brought up, that you brought up that was said in that email. Not having seen it, Title 22 is what I was going to get at, to how these things are dealt with by the state, and we should go with state law and stay in accordance with it, and refer to Title 22. That way, as we move forward in the future, if anything changes with the state, because the state is going to change those laws, then we would be fluid with it on the testing, and then
Mr. Kramer works with CCWD and also with the Sigma in the valley, so he's intimately familiar, and that's another piece that needs to be included in here. Many of the counties have a Sigma zone or Sigma area within their basin, and January 2020, we're going to be in it. So that area of West County, the 70 square mile area, we have to find a way to insert something in there to be sure that we protect it from being overpumped by groundwater, and it's very clearly required in the plan that we have to do that, and some of these counties have gone so far as to say no net increase in water use through the implementation. So that Sigma zone is going to be kind of a sensitive area that I think needs a separate discussion from this board.
Okay.
So could I just comment on that,
Then
Title
we're going to
22?
break for lunch. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, I've reviewed that section, and what that is the requirement for a public water system to show that it's got sustainable water. And so it says that during the certain period of time, this is for hard rock or fractured rock wells, you'd have that test for 72 hours or 10 days done by hydrologists. So it's a pretty heavy-duty test, and it's expensive. The report is extensive. It's extremely time-consuming, and it's great for a public water system. I guess it's up to you whether you want it for these grows. So I just to clarify that.
I'm not talking about the initial tests, I'm talking about subsequent tests, sir. You know, because the initial tests, these do not pump what a utility system, public utility system pumps from the ground.
That's correct.
So, yeah, I think we should sit down and talk about this
We're going
later.
to break for lunch. We're going to pick up exactly at this spot at 1:30. Board members, can you please join us in closed session?
Well, I was going to say, do you want to make
Welcome back to Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. We are dealing with 1795. We are on section 1795070, section I is where we left off. Right. So Supervisor Stopper was asking questions. Mr. Maurer may have some answers, or how do you want to go about this?
Well, I think that, as I recall, Supervisor Stoffer was in the midst of discussing issues with Mr. Banner from the Environmental Management Agency. There is some debate as to a letter, and thank you for sharing that. I think we all now have a copy of that letter from Dr. Kramer that indicated that a one-time test was sufficient for public, where'd that go? Public entities. There is also, well, and it's really up to the board at this point in time whether you want to make any changes to this this measure, this provision.
If I may make a
Please.
suggestion. Go ahead, Mr. Banner.
Mr. Banner, you have a solution for us?
May I correct some misinformation I provided just before lunch?
That'd be great.
Sorry
As long as it
about
contains a
that.
solution for us at the
It
end.
was saved by Paul Ferriani, our senior man. Title 22, that was referenced by Condor, a geologist, it actually gives one of two alternatives. One of them is an assessment by the geologist of these various factors, and it lists the factors. The other is that extended pump test. And one other point of clarification is that small water systems, what we have jurisdiction is between 15 and 200 service connections. Those requirements don't apply. We use the 24-hour test, and I confirmed that with the state engineer. So just for context.
Okay.
All right.
You don't happen to have any additions or changes to I?
No, the thing is, I just tried to go without second guessing what was already in the CEQA or the mitigation. I just tried to work with that and put it into the context of Calaveras County. So that's where the 24-hour came from.
Mr. Stopper, do you have a solution?
Yes, sir. Reading through this, we could introduce, thank you. We could introduce, as he just brought up, that a certified geologist is allowed to specify what that pump test is. So we could strike the 24-hour pump test and replace it as specified by a hydrologist.
Yes, or provide both options as, provide them
Right.
as two options that could be chosen by the
Absolutely.
applicant, yes.
We don't want to get rid of the opportunity to see what the well's doing. What we want to do is provide the proper test that's not going to necessarily do an over pump of the well.
Correct.
So I think by a state certified, as recommended by a state certified hydrologist, or if chosen, they could also go with the 24-hour pump test as specified, but, give them the option to get a certified geologist, because different aquifers are, or different geology is, as opposed to, let's say, fractured rock is different than, let's say, the eastern San Joaquin ground basin. And there's different ways of addressing that in different geologies, and I think a certified hydrologist, state-certified hydrologist would be able to specify what that pump test needs to be.
Yes, and if you wanted to mirror the language in Title 22, I think it says certified geologist with 3 years' experience in the field or something along that line. But whatever, you choose is the best way to specify that.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Ms. Calvin?
Why not buy a certified well driller or pumper? I mean, how many certified hydrologists are there? There's not too many. They all work for Condor in the Tri-County area. Why can't a well driller certify a test? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I'm not sure that they have the expertise to determine the time frame of the length of time for the water pumping. Here we have, someone with a state certification that clearly has a certain level of expertise, while there's a list of different types of individuals that can run the test, but to determine, the duration of the test is perhaps something that is only a more qualified individual can determine.
So what if they're on property where there's already a well, and the well's been there?
Then they would certify that that existing well meets the criteria. Because the well may only be serving a residence, and now it's going to be used for half acre or an acre of cultivation.
So the well was certifying the garden or whatever before the ban, and now we're going,
Well, we didn't have a certification requirement for the urgency ordinance. So there was no prior certification.
Do you have a
May I pull the board on
specifics what you want? Jim?
directing, I think, do you get the context on what
Yeah,
I'm trying-
you're suggesting that we add somewhere after the 24-hour pumping test of the wells, or as recommended by a state certified hydrologist.
or geologists, whichever
geologists.
is,
Geologists could do it.
right. Both coincide, so 3 years of experience in the field's pretty much what the state says, so both of those would apply.
Is there a certification requirement for a geologist?
Yeah, I believe that is the language in 22. It says a report shall be prepared and signed by a California registered geologist with at least 3 years of experience in groundwater hydrology. However, bear in mind, this is for public water systems in excess of 200 service connections. So this is pretty heavy-duty stuff. Another alternative would be well drillers, or another alternative would be looking at our qualified professionals that are defined in creation of new parcels, and it gives that set of people, that set of professionals out there. So however you feel is most appropriate, there are options out there, I think. The strictest being what's in Title 22.
But whether a well driller would want to put his license on the line to certify something's quite the next question.
Yes.
So,
Mr. Miller, do you understand what the poll is? Maybe just to make sure
At
we're
this
on.
point, we're adding the option that the pumping test can be something other than 24 hours based on the recommendation of a hydrologist or geologist.
Is that correct?
Registered geologist or certified hydrologist.
Is that correct, Mr. Stauber?
Yes.
Very well, we will poll on that change. Mr. Toffenelli?
Yes.
Mr. Mills?
yes.
Ms. Callaway?
Microphone.
Mike.
got it. How does that modify what's up there under the well drilling contractor, an environmental health specialist, a registered geologist or hydrologist or professional civil engineer?
It doesn't
Any-
change that section.
It doesn't, because any one of those could do the 24-hour test as proposed.
Right.
But if you get a certified geologist or hydrologist to certify that you can go through a different test, that would mitigate this concern, then that would be the additional language I'm asking for, and I'll leave you to the word crafting on that, Peter.
That's what I understand the poll was for, is to add that to the second sentence of this, which talks
Ms.
about
Callaway?
Yes.
the duration of the
Yes.
test.
Make the change.
Okay.
Very well. Is there anything else on I? All right, we're on 1795080.
Thank you, sir.
A, anybody have any changes they would like to make on that?
Let's see.
Is there any- Okay, We all right to move on? All right, we're on 1795090. Any changes people would like to see on that?
I just have something minor on C, but I don't know how much. The second line down, it says a total canopy area on the premises. I would just put a premises because, but it's all on how you read the as opposed to a.
Is there any objection? Any
I
reason we
don't
can't do
know that it
that?
makes a difference, but
Is there any objection from the board? Seeing none, please change that from the to a. Okay. Anything else on that?
So would you want to change D, Ben, on a premise versus the premise?
Yes.
And E as well?
And D,
Yeah. When I read the, I interpret it as singular, and it could be any one of a premise, you know.
Okay,
is-
so on 1795090, item D, change the word a, the to a, and on E, change the word the to a in front of premise. Is there any objection from the board on that? Seeing none, we'll continue to move forward, and that's approved, the changes.
on F3,
Okay?
the M1, 2, and 4, those are indoor, they're not 20 acres, so does that make a difference?
So what, do you have a,
Omit it?
I also had the same thing.
do you have a suggested change?
Drop it?
Is that your poll?
So I think the issue here is that under F1, we say can have no more than 1 acre of total canopy per 20 acres. And then under 3, it includes the industrial zones where we only allow 10,000 square feet. It might be better to differentiate between that if that's what the intent is, that the maximum. But
I talked about this a little bit with Megan after work yesterday, and would you be open to a staff recommended change in there to help differentiate them?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I would recommend a change under subsection 1, where it says, for outdoor or mixed light cultivation.
Wait a second, subsection 1,
So F1.
F1?
For outdoor or mixed light cultivation, comma, there shall be no more than 1 acre of total canopy size per 20 acres of parcel size, and then insert a number 2 between 1 and what is now 2, and say, for indoor cultivation, there shall be no more than 5 premises per parcel.
In your first one, you were talking about mixed light.
For outdoor or mixed light,
Isn't mixed light only half an acre?
Per
oh, okay,
license.
that's right. So we could split them into 2 separate sentences then. So for outdoor, there shall be no more than 1 acre, and then have a number 2. For mixed light, there shall be no more than half an acre.
I think there's a little confusion on there because they're two different permit types. And for mixed light, there's only allowed for a license 22,000 square feet. But that does not stop them from having multiple mixed lights on the same parcel per se.
Right, and this again is sort of a policy call where the prior draft ordinance just said maximum of 5 premises, which would have been if they're all mixed light, a half acre each. With the planning commission's change that allows multiple premises, multiple permits up to an acre, there's not necessarily a need for differentiation, but you could do that if you felt that mixed light had a higher impact, say, because of the potential for light, even though the light is supposedly fully mitigated by screening and covering during nighttime hours. If you felt there was a difference and you wanted to reduce that, you certainly could. But the way it's written right now is, you could have two mixed light half-acre grows that total that acre per 20 acres of land area. So it's the same coverage area, just more permittees on the same parcel.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that it makes a difference, but you certainly can restrict it that way if you wish.
Who has the poll, Marita?
No, I'm fine with that. What
Turn your mic
about
on,
the,
Maria.
going back to the one that council recommended on the indoor grows?
I'm sorry.
No. Julie, on the indoor grows? What was it that you were recommending on
Well, I think I'm having a problem with the fact that I wasn't here for a couple of planning commission sessions where,
Okay.
and I think I'm stuck on what was done before I left town. So I don't want to speak in error on this. I had thought, for indoor cultivation, there should be no more than 5 premises per parcel. That's completely a policy call on your part.
So right now for indoor cultivation, we don't necessarily have a maximum number other than the 10,000 square feet is the maximum that we would allow for a single permit, a single license. If someone had a 100,000 square foot building, they could conceivably get 10 licenses in that same building, unless you wish to restrict that to some level, for whatever reason.
Considering this is Calaveras County and maybe 25 or 30 years, it could be different. I have no problem limiting it to 5 premises per parcel in the M1, 2, and 4, because I don't think anything exists today that is even close to that size. Unless
Or able to provide the power for such a structure.
Well, power I'm not concerned about. PG&E just puts in a larger transformer, but
All right, so is there a poll to change something?
I think,
Okay.
okay.
all right, I move that we change the outdoor mixed light to more clearly define it, as Mr. Mauer recommended, and that the indoor in 1, 2, and 4, we limit it to 5 premises per parcel.
So essentially the language that Julie read into the record a few minutes ago.
Julie, would you
Accomplish
please
that.
read that again so we can all be clear?
Okay, I'm afraid to read the outdoor mixed light cultivation. How did you have on that part?
I was relying on what you had.
Okay, well, again, what I had originally put was for outdoor or mixed light cultivation, there should be no more than 1 acre of total canopy size for 20 acres of parcel size.
That's right.
Are you okay?
That's already a given.
Right.
For indoor cultivation, there shall be no more than 5 premises per parcel. and then everything else would just be renumbered.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your poll?
That's it, that's my poll.
Mr. Toffenelli?
So again, we're trying to figure out exactly what's happening here.
So are we.
So I thought she was talking about just indoor. She said indoor or mixed light. Again, that's a policy call of the board. If you
I'm
want
sorry,
to limit
didn't-
the amount of mixed light, otherwise we would maybe say for outdoor or mixed light cultivation. Okay, I thought you said for indoor, you said mixed light as well.
No, I heard
Okay,
her
okay.
I'm a
to
no,
say,
sorry.
I heard her to say we're restricting the number of premises per parcel on the indoor.
Indoor only, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's clear. Okay, maybe I misheard. I thought that I heard both, so just
Please
want to be
read
clear.
it one more time.
I'm sorry. Do you want to hear on both of them or just one?
Just the one you started out with.
Number 2 would read, for indoor cultivation, there shall be no more than 5 premises per parcel.
Okay. Poll on that. For indoor cultivation, no more than 5 premises per parcel. Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. Okay. Was there another item to be read on that? That was it?
Well, actually, number 4.
Number 4.
All right, who's got a suggestion on 4?
Well, 4 leads to some question about not just separation for properties, but is there going to be a separation between co-located sites? Or are we going to allow them all to literally set canopy on canopy on canopy?
So that was an issue that was discussed at length by the Planning Commission. The commission chose not to require a separation. They did increase the setback. They doubled the setback for where co-location did occur for over an acre.
So we're going to impact migratory wildlife and everything else. I know my commissioner spoke about it. If we don't provide some type of a separation to allow crawly critters to get through the area.
So the EIR analyzed and utilized the fact that a half an acre was sort of a mitigating factor in looking at that when you're looking at smaller parcels. You know, at a 2-acre parcel, half an acre was 20% of the site.
But Peter, it looked at this half acre here and this half.
Right.
I mean, you put them together, now you got an acre. If you put them all in a row, suddenly your deer herd can't get through. At some point, to me, we analyzed the half acre. We didn't analyze the cumulative impact of all of these pieces all in one spot.
And the way we looked at it through the addendum was that that 5 acres was now on a 100-acre parcel, which provided alternatives to get around a larger fenced area. You can certainly require a separation. That's, again, a policy call. I don't believe that there is an impact that's different from what was analyzed in the EIR.
It creates another issue is which is mine and which is yours?
Well, they would each have to be
State law says you got to have 10 feet
individually
between each.
identified.
So there will be fences between each?
Not necessarily, but there would certainly have to be some kind of demarcation. You know, a roadway with a sign that says here is
But
grower
it doesn't
A.
say that.
Well, it's required by state law.
We have a section requiring premises to be demarcated in a way that's visible at 24/7.
I mean, Supervisor Mills, do you have a change you'd like to suggest for poll?
Well, it sounds like it's not going to go anywhere, but I would strongly like to see some type of a physical separation between these properties to allow for migration or for other critters to be able to get through there without a problem.
So does this board want to discuss having these sites physically separated for migratory corridors? Supervisor Toffenali?
Oh,
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. There are other changes to, oh, yes.
I did on the 150 feet, didn't we have something at 75 feet?
Yes, this was another change that the commission made, that because of the greater area, they felt there was a potential for more of an impact. So they doubled the size of the setback to accommodate that if there was more than an acre of co-located cannabis site.
So the first person in gets 75 feet, and everybody else who comes in has to do 150 feet?
No, if there's, everyone would have to meet the 150 feet. So if someone was at 75 feet and they wanted to co-locate another site there that exceeded the acre, they would have to move that first cultivation site.
Even if it's my parcel and I'm in, and then...
Well, it's your choice to allow someone else to co-locate on that.
And then I have to change my 75 to 100.
So hopefully their lease with the owner of the parcel would accommodate that situation.
I have a question. Why, one of the things that strikes me is when we co-locate, if you've got an existing farm and then you're going to co-locate, add licenses one way or another, and it's existing at 75 feet as is permitted, we're not asking those people to move 150 feet. There should be a grandfather, and then it says, if you've got an existing site that's 75 feet from the property line, we're not going to make you go grade a whole nother pad another 75 feet back, correct?
Well, that would be,
That's
I
what
mean,
this says you have
that's what
to
the
do.
ordinance requires right now. That's what the planning commission...
Then I would like to poll the board with an exemption for existing permitted farms that existed. They can't, that's a horrible thing to do for the environment to say, we permitted you at 75, now you're going to add someone, so you got to move another 75 feet the entire pad. It doesn't seem too fair, nor environmentally correct. Is there a reason we can't do that?
You can do whatever you want to. That's a policy call.
All right, a poll. Is there a, I'm suggesting a poll to exempt existing farms from that 70, from that 150. So it goes out, just,
For just for clarification, when you say existing farms, we don't have any approved existing,
Thank
so we
you.
need to work on the language. I know what you intend, that if someone gets a permit as a single permittee on a piece of property,
Right.
and then a subsequent permittee co-locates on that, the first permittee may retain the 75-foot setback. All other premises, cultivation sites need to meet the 150-foot setback. That's what you're trying to get to, right?
that is correct.
Okay.
Can we,
We're talking strictly cultivation site, not the
cultivation
premises.
site.
The setback is for cultivation site, yes.
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
I would have had a different suggestion on it.
Get past this, then we can talk about it.
So I guess yes for now, and then, yeah.
Supervisor Toffenali?
yes.
Okay. Mr. Mauer, if you'd please make those changes. We'll look forward to some clever wording on the 15th.
What were you thinking?
Okay, we're on item, yes, go ahead.
I know you just made a change, sir, but why don't we just strike it?
Setbacks are in.
I think there's some value to having a setback, especially if you've got a bunch of farms together. If you'd like to poll on that, that's fine.
Well, I'll poll on it, but I'm hearing something different from at least two gentlemen right here, so. Polled.
Poll, so strike item 4 altogether?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Toffenelli?
No.
Mr. Stopper is a yes. Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Galloway?
No?
Mr. Caramini, no. Other items before we move off F? G. H.
Yes.
Mr. Toffenelli?
I would like to see the additional language. This parcel shall be in full compliance with all other applicable requirements of the county and state codes, including not limited to the building, safety, sanitation, and technical codes and state employee codes as applicable. Which would entail employee codes that make sure if they're migratory workers and that they have wash stations, they have shade structure for them to sit under the hot days, they have outhouses or whatever on the premises during the time the employees are there. That's all part of state code. I think it needs to be in here as far as referring to it at least.
I also have something to add to that because of the change we made earlier. It says parcel, which is incongruent with the change we made earlier and switching that to premises in two different spots here.
Right, we were going to bring that up, so.
Okay, so let's start with Supervisor Toffenelli's poll to change it so that they have to comply with all state.
County and state codes, and then add in where it's listing the other codes, state employee code,
You mean labor code?
labor code, excuse me, you're right, labor code.
Labor codes. Okay, this poll on Supervisor Toffenelli's suggestion. Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Galloway?
Yes.
Yes. Caramity, yes. If 5-0, please add that in. Supervisor Stopper had the poll to change out parcel to premise throughout this paragraph. Is there any objection to that?
That would be consistent with the change you made earlier today.
Any objection to that? No. Very well. Mr. Mayor, please make that change. Section I.
I have a bunch of notes in this area I'm going to have to read on a little bit. There's something here going along with, if you go back to your change on existing, there will be, except for existing cultivation sites, in number 2 here, that would have to coincide with the wordsmithing that you're going to put forward up above.
I don't think we need to pull on that because it needs to be consistent.
Just
What's about it?
continuity.
Continuity. So, Peter, you'll add that in. Thank you.
Let me read the rest of this just to make sure that my notes.
I have a quick one that I'd like to throw in. I'm trying to keep things moving
For
along.
that item,
For that item, I-2. I'd like to add at the end of R1, R2, and R3 zone parcels of less than 20 acres. Period.
so what would it be for over 20?
It would be,
The 75.
yeah, it'd be
75?
75. It'd go back to the other. All right, I'm a yes.
Yes.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Mr. Stopper?
Yes.
Mr. Toffenali?
Your change again, one more time?
I said at the very end of the
Yeah.
R3 zone parcels of less than 20 acres.
So 150 feet when it's less than,
20 acres. So if you're next to a
yes.
R5, but if you're next to an R100,
That's a yes.
yes. So that's 4-1. Let's make that change. We are still on I. Are there other items? Just go reading hard, so I don't want to move ahead. Okay. J, K, L, and
Al,
L. Supervisor Mills.
where do we really clearly delineate what security fencing is?
The definition section.
I was going to kind of wait until we got to the section, though, before we looked at it.
It's definition triple L under.
Right, I've got it here, but I remember the rub that we had with what is classified as security fencing is that, as we had in some cases, black plastic fencing, what is, that's almost an ambiguous term. Could we more clearly define what security fencing represents? And to that end, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be dog-eared fencing 6 feet high and the thousands of dollars it takes to do that. Does that serve the purpose versus another type of fencing? I just don't want to see us with more black plastic fencing around and somebody thinking that's good security, where a pocket knife could solve the problem for them.
Or garage doors.
Well, we would say that it's clearly not meeting the definition of security fencing. So it means fencing at least 6 feet in height with a lockable gate that is reasonably designed and installed to prevent unauthorized entry by trespassers and children.
So are we going to test it somehow with children to be sure? I mean, how do we do this?
And we struggled with this previously as far as,
Yeah.
what do we list all the potential types of fencing, what qualifies, what's not. We came up with this in cooperation with the code enforcement. They'll look at the fencing and say, that cuts it or that doesn't. And, anything is scalable. Apparently, people having races up the impenetrable wall on the border. So, there's no way to keep someone totally out if someone is bound and determined to get in.
This is the discussion we had during
But the
study
casual, the idea here is to prevent, casual person going by saying, hey, there's a cop there, let's go grab some. They're going to have to be really committed to do that. Because there's no way to fully prevent someone from breaking in to almost any place if they really want to.
And I fully understand that. My objection is to the black plastic fencing, which I saw scattered all over this county. And yet
we're also very much against that.
other people work very hard to put up some very nice fencing. And I just would like to be sure we're all on kind of the same page. Who do they check with? How do they determine that? Where do they go to determine that? That would be their questions as well as mine. It's an ambiguous term.
And maybe that's something that, the new cannabis control officer can develop some standards, that these are examples of the type of fencing that we allow. And right now, it's sort of, we know it when we see it, kind of. And I know that's challenging, to say, that's acceptable, but that's sort of the best we can do right now without coming up with a comprehensive list of all fencing types that's acceptable.
If the board wanted to add types of fencing that they want to not allow, we can just say, under LLL, security fencing shall not include, and list whatever you want to put in there.
No,
Hang on a second. We don't have a poll. Supervisor Mills, is there something you'd like to change the poll on?
I just don't want to see the black plastic fencing.
Is that you want? Is that a change
That's
to this you want to put in?
If you want to take it over to
Black plastic fencing?
LLL and put it in there as
No plastic fencing.
no plastic fencing, because there is that orange mesh type fencing people put up for around construction zones, et cetera, as well.
Let me pull
But
on that.
there also is, and just to say it, you know, plastic would be all encompassing because you can buy artificially made
Yeah.
fencing that would,
Let me pull this. Does anybody, is there interest to put in the line in LLL, no plastic fencing? Is that correct, Supervisor Mills?
Of the type that we saw before.
We
You're
can't,
right.
I don't know the technical term for that.
I don't either.
Let me pull on the plastic fencing. Supervisor Stopper?
you know, with, I don't know, I have to say no, just because of that issue. I think that I would trust code compliance or whoever is out inspecting to say, look, your mesh fencing is not going to cut it. You have to replace that with something substantially more secure. And at that point, they would have to do it, or they would not qualify because they didn't pass the test.
Okay, Supervisor Toffenelli?
There's a lot of different types. You just say plastic, there's a lot of different types of plastic fence that would probably suffice. So if you want to refine that into no plastic wrap type fencing,
Or visqueen.
or something like that, but there's a lot of different plastic fences, including rail, plastic fencing, or full, like,
I would be willing to modify it if that would solve the,
How about if we add the word,
Hang on a second, Julie. Let's just keep going on plastic, and then we can dig down into details.
Can I make a suggestion? It's not penetrable by a knife.
plastic fencing that is not penetrable, that is penetrable.
That is not, that is penetrable by a knife.
And that's what I would go with.
Okay, so the poll is no plastic fencing that's penetrable by knife. Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Not unless we have a design review committee. I'm voting. This is like over the top.
I'm going to vote no on this too. This just seems like excessive government regulation to the extreme. We're going to pick the colors for the fence next, but we'll keep moving.
Thanks, Sheriff.
So, Mr. Mauer, please put in triple L that no plastic fencing that can be penetrated by a knife. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and how strong are they?
Okay, lighting, we're on letter M. Any changes to M? Generators, we're on,
Lighting.
go ahead, Supervisor Mills.
Lighting, again, there's other counties that actually say so far as lighting shall not be visible from neighboring properties. We don't go that far with it. And I know that our general plan update speaks to lighting, dark skies ordinance, et cetera. And I want to be sure that whatever we're saying here has some continuity with that so that we don't create a bump when that general plan update is completed.
Do you have a suggestion of the change?
And all local, or
What's that?
all local county
Yeah.
ordinance, or? when
Well,
it
I
comes
know
to-
that one of the issues that we had with some people was light glare from neighboring properties.
Marita's 100% behind this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Dark sky is her baby.
Okay, is there a change for
How
us
do
to
we-
pull in? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
how do we word it in such a way as to not create light pollution on neighboring properties?
But it
I think
says,
that's what we've attempted to do here. We could say state and local requirements.
And that would
so
be a-
For future local.
So that would cover future as it comes down the pike.
Right.
And I would agree with that because this doesn't really say it that way.
Fully prevent light from escaping.
The problem with visibility is, if someone's got a light on, you may be able to see it. What we specifically try to do here is make sure that, any kind of security lighting is pointed downward, away from, other properties, so that you still may be able to see a little bit, but that's, what you don't want to see is some big spotlight shining into your neighbor's, house. The other thing that was the big problem were I think someone referred to as glowworms in the sky one time, but the giant hoop houses that were all lit up at night that you could see for miles away. That very specifically is going to be required to be fully covered.
And that's my glowworms in the sky.
Right.
But the point is, I'd like to add in then possibly state and local requirements on number one that would solve that for the future as we become restrictive or change our restrictions on dark skies. That would be the poll.
The poll is to add state.
And local.
And local, the two words "and local," line number 1.
Correct.
M1. Supervisor Stopper.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. Please make that change. Other items on M. Moving on to item N, generators. Proposed changes. Nothing?
Would some of these generators fall under Coupa at some point? I saw Brad pick his head up. Do you think, Brad, that at some point, some of these generators would fall under Coupa?
They could. The Coupa gets involved with fuel storage and things like that.
Could you come up here?
Brad, come on up to the microphone, please.
In talking to other jurisdictions, there's some Coupa involvement, not a lot, but there's a few sites that do because of fuel storage and things like that.
So my point is, do we want to delineate that in this type of an ordinance, or should that just be left to a general term?
I'd say general term would be fine. There's state regulations already about Coupa.
And it's just a matter then of stating that general term
Yeah.
so that folks are aware that it is going to be a requirement when you reach certain thresholds.
That would be fine, yeah, whatever you decide.
It goes with anything. Holding over more than 50 gallons of fuel would cross that threshold.
Yeah, 55. Yeah.
So, I mean, ignorance is no excuse for not knowing the law and following it. So at this point, it is a state and requirement by the county. We do that throughout the water and wastewater industry.
Yeah, and I know it's going to be part of the plan review and everything. as
Right.
far as-
So
Right.
So,
you're going to cover it at that point, no need to put it
Yes.
here. Okay.
yes.
No changes under N. So we'll move on to O. P,
Oh, yeah, never mind. Nothing on us.
Q.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Stopper.
A couple things. Just on Q in the beginning, I would like to change premises to cultivation site. Again, being congruent with the rest of,
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Is that's keeping us consistent? Anybody on the board object to that? Mr. Mauer, I know you got a lot going on, but were you able to catch that change? Under Q, premise to cultivation site? Okay,
that first start, and then bringing the state law 600, we were in excess of it with 1,000. I would like to bring it back from 1,200 to 1,000.
okay. Separation at 1,000 versus 1,200. Poll on it, Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi is yes. Please change that back to 1,000.
Sure, I'd like to add one more item to that list. I know there's going to be probably other discussion, but I think alcohol and drug treatment center should be included as a sensitive area, and it is that way in other counties.
Okay. Is there interest in adding alcohol and drug treatment centers to this list? Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Garamy, no.
And then on school bus stop, do we want to further delineate what a bus stop constitutes? In my area, for instance, regular school bus stop areas have posted signs, which are done in conjunction with CHP and the school districts, that they are regularly assigned bus stop locations.
No.
Is there interest in expanding the definitions of school bus stops?
No, because in my district, we don't have signs.
Supervisor Stopper?
signs down there? No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Garamy is no.
I got it put
So
up.
we feel very strongly we need a definition, and we have a proposal for a definition here.
Well, let's
Well,
keep going through this.
we'll go back to that.
Are there other changes?
Well, on on number 5, if there is nothing in 5 on the state scenic highway or national scenic byway, because they're both in District 3. There are no grow sites. The predominant land use is U.S. Forest Service, and if there's grow sites on U.S. Forest Service land, they're illegal anyway. And the other property is Sierra Pacific Industry. They don't like it, so there's no impact. So I don't see that that applies at all. So I'd like, oh, I gotta say all that again? Ooh, sorry.
Okay, we got it. So what she's saying is,
Okay, I want to omit number 5. It does, both the national scenic and state scenic byways are in District 3, and there are no areas there that apply. It's either Forest Service land, Sierra Pacific Industry, or small parcels.
If it doesn't apply, it probably doesn't matter. This was a mitigation measure from the EIR, and I'd be very hesitant to just simply remove it. You know, if there are no, I mean, there are
I'm right,
none
but it
today, and
doesn't
that means there
matter.
probably won't be any in the future, which means it complies with it, so it's not harmful. I don't think.
Okay,
I'd be in
got it. Okay,
favor of
that's
just
fine.
removing scenic.
Yeah.
Period.
That is an editorial comment from
That
my
is not.
colleague.
is that a poll?
That's a poll. I have it written down here.
I will come back. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the district attorney's office has something they want to weigh in?
Yes, on number 3, a daycare center is defined by state law. That term daycare center is a term of art, and I don't think it really encompasses the preponderance of how childcare is handled in the county. And we are suggesting to add the term a daycare center or family child care home as defined by state law.
Is there any interest on that board in adding that additional item on number 3? Supervisor Toffenali.
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper.
No.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway.
I have a question first of Mr. Stone.
Certainly.
Mr. Stone, on some of the area, like you can have somebody who lives on A1 land, and they have a child care in their home, and they can also have a cannabis farm on their same property. Are you saying then they can't have it if they happen to have child care in their home?
Yeah, pretty much.
And then, I mean, we can have childcare in many places throughout the county, and so it would be easy to say, well, I don't want it, so I'm going to open up a childcare home next to a grow site. Does the grow site then have to close down?
1,000 feet. No, it's 1,000 feet.
Right, so,
No.
well, I don't know if I can say categorically no. I'm not sure I can say categorically yes, though, either. But yes, I can certainly foresee instances where, in order to have a licensed family child care home, you may not be able to comply with this particular part of the ordinance. So, but, of course, in my mind, the requirements of obtaining that family child care home and having it properly licensed and, serving the function that it's intended to, that would be the priority.
Can I make a comment here? When we had our urgency ordinance, there was a young lady who had a registered grow, and she was also a licensed daycare center out of her home, and the licensed daycare center license was pulled by the state of California because they cannot have a marijuana grow there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where the status of those regulations are. I'm sure the state is actively looking at that issue, and I know they are actively looking at the issue. I just can't answer exactly what the state of those regulations are.
So if I had a farm and then I want to have a child care in my home, the state wouldn't give me a license anyway, if I understood the sheriff
I would
correctly.
be very surprised, and the sheriff is saying no. So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So the poll is to you. Want to
No.
add this? No. Okay, I agree. No. It's not added.
Can I continue?
You may continue.
Mr. Chair, I would like to omit 6, I'd like to omit 7, and I'd like to omit 8.
On what?
Under Q,
On Q?
yeah.
Q, let's do them in order. First poll is to eliminate 6. Mr. Toffenelli.
No.
Staff's already got a recommendation up there.
On a definition to
On the
define.
definition.
Yes.
Mr. Toffenelli, how did you vote?
No, I don't want to eliminate that.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
You voted for it? I agree. Yes. Item 7, eliminate the church. Poll. Ms. Galloway is a yes. Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Stopper?
Yes.
Mr. Toffenelli?
No.
Mr. Garrity, yes. Number 8 is a county branch library. Ms. Galloway is a yes. Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Stopper?
No.
Mr. Toffenelli?
No.
Mr. Garrity? No. So that stays in there.
How about going back to number 5 and eliminating scenic?
Very good. I apologize. You had that up there first, Mr. Toffenelli. My bad. Is there, the poll is to eliminate the term scenic highway or national scenic highway, byway, just scenic from it. Ms. Galloway?
I want to leave it as it is, and I want it dropped. Oh, no.
This is
I
just
don't want
us.
to drop because it was in the EIR, I understand that, but I do not want to omit scenic.
Mr. Mills?
Yes.
Mr. Stopper?
No.
Mr. Toffenelli? Yes, obviously yes. Mr. Garrity? No. So scenic stays in. Okay, anything else on that one? Okay, we'll move on to R. Anybody have any changes to R? I would like to suggest that we change premise to cultivation site, to stay consistent. On number R, letter R. Is there any objection to that?
I think we were kind of going, there's a conflict on both in this in its entirety, just because of the way we were defining cultivation site earlier, and the fact that we did say that with the state definition, there can be a separation of a cultivation site. If it's so drawn in, let's say, the design plan, or what's the thing you put up there? Because one's a premises, and then with the premises, I'm having a hard time with it saying premises also, because the premises can also be separated with a well house on a different part of a property pumping to that. So is that, I'm asking about this. When someone does a site plan and draws it up, there can be separations within the site plan of a premises or even a cultivation site.
We've spent a great deal of time trying to figure this out from what the state law requires, and to the best of our knowledge, this is what the state law requires. And you can have separate cultivation sites within a premises, but the premises has to entail all of the area, and it's a single use. There may be a different interpretation of that, but that was the best that we could understand, so that we would recommend at this point that it remain premises. But you could have separate cultivation sites within that premises area.
Because the premises can be more than the acre that's allowed, just for the purpose of entailing the well and other things that go in the shed that holds the tools and so on.
I would draw that.
Okay.
Okay.
On the T.
Okay, we'll move on to T.
Oh, wait, I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
on S?
R. We're on,
Oh, you just went to T, do it.
I'm sorry, you're correct. S.
S, I'm not sure why yurt is included in there. I have yurts in my district that have building permits, they're on a pad, but they're yurts. So do we allow a yurt, or don't we allow a yurt? And
We don't allow it in this.
and we don't allow it in there. But I have yurts, so what do I tell these people? They have to move them within,
No.
I'd like to see yurt
It's pulled to see to remove.
moved because you have to have a permit for a yurt. I love the word, so.
Okay, pull is, do we remove yurts from these, from this list? Mr. Mills?
No.
Mr. Stopper?
I would like to clarify that I don't believe the county permits yurts at this time per code.
Do we permit, can you get a permitted yurt to live in?
It is my understanding, no, but I could be wrong, and that would definitely be a building department question. I can check with him maybe at a break, and we can come back to that.
Ethan, do you know?
Can we get the addresses of these yurts then?
I can find you lots of yurts. I have plenty of yurts to live in.
They're Airbnbs in District 3.
I do believe the county building code does not allow for a permitted
I have a
yurt.
suggestion. How about non-permitted yurts? And we just add non-permitted front of yurt and we move on.
I'm a no, not to take it out, leave it in. So that's,
My question on this is when we talk about temporary workers' housing, then how are we going to accommodate temporary workers' housing if,
That's not our job.
if we don't, it is our job.
The state defines it.
But if we're saying you can't have a tent, you can't have an RV, or you can't have a yurt, or you can't have these things, and these are temporary housing, that's temporary housing for the time of the harvest, be it grapes or cannabis, how do we provide temporary housing? I mean, Mr. Tuffanelli wanted to add labor code. Labor code has certain conditions.
So I think we're trying to differentiate here between approved labor housing that could be temporary. It could be like a modular unit or a mobile home that is temporarily set on a property to house people, compared to the random placement of RVs and trailers with a honey line and all the problems that we saw under the urgency ordinance with illegal camping and the sanitation issues that we found. So we do provide for temporary labor housing under our, the housing element in the county code. But it needs to be approved and authorized by the county. And so we allow camping on someone's parcel. If you own, a piece of property in the county, you can camp on it for up to 14 days in a row, or I think it's 30 days total for the calendar year. But what we were seeing was an abuse of that, with people living in there for months at a time and lots of sanitation issues associated with it.
Okay, so the question before us in the poll is to include or exclude yurts. Ms. Callaway is suggesting we exclude yurts from this list.
Yes.
No.
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 Okay, no.
I'd like to,
Yurts stay in the list.
thank you. I'd like to include in that conversation something that I ran into personally on, how about hooches? Look at him laugh. The point is that where you can do all of these activities for up to 14 days, and we don't, an RV doesn't have the problems that a tent or a hooch or something like that would have. So where they're in an RV that has self-contained facilities for 14 days, that's one thing. But being in a shed or a hooch or anything else for 14, that's quite another. And I think that's also going to be part of the problem, is we haven't adequately addressed how sanitation facilities work in something other than something's plumbed for sanitation facilities. Now, I know that our workforce housing will have to have it, but it still doesn't clearly define how we're going to protect the rest of that piece.
Okay,
You follow where I'm going?
Yeah, so I assume what you mean by a hooch is like a shack that's been, slapped together, and maybe there's a,
3 pieces of plywood in a...
yeah. I mean, that would clearly, if someone's sleeping there, that's clearly a violation of the building code. And so that would be covered by the other provisions that say, you need to comply with the building code. So if someone has slapped together an illegal structure for residential purposes, clearly a violation, and that's illegal.
So we've just said, though, that you can be in a shed, you can camp and shelter in a shed for 14 days.
Because our
How
code
does it
allows
written?
it now.
Yeah. Is that solving a problem?
No, but maybe we need to address the bigger issue of allowing that level of camping. And
Correct.
do you have a suggestion for Mr. Mills?
Yes. I know on our codes, we're very clear about camping with RVs and trailers. And those are facilities that have black water tanks, they have ways of containing waste. Whether they use them or not, or whether they run a honey line, that's another thing.
Yeah.
But for all of these other ways of camping, without having some type of verified facilities, they're just holes in the ground or running it wherever they can. Is this part of nuisance code? Is that where we really need to address this instead of here? And we just make a general statement to refer to nuisance code? Instead of delineating pieces of it, just say outright.
We've already got a code against that.
Right, so why don't we just delineate the code, and then if the board is willing to do so, we'll go back and revisit the code and try to find ways to develop protections for sanitation in that code, rather than
Okay,
try to rewrite it here.
Okay, let me poll. Do we want to talk about putting in the code, adding the code part in, and then doing some delineation on that?
It's already here, the code's already here.
Okay.
So it's just wiping out everything up to that point.
Yes.
So it would be saying, there shall be no camping or sheltering beyond a period of time specified in county code, period.
Which is inclusive of everything.
Which inclusive of everything else anyway.
So you're basically taking out a little redundancy. Is what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Okay, it's redundant, yes, but it exists here, so we're asking, do we want to make that change? that correct?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Does this affect anything? I mean, this was written in here for a reason this way,
Well, it
so,
was meant to address the concern that we had under the urgency ordinance, that we did have a lot of transient camping on parcels
we-
in excess, and I think what trying to get would be maybe just in violation of that code section, so it covers not just the time period, but any other provision that we might have related to camping on
so
property.
it would be...
That's correct.
Okay, yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. Okay, so let's talk about this. So
That's 3 yeses.
similar structure beyond period of time specified county code.
You just got 3 yeses.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, we're cutting that out. I'm just making sure we got it covered. Might I add back in that the chapter, except as provided by 17953 of the county code, to the extent to sheltering houses victims eligible for relief due to currently declared disasters? Or are we gonna, because that was also just cut out. So we just said, you got your place burned down and you're still camping on your property.
I
You
wasn't
can't have a
even-
cannabis farm.
Sorry, I wasn't even discussing that. I was trying to
Does
put
that,
a period.
I'm sorry, isn't that covered elsewhere?
It's covered
That we
elsewhere.
help, I mean, I don't mean in this ordinance, I meant in
Well,
county code.
1793 allows it, but what we're saying is that it's prohibited except for as allowed in that section. I think it's
Okay.
appropriate to keep that in if you intend to allow Butte fire victims who also want to cultivate to,
Or-
if they're still working on construction of their home, that allow
Okay.
use of that as long as the
All right.
Chair, I
I
had not made a request to remove it.
You had not? Oh, I thought you said everything
You did,
below.
you said everything out.
7180,
Everything out from a point to a point.
I support
As I
putting
see
it
it
back
there,
in.
it's struck already from the planning commission. That's the way I'm reading it.
That's the way I'm reading it too.
So would we like to re-add that in is what your question is?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure exactly what we've taken out.
Oh, it's down, okay, no, it's struck.
Re-added at the bottom. It's been
Okay.
re-added at the bottom.
Gotcha,
it was just moved around.
It's moved around, so it's
Okay.
still in there.
I get it.
Okay, go ahead and make that change.
So the only change then is to strike the phrase in a vehicle, recreation, vehicle, et cetera, in violation of county code, and then the rest of it remains the same.
Especially in your...
All right, T,
We got her yours, didn't we?
any changes on T? Any changes on U? All right, V, W, X.
Oh, slow down, slow down.
Y.
Just because we do need to read this because of the changes we made, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
hang on.
I mean, just a little slower. I'm already good through X myself.
Just let me know when you guys are all ready up to X.
Ready for Y. Break. You ready for Y?
Everybody good on it, all the way to X? Okay, we'll go to Y.
With Y, do you think that the sheriff needs to be aware that these people are armed guards?
To register at the Bureau of Security Investigative Services. Sheriff still here? Sheriff, this is okay for you?
Yes.
Do
okay
you
with it.
feel you need to be notified when they're on site? Or be aware of their presence? Or is there a way you are notified?
I would like to be notified so that we know if there's an issue out there, what we're running into, that there are going to be people that will be armed out there. So if that could be something that can be put into
That's
the
what I'm,
process, yes.
that's what I'm requesting
Yeah,
is that your office be notified if there are armed security personnel.
yeah.
In other words, once they've registered, if there was a way to automatically notify you, is there a system to do that?
I don't know, that's
Email.
something that we could probably work out with the cannabis office, I'm sure.
Okay.
That they could notify us.
So my request is to add in to be sure that the sheriff's department is notified.
Just reading through this, I have a question. On security investigative services shall not operate within the setback areas established by this chapter. Now, if someone's,
That's a different issue.
It's-
Let me get done with this.
Let's deal with this
I'm polling
piece
for this
first. To add into, the poll is to add in a line that requires notification to the sheriff that armed security personnel are employed on the site.
Correct.
I have a question. What about notifying the other departments that might be out there? I mean, Ag could go out there, planning could go out there, code enforcement could be going out there.
They're going
And
out
then
there.
they just notify the sheriff. I mean, is there, are you
Why don't you
saying?
just notify the cannabis department, and then they can notify the other departments, and
That's fine.
I would
Good
accept that
idea.
change. I would accept that change.
Could you please
The
restate?
notification that our cannabis department would be notified of anyone who, or any armed security personnel that are registered with the California Bureau of Security Investigative Services. And then it'll be up to that department to notify the appropriate agencies or departments within the county.
So, if I might simplify, the cannabis department is to be notified of any armed security employed.
And maybe just for consistency purposes, since we haven't actually named that department yet, we've used the term
Designate.
designated department. We'll just use that for now, and then we'll figure out who that
Okay,
might
so
be.
the designated department is to be notified when armed security is employed by the cannabis site,
That's the
by the permittee. Mr. Stopper?
I would like to strike the area, I'll just,
do the poll.
We say just this
oh,
one,
yeah.
this is
Oh,
one
yeah,
poll.
poll, yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli, Supervisor Callaway,
Yeah.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. So please add in, there to notify the cannabis department when they have armed security employed. Stopper, you had another change to that?
To make it short and sweet, I would like to strike the part where it's not allowing them to operate within setback areas for the sole reason that some of those setback areas are the only distance between the farm and the next property. So why wouldn't you have the ability to patrol that area?
Okay.
I don't know, I want armed guards walking my fence line.
Okay, so you want to cut out "and shall not operate within the setback areas established by this chapter"? That's your poll?
Yeah.
Can I make one more recommendation that you change, I think this is a holdover, patrol the premises rather than registered parcel? There isn't a registered parcel.
You guys
Oh,
okay?
the
with-
registered parcel piece there?
I'd be willing to add that to my poll.
Okay, let me take these in pieces. The first one should be pretty straightforward.
Patrol the what, council?
Instead of registered parcel, we're going to deal with the premise question first. Is that what, we keep running to that.
You want this premise or setback?
We can do the setback second. We take the easy piece first. Are we okay removing the patrol, under patrol, the premise rather than registered parcel? Is there any objection to that? Okay, so if you'll make that change. Second poll is,
I'm a no for that.
okay, then
Okay, so
I'll go through the
before
thing. Supervisor Toffenelli is a no. Supervisor Stopper? It's your change.
Just say yes.
No, because then it goes against my other poll. It would be able to go in there, so,
I almost got you.
no.
Okay. Would you like to withdraw that? You know what? We're due for a break at 3 o'clock. What do you say we stand up and take 10 minutes off right now?
We're getting rummy here.
We're going to start up again at 3. Announcement regarding some fire issues.
There was a small fire up in Mountain Ranch in the Wareguard Road area. It's been contained at just over 2 acres. They're releasing equipment, and there's no ongoing threat.
Thank you very much, Chief. Hey, Chief, can you stick your head out there and ask people to tone it down a little bit?
Would you like me to do the report out from lunch?
Yes, ma'am, this is a good time to do that.
Okay. So, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, could you hold just a... Hey! Thank you.
Contributing to the delinquency there.
Guys, we're in session. Madam Clerk, would you please continue?
Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken, and this item remains open.
Thank you. Fellow board members, at 4:30, we will take a short pause in our work and discuss our process going forward. Does that work for everybody? Okay, that gives us an hour and a half till we have to talk about this. We are on item Y. Supervisor Stopper was working on a poll. Do you want to continue that, or?
Can I say something first?
Yes, sir.
Having a conversation with council during the break about her wishing to eliminate parcel and her reasons for it. Registered. Eliminate registered parcel or just,
Well, we don't register parcels under this ordinance. We issue permits to premises, and so I think that word doesn't make sense. I think that's a holdover from prior versions of cannabis ordinances.
so you would like to eliminate the word registered?
Simply because, yes, not as a policy call, but because it
Parcel-
doesn't make
par-
sense.
parcel-
Parcel's a policy call that the board has to decide on.
The choices are, to be correct, it would either be premise would be correct or parcel would be correct. They mean different things.
Yes.
But they have accomplished different things. George Toffenelli, do you have a poll you'd like to?
Yeah, poll to eliminate what the council would like registered removed.
So it would be patrol the parcel.
Right.
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes.
Are you talking about setbacks here?
Yes.
Do you want to take on anything on Y or want to move on? Supervisor Stopper?
Just see if it's appetite of the board. This is a hill I'm willing to die on. I'm not going to sit here and talk about it. If you want to strike the setback areas as part of the area they cannot patrol.
Does anybody want to strike the setback areas as areas that cannot be patrolled? Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Stopper, yes. Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. It's not that big of a deal. Any other items on Y? Seeing none, we'll move on to Z. Are there any comments on Z? Yes, sir. Mr. Mills?
Z, there are other counties that actually delineate mixed light in the odor filtration systems required. I'm just curious whether or not the board would be willing to entertain that,
Is there any interest?
adding that in.
Is there any interest on the board to add mixed light to the
So it's a
filtration?
indoor cultivation and mixed light sites.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
I don't see how that's possible.
I have a question.
Supervisor Callaway?
I'm not adverse to that. I just don't know how easy it is, how economical it is, what the impact is. I mean,
Well, hang on a
indoors-
second. Sorry, please. I
No,
apologize.
no, thank you. So it's not that I'm adverse to it, I just think it's a question I don't really have an answer to. What if we,
Chair, to explain a little further, mixed light also has additional needs that the same thing as indoor would need regarding fire and confined space, things like that. So it kind of falls into that same general area as indoor when it comes to odor.
Okay, so we've got Supervisor Stopper is not to discuss, doesn't want to include Supervisor Toffenelli, is not to discuss it. Supervisor Mills is yes to discuss it. Supervisor Callaway,
I guess no.
I'm a no as well. So that will be left out. Other items on Z? Very well. Move on to section AA. Moving down BB. CC,
Hang on, we can't read that
I'm
fast.
sorry.
Some of it I got notes on, some I don't.
Just contact.
I'm at
We're on,
DD. Do you want to go to DD? Is that it? Or are you at
Anything
BB?
before DD?
Was there anything left in CC? Just, it
No.
looks like it was entirely struck. That's all.
FF was,
Yeah, it's kind of wiped out.
yeah. Is there anything
No,
down to
it's not
DD?
on mine.
DD, I know, for instance, Colorado and Washington State both require cannabis waste to be mixed 50% with other material. In Colorado, they require that material to be disposed of in a specific way and reported to the state on a state website, and a copy is available at that location to confirm that the disposal and who did it is in place. I'm not asking us to go to the level of Colorado because I don't think we're there yet, but I think that how the waste products are disposed of, if we can't burn it, really needs to be discussed.
So do you have a suggestion on DD?
That any cannabis waste must or shall be mixed 50/50 with other material prior to a disposal. That's what's in Colorado and Washington State right now.
Okay, I'll pull on that item. Mr. Stopper?
No.
Mr. Toffenelli?
This makes your job harder.
Pardon me?
The sheriff's job harder.
I don't have 3 CCR 8108 in front of me to see what that entails. Do we have any, can you guys, you know what it says? It may state what Supervisor Mills is saying.
So 8108, it's long. It requires a cannabis waste management plan. It says, for the purpose of this section, cannabis waste, it defines it according to the Public Resources Code. And it says the plan shall identify one or more of the following methods for managing cannabis waste generated on its licensed premises. And then there's a selection of composting, collection and processing by a local agency, waste hauler, franchised or contracted by a local agency or private waste hauler. And then there's self-haul with a whole bunch of requirements for self-haul.
So would it be better for us to simply state that waste shall be disposed of in accordance with 3 CCR 8108 and just leave it at that?
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
No, it's only talking about shall not burn.
Hey, if we could keep the conversations out there.
And shall comply with all cannabis waste provisions described therein.
It's the idea, do we really need to have shall not burn in there?
So this actually came out of a mitigation measure that says, for air quality issues. But I think you're right in that state law doesn't allow it. And so if we just simply say that shall be disposed of in compliance with 8108, that.
We're done.
Is that,
A lot of counties do actually ask for a waste management plan. They
The state
require,
requires a waste management plan.
right, and counties also, so,
Okay, so the poll is to remove and shall comply with all cannabis waste provisions described therein.
No, to remove the permittee shall not burn waste cannabis waste. In other words, the term waste shall be disposed of in accordance with 3 CCR 8108 and shall comply with all cannabis waste provisions described therein. That's all they need.
I think it may be appropriate to still include the term shall not be burned because we don't know where the waste hauler may take it. Might actually go to an incinerator. And if the purpose was to minimize air pollutants.
Peter, are you devious?
We have redundancies elsewhere, so what if we were to say the permittees shall not burn any cannabis waste as that term is defined and shall comply with all terms of state law? We say both.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
That's what it says, described there.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So is there something we're pulling on?
I don't think.
I guess not. I guess
Then
not.
we'll
What he said, they have to comply with these
Then
provisions.
is there any other questions on DD? We'll move on to EE.
EE, I'd like to have that, the months that are listed there changed. The primary month for this type of testing to be done is September. Most preferably September and October. That's your driest period before the rains, et cetera.
So what is your pull, Supervisor Mills?
That the permittee shall one time each month between the months of August and October. I think we'd agreed to a one time per year in one case, that test be done in the month of September.
Just to put it out there, most likely the hydrologist would choose that, but it would be, this may preclude it being
Oh, that would
conforming
force him
to.
decide that.
to-
So
right,
can we
right.
put something in there to say the month that the state hydrologist would choose, or the month of September?
Whichever, yeah, that would define it much better, I think.
I agree.
Could go with it then, for sure.
Could you guys read to me what the poll would be?
Go ahead.
That the one time each month, it would actually be the one time to do a test would be in the month of September, or as determined by a state hydrologist. Would that be acceptable, Brad?
Because
I noticed you
they
stood
have the
up.
option for the 24-hour test
Right.
as it is.
So we're just trying to get that 24-hour
Yes.
test option, and
I just, if I could make just a couple comments, you pretty much, at least it's been my experience, you have to look at 070 and 090 and 140 kind of together, because in the original format, the way they were written, the 070 says you do that 24-hour test. And then 090 said, well, you do it for once a month for these 3 months, average it, and then do that each year for 3 years. And if the static water levels drop, then they have to put in another well. It didn't say how much it had to drop. And there's a couple practical concerns, and I think having it once a year in September might be, if you're going to do that, the best. The majority of this work falls on our pumpers. None of them like to do this. We've got like 4 pumpers in the area, and then there's some well drillers, they can do it. But so there's not a lot of contractors to do this. And then in that section 040, where you look at it and see if it's dropped, that's not really, doesn't seem too fair to the cultivators, because what I learned from the well drillers is they hit first water. They drill down, they hit first water about 40 feet, and then they keep going and they hit other fractures of the other water as they end, so they don't, stop at 40 feet. But the 40 feet is where the static water will be, and those are the fractures that are most susceptible just to changes in climate and things. So as the weather changes, due to none of the practices of the cultivators, the water level can drop. And it doesn't mean that they're running out of water, and it doesn't mean they're impacting other wells. It just is a natural cycle sort of thing. So, and the other thing just to point out is that this references 070, but 070 now we've allowed a report in lieu of that 24-hour testing. Mm-hmm. And I think that Condor was suggesting doing a thorough review once at the outset, and then not necessarily doing this every year. So just sort of some thoughts on this.
Okay, so the poll, as I understand, is the permittee shall one time each year in September or as described or as determined by a hydrologist or geologist, and then for the first 3 years continue through. Is that correct?
That would seem congruent with what we changed the first section to in 070.
Give us some continuity.
Do you understand? Is that clear for your terms before we poll?
Yes.
Very well. Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Stopper agree on this. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. Very well. Is there anything else?
Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anything else on EE? We'll move on to HH. Or II.
HH. I definitely want to keep that in there. I just want to add some language in there that says except in emergency situations. And then there's a certain example as addressed in later in Wells. But also that the way it's written, the way I interpret it, kind of precludes it being, if there's a fire started on someone else's parcel and went that way, it would stop water tenders and such. You know, they would be in violation if a water tender went out there. I mean, not that anybody's going to call them on that. But I think in emergency situations, power outages, in lieu of running a generator, there could be certain situations in emergency situations where they could use a water truck.
However, everybody could declare an emergency, and we could have a continual stream of water tenders running up and down some very substandard roads, and that was part of our problem.
We declare emergencies.
No, I'm saying,
The PSPS is
is that what you're thinking of? Is the
those
PSPS?
are the type of situations, and just general power outages, you know, that this happens.
So
And
if we delineated this just for what we call public power outages as the emergency,
No, a pump could go out.
Pumps can go out.
are we going to go to that level of detail as to
Can I
what
just-
emergency
I don't,
is?
We have a definition, if you do, well, if the board does want to go with this, we use language to really specifically define emergency for purposes of generators, what's included and what isn't. So you might want to consider using similarly restrictive language if you want to go in that direction.
Julie, can you point us to where that language is that
Yes.
defines emergency?
N1.
N1, term emergency for the purpose of this provision means a temporary outage of the primary power source due to circumstances that are verifiably beyond the committee's control and unrelated to non-payment of a utility or other vendor providing or servicing the primary power source.
Where are
You
you
just
at?
say water instead
where,
of
where,
power.
where
N
are
is in
you at?
Nancy 1.
N1, under generators.
Oh,
so
under
you're deeper.
generators.
Okay.
Apologize.
I can go back there if you want.
So if you don't pay your electric bill, that's an emergency?
That's not an
It's not an emergency. And
I just
so
wanted to be
you
clear.
can substitute the word water for power and use that same language if you wanted to be consistent with how you define emergency for the other section.
Is that your point?
Yes.
So you would want to take that generator emergency language and apply it to the section HH.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's a polling question. Supervisor Toffenelli,
Yes.
Supervisor Mills,
No.
Supervisor Callaway,
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi is yes. There are other items, so do you understand that? We'll take the emergency from N1,
Modify it so it applies to water rather than.
so it applies over there too, the same circumstances.
I won't beat the horse, I'm just worried about the roads.
It's a concern.
It is.
Okay, double I. Okay. Okay, we are on to 1795-100, unless somebody had something else. So, any comments on A?
All in all, I have a question on this in its entirety on 100, and I have so many notes here off the side that I confused myself. We started to address it earlier. I'm not, we'd have to go back to that. On respect to person.
Take your time, get it right.
Right. We talked about it briefly, Peter. I'm sure you have some ideas on this, how to make it right, if you could if you're willing, or I can read through it and start adding in all my changes and go sideways for half an
So
hour.
I think that this section specifically applies to a transfer of the permit after a permit is issued. The issue that we talked about before, which is the ability for someone to transfer the right to apply, is really different from this section. I don't think we should change this section to address the issue that the board agreed upon to allow the transfer of the right to apply. And we've agreed we'll prepare provisions that address that in that section, in the application section. But this is specifically for, once a permit's issued, the process someone would need to go to transfer that. So I'm going to apply to grow. It's working out for a couple of years, and I decided I'm going to move to Timbuktu. I want to sell my permit to someone else. This is where this applies. It has nothing to do with the right for someone else to apply on, under the old program. So
Very good. That solves a lot of my issues with this. Yeah. Yeah, the right to apply, that solves the situation.
And we'll come back with language that addresses that issue.
Okay. That's a leap. Thank you.
So, Peter, if somebody had a farm and they decided they wanted to get out of business and go, and someone wanted to shut down that farm and transfer that license to another farm, how would that fall in one of these two?
So this would allow someone else to take over that permit.
Right. So
There's
people
a
could-
separate section for relocation.
Okay.
And, I guess it'd be sort of a combination of the two. Essentially, it's a new permit for a new location. But this would simply be transfer of ownership.
So
So
this is-
someone's leasing a piece of property, they decide to sell their business to a successor in interest, that person takes over, they meet the qualifications, they go through these steps to
So
transfer
this is
that.
specific to
This
that premise?
is in 2 years from now, say.
Right, right.
The other right to apply is what I was worried about prior that I discussed with you. Thank you.
So let's put a what-if into this. Person's got a permit, and some type of heinous crime has occurred, and they know they're going to lose that permit. They can then transfer that permit before we find out or figure it out?
Well, there's the background. I mean, if they are,
You see where
for
I'm...
whatever reason, they might wish to transfer that permit, whether it's because they have committed a crime, they know they're going to be disqualified on the next check on that, or as soon as the sheriff's office is notified that there is, this has
Well,
occurred.
he isn't going to get
Or,
notified.
right. Anyway, as soon as that becomes, the county becomes aware of that, that would be more of a revocation issue, where,
And you can't sell it while it's in a revocation? We didn't say that.
well, you could sell it, but. then someone's
No,
gonna-
I'm simply saying, we didn't say that, so that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay. I mean, I suppose that is a scenario that could happen, that someone for some reason becomes unqualified to operate and transferred the right to someone else. As long as that person is no longer involved, not a part owner, not involved in the operation, that would be allowed to occur.
unless the board by policy doesn't let it.
That's true.
There's no clear path to that policy. It doesn't matter where it resides on background checks and how, if they do a once-a-year update, that person's not guilty until proven guilty.
So are there any suggested changes to this under 1795-100? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to 1795-110. There's suggested changes on that item. Okay, I'm going to keep going, guys. Tell me when to stop. 1795-120, relocation of permitted premises, changes to parcel boundaries. Any changes to that? Seventeen 130, mediation reforestation, former cannabis cultivation sites.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry,
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
one change that we would recommend to subsection A of 120. This was included in the recommended changes, and it's really more of just a technical change, but we felt it was important to make. I'll go back to that. This line, other conditions is satisfied, would tend to make it sound like it's a conditional permit, and it's not, so we just wanted to make sure that it's clear that, you know, and this language sort of clarifies that issue.
Can you state that? Can you state that again?
So we've struck in that phrase, other conditions are satisfied. We have made the determination that these types of permits are ministerial. You meet the requirements, you get the permit. That might imply that this is a discretionary permit, that conditions could be added that are outside the realm of what's in the ordinance. And we just want to make sure that this is, that the language doesn't create a conflict there.
Some sites are going to require, if it's under 20 acres,
Right.
a conditional use permit.
And that would
So-
apply to the conditional use permit, not the cultivation permit.
So striking the red.
Thanks for clarifying.
We're striking the red line?
Part of it.
Yeah, strike the other conditions are satisfied and replace it with qualified under this chapter.
Is there any objection from the board to that? Seeing none, Peter, that is, please move ahead with that. Anything under 130?
Yes.
Yeah. 130 is primarily right from the ban ordinance, is it not, generally?
Yes, yes, it is.
There's a few things.
Supervisor Stopper, do you have some suggestions?
Number 8, to be congruent with what the changes, all temporary structures placed on the premises for the purpose of cannabis cultivation or related activities instead of site.
Is there any objection to changing site to premises? No?
And
I have a question. So if there's a temporary structure placed outside that premise, but on the parcel, are you
That-
saying it can't be there?
no, it's part of the premise. What I said was on the premise, not the parcel. Never said
Right, I
parcel.
know. But it says a temporary structure, well, maybe I've answered my own question.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Stopper, you had a change?
I do have an addition to the end of it.
Okay.
If permits are required for such structures
Okay.
at the very end.
Do you
Like a
understand
yurt.
that, Mr. Mauer? Do you
Well,
understand
the
what
purpose
change?
of this was for all of those temporary things that even did not require a permit such as outhouses or other, what do we call them, hooches, those would be removed as well, that we didn't leave the site trashed. And so if it's something that would be utilized, so, okay, if they're going to apply to, at the same site where they previously applied, and some of those facilities could be used in their new application, obviously we're not going to require them to remove them and put them back. But particularly where they're relocating from another site, even if they didn't require a permit, we did not want to see any of that debris or temporary facilities left there. We wanted it cleaned up. And so that's why we did not specify that a permit was required.
Also, with respect to changing site to premises on subsection 8, my only concern there is that under 1795130A, we talk about all of these apply to what we define as former cannabis cultivation sites. And so just in this section, we sort of define the unit that requires remediation differently, and I didn't want to, it might be inconsistent with the rest of the chapter to change it to premises.
Right. I agree with that.
Chair, I'd like to leave it as site for purpose of,
She brought that up.
yeah, so,
All right. I was thinking more in terms of what we're writing today
no,
for,
yeah, it's not.
so that makes sense to me. I withdraw my proposed.
Okay? Is there anything else under that section?
And we don't speak to, for those that don't, under section D,
Section D. Okay?
D. We don't speak to those that have not fully remediated and restored.
Well, it tells you that the due date's February 9th, 2020.
Is our code compliance office going to be able to go out on February 10th of 2020 and check 190 locations?
Peter, what do we know about this item?
Well, the ban ordinance required that everything be remediated within 2 years of the effective date of the ordinance. And while there was some varying degrees of when portions of the ordinance became in effect, the effective date was February 9th, 2020. And so we just carried this over from that date. Will they be able to make all the inspections? Probably unlikely, but if we find that on February 14th, someone goes out there and finds that they're not remediated, then they are going to be not in compliance.
So then what do? Just come into compliance before they can apply again?
No, because they would have to have been in compliance under the provisions for an application. Now, I suppose it's going to be a judgment call to some degree that if there is, one minor thing that was not picked up that needs to be picked up, but if there's still a, it's going to be a, unless it's, the board says, unilaterally, not unilaterally, but, every single thing has to be perfect for that site.
No, we outlined what was necessary in that code. My concern is how are we going to be able to confirm that these conditions are met?
So
It's part of the
inspection
inspection
would have to be done prior to the issuance of any
process.
I got
permit.
multiple ears going here, hang on.
An
Go ahead.
inspection would be required before issuance or of the permit. So if someone is transferring, cultivation from one site to another, the inspection requirement for that application would be to inspect not only the transfer site, transferee, to the new site. And so they would inspect, and if it's not in compliance, that could result in disapproval of the permit.
Everybody understands that?
If it is a concern to Supervisor Mills, we did put the February 9th date in there to be consistent with the current ban, to ensure that the people that were applying for this are being respectful and compliant with what is existing on the books right now. If if you're concerned about staff being able to go out and actually inspect prior to February 9th, an alternative would be to strike the date and just say that they have to be restored in compliance with this chapter prior to a permit being issued.
I wouldn't go there. The previous board spent a lot of time getting to that point.
Supervisor Mills, do you have a suggestion you'd like to have pulled?
I don't know how to explain it. Can we just kind of hold it in abeyance for now, and I can come back to it? Sure. If the board's willing to entertain that discussion.
Does the board want to revisit this one again? Supervisor Stopper?
No, I don't think there's a way to address it differently than it's proposed.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
I'm sort of with Dennis, unless he can come up with something that's significantly different, I support this the way it is, especially since he said the prior board worked hard on coming up with that date.
Mr. Chairman, do you no? So the poll comes back to, let's try to come up with some language.
Well, I was just thinking, I've got our building official just walked in the room. Don't want to blindside him. But we're talking about how do we possibly validate or confirm that all the sites are fully remediated and restored in compliance by February 9th of 2020. What would be the process and what would be the staffing, and I don't want to be sure, I want to be sure this is within your bandwidth to do and not put it out there that we're just waiting until sometime after that. 190 sites, that's a lot of inspections to do, somewhere close to that time window. Yeah, they're true. I'm just more worried about the first 190 right now.
Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official, could you repeat that question?
Well, we're talking about former cannabis cultivation sites that existed prior to the adoption of the current version of this chapter shall be fully remediated and restored in compliance with this chapter by February 9th of 2020. That monkey's going to, in essence, be on the staff in code compliance to get that done. That's a heavy lift.
So can I try to help Doug
Certainly.
out on this one? Not because he's not capable of answering the question, but the work we did on this and the fee study happened before Doug started. And so Jeff White, the interim CBO, was in on most of the discussion. So in the fee study that I handed out, there was provision where code compliance, Jeff and Sabrina supported 2.5 FTE for code enforcement specific to the regulatory ordinance. And that FTE was based on doing the site inspections. Now, it doesn't get directly to your question about the date, but the discussions that we had is that would be part of the site inspections in going out in the permit process to ensure that they're compliant with all of the provisions here. Now, that wouldn't happen necessarily before the February 9th date if we're not up and running by then, but it would happen as a function of the permit process and the site inspection associated with a permit application.
I guess my question would be, how many sites are remaining to be in compliance? And I'm assuming that once this is ratified, 30 days after it becomes effective, and then we have work to do. So how many do we have?
100. Potentially, at the very most, 200 per se.
200?
At the very
No,
most.
actually, it's all 743. that were
Well,
out there
yeah,
before.
but these are the priority lies within the ones that are registering, and this is why he's bringing it up right now. Yes, all 700 and some odd would need to be seen and found out on. But you know, when it comes to the priority, I agree with Mr. Mills on that. And I am personally of the opinion that would be part of the inspection process, and I think that Mr. Alt just backed that up with reasoning behind the fee study.
Right.
So. The other ones fall on normal code compliance, FTEs.
What is the change you guys would like us to vote on?
I'd like to just think about it for a little while, and maybe come back and visit.
Okay. Moving on to section E. Okay, we've completed that. We are in 1795-140, annual permit continuation fee.
And we do have a suggested edit on this section as well. Let me go to the changes. And this again relates back to some of the confusion that we had in trying to craft that measure. So again, it's just really more of a technical change to make sure that we're actually carrying forward what the mitigation measure required.
Which part?
You have that under 140A?
Actually, that's B, isn't it?
B.
It's B.
It is B, I'm sorry.
That's why I was looking so funny at this
Yeah.
thing. It wasn't making sense.
That's much longer. Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes.
In C, we're going to have to make then an adjustment.
Congruent.
One.
Make it congruent with the other two changes when it comes to wells.
Is that acceptable? I'm sorry, Ms. Callaway?
I have a question on C2. If there's a drought, how does that then impact? Because do they still have to come up with an alternative water source? Because you're not going to get within 90% of an initial well report. If I look at the drought, the 4 or 5 year drought that we had, and wells were drying up.
Mr. Stopper?
I do hear what you're saying, and that's very true, but with the choice of going to a hydrologist, they would take that into account. And that's one of the other Condor Earth letters that we got that was addressing that drought years, everyone does significantly lose a certain amount of static level. So you're absolutely right. So that would be, I think, making this congruent with the other two things will be addressed through the hydrology report by a professional.
So if it's 8 years from later, when we no longer do it, it's after the 5 years, then what are we saying? They still have to have an alternate water source? They have to drill another well?
I would say yes, based upon wet year versus dry year and groundwater pumping, not so much in the fractured rock area of Calaveras County, but in the area below the Serpentine Belt.
Well, we've already said they can't bring water in. Now we're saying it's a drought. There's other water problems, so then they drill another well and they go down another 300 feet or,
One of the things that was pointed out in the groundwater basin discussion has to do with Calaveras County's failure to comply with the same requirements for drilling wells as is true in San Joaquin and Stanislaus County. we use a 25-foot annular seal number, where in many parts of the other counties, they're at 200. And the purpose of that is to prevent groundwater inflows, or surface water inflows into groundwater. So I would leave this to a geologist to determine, based upon the data points that they know are present.
So do you have any suggestions, Ms. Callaway?
No, I just think we're on one hand saying they have to have an alternative water source. An alternative water source could be that they have to bring water in, but we've already said that they cannot bring water in unless it's an emergency. I'm not even sure what it is we're saying here.
Okay.
It's-
Any other, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
any other items on 195140? We'll move on to 1795. Yes.
We talked earlier about this, and we mentioned we would add something, but when we talked about the bond, we wanted to add a provision here about renewing that bond.
Sorry,
this
under
section.
150?
Under 140. So we would add a new subsection D that talks about renewal of the bond.
Yearly renewal.
Yearly, I mean, my experience is most bonds are like for a 3-year period, at least for subdivision improvement, so it depends on the length of the bond, but we would make sure that it is valid for at least another
So
year.
we put it in earlier, so you're asking to continue it on so it's consistent, correct?
Right, we would need to add a section here to make sure that, well, there was that concern expressed about,
Letting it lapse and not after the
Exactly.
time that you bought it for, but it's 1 year, 3 years.
So we would need to have it in here because this is the renewal provision.
Is there any objection to that?
Are we going to have a sunset on the bond?
That's a policy call.
I recommend a sunset on the bond of 7 years.
Okay, there is a poll for 7-year sunset on bonds. Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi? No. All right. 1795150, revocation of cannabis cultivation permits. Are there any questions or suggestions on that section, section 150?
On C, do we want to put down the number of days that this notification has to occur within so many business days or something like that in there?
Is that a suggestion for a poll?
Yes, sir.
So this Supervisor Mills' suggestion for a poll is to add in a number of days in this item, C.
See?
Yeah.
Indeed, C.
Right, C.
So
So if the permit's revoked, that we have so many days to notify the state as well as the sheriff.
doesn't the state have a requirement?
That's what we're just checking right now. We believe that there is already a requirement. We reference that requirement by referencing the Business Professions Code section.
Yeah, if you could read it, just be sure it's there.
Do you want to wait, we can do this poll?
Or we can come back.
Doesn't it? I
On,
hate coming back if we don't have to.
On B, I'd like to change shall to may.
On 160 or up?
On
above?
150B.
On 150,
Okay, Supervisor Mills, we're going to come back to yours while they check that. So under B, this would be to change it from established in this chapter may be grounds for revocation to, from shall to may be grounds for revocation. Supervisor Stopper?
Adjust your dentures.
Yes.
It's like, may I pay my mortgage? No.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Let me explain.
By all means, we got all afternoon.
Okay, thank you, because something could happen. Somebody could wind up, God forbid, in the hospital. or something could happen, and Jason Howard's wife has another baby, and he's in the hospital, and he doesn't pay his fees on time. Or Vicki Renicky decides that, you know, she wants to go into business and become a cannabis farmer, and she needs to get a loan. I meant, shall means if you're a day late, something happens, and I think for the most part, it's there. But sometimes things happen, so I think that's why shall means there is no room for an option, and I think there should be.
Okay, we have 3 votes no. I will throw mine in on the no also.
I found 2,600 or 26,200 if you're interested.
Please.
Subsection C says a local jurisdiction shall notify the Bureau upon revocation of any local license, permit, or authorization. So,
No days there.
I mean, we take that to mean pretty quick, but if you want to give us a specific day that counts for upon, that you think the state would be happy with, you're welcome to.
What did we have previously on noticing? Under the UO?
We didn't have it because it wasn't a state agency regulated.
No, I'm thinking about us noticing them, those that had permits at the time.
Well, we were, you know, we would send out the notice to the registrant immediately upon the denial, you know, within, you know, as soon as we took the action, we'd send it out. We would typically send a copy of that notice to the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Do we set a number of days aside in any other section of this code? Like 3 days or something like that? I thought I saw a 3-day number.
The concern I'd have is, you know, this is a directory towards what the county is going to do, and I would hate to get into a situation where, for whatever reason, you know, the cannabis control officer is in the hospital, and so notice, having a baby, notice doesn't go out, then are we in violation of our own code because we didn't provide this notice within the same time?
Got it. No, that's great. I'll withdraw just based on that statement alone.
Withdrawn.
Until such time as all appeal rights have been exhausted.
Okay, we've got a simple poll. It was withdrawn. I'm trying to keep this moving. I'm watching that clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that painful?
You have no idea how painful. 1795160, enforcement fines, liability to pay costs and fines. Are there items, anything on A or B?
A.
Yes, sir. We have,
I know that in Yolo County, they are inspecting 4 to 5 times per year. They do a pre-inspection. They do a random during the year. They do a during harvest or just before harvest inspection, a post-harvest inspection. A single inspection isn't enough, based upon what they've explained to me. And they're not being, I think they're being done by their ag department, not so much by any code enforcement worker.
do you have a poll?
Yes,
Question
asking
or
to increase the number of inspections from yearly to at least 4 times per year.
Very well. Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Well, it says we may conduct additional inspections if determined necessary, so I'm good with that language.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi is no. Next item. Anybody else have anything on A? B? C?
Hang on. We got. Oh, you're D.
Go on.
No, that's all right. You're
D?
at
D, we're on C.
Oh,
Anybody have anything on C? I've got something on C. I'd like to change out the word that owns or occupies a residence. And the reason I wanted to, here, remember, check out my notes again.
What are you thinking?
Here's the thing. If grandma, back to grandma on the back 100, if grandma's back on the back 100 and we're talking about a parcel and
It's okay,
little
Maria.
Billy's doing his stuff wrong out there, I don't want grandma to be held liable.
Dirty Johnny.
Little Johnny. Little Johnny does not want to be held liable for grandma's actions out on the back 100.
It's okay, it's okay.
So that's why I said occupies. If you're the owner, that's one thing, but maybe grandma or little Johnny are renting. They shouldn't be held liable.
So who are you saying or suggesting be held liable?
I'm saying any entity that owns a residence or parcel upon which the cannabis is cultivated. I don't want a renter to be held.
I'll tell you why that would make sense to me, is because who
This makes
are
sense
you?
or I make sense?
You make sense.
Oh, Jesus.
It's because if you go to a fine or lien, who are you going to apply it to?
It's going to go to the owner.
It's going to go to the owner. So this puts the onus on the owner directly, doesn't it? If we take that out. And then we're not fighting on who we're going to penalize.
That would be a yes from him and a yes from me.
Supervisor Toffenau?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you have to say, scratch
I'm just saying scratch.
Excuse me,
or
Chair.
occupies. Yes, sir.
Under our current system, an owner and occupant are jointly liable for fines, and it seems that there are situations where an occupant is,
It's leasing the property
leasing the
specifically.
property, and the owner might have nothing to do with it. I mean, we've had ones where occupants are in the process of being evicted while carrying out illegal activities, and we'd be put in a position where we were just holding the owner liable, even though they're doing everything they can. And this actually has happened more than once, where we had hearings wherein an owner was in the process of evicting an occupant who was growing cannabis and had no way to legally stop them from doing it until the eviction was completed.
And it's happening right now in my district, not in cannabis, but in a puppy mill type situation, where they're in the same situation where the owners are not even here, but they're trying to evict, and the thing is, you know.
So Mr. Turner, you're suggesting we leave it in because of your experience during the urgency ordinance, these things do happen.
Yeah. And not just during the urgency ordinance, during the ban as well. I mean, sometimes an owner cannot stop an occupant from growing legally because the occupant's in possession of the property and they have to wait till the eviction's over.
Okay.
I have a code case in my area right now like that.
Based on that experience, I'll withdraw my motion unless you guys want to continue.
I'll withdraw it. We'll all withdraw it.
They withdrew their agreement with me as well.
And I don't agree with you anymore.
Exactly. There goes the bus over the top of me. Okay. D.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Who wants to go first?
I
Rita?
will. The last sentence, that's not under our purview. That's not under our control. The private party wants to take whatever action. So what? I mean, I don't even know why it's in there. We're- I have not a clue, because if
Yes.
Like, so you're pulling.
I'm saying to omit it.
Omitting the
So
last
you're
sentence.
omitting neither to
Neither
nuisance.
nuisance.
Supervisor Mills?
Why did the planning commission want that added?
You know,
I don't remember it in the tape, that's why.
it was the end of a long day, and we got wrapped around this issue for almost an hour. And frankly, by the time we were done, our heads were all spinning and trying to figure out what was happening here. We had two competing interests going on. I think that the issue here is, the purpose of this provision is to simply state that we have the right to apply the ordinance and go after violators. And they can't use some other provision of the code and say, well, I'm okay with this, you can't, enforce this provision that against me. Members of the commission construed that to somehow limit the county's ability or to limit the ability of a private citizen to sue over a nuisance issue, which we really can't anyway. So I would agree with Supervisor Callaway that it's really sort of beyond the scope. I think that at the end of the day, they just sort of said, yeah, let's do this. There was a great deal of discussion on it between two of the commissioners, both with sort of competing interests, and this was sort of their compromise language, I believe.
Okay, so we have does that answer your question, Supervisor Mills?
Thank you.
So we have a poll to eliminate that last sentence. Supervisor Mills, your response?
No.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi? Yes. Please remove that one. All right, we're moving down the list. Anybody have anything on between section E and section J?
Yes, F.
Supervisor Mills? F.
And I know there was a discussion about the infraction point. Why was this moved away from a misdemeanor to an infraction?
We had early on, and before we even started drafting this, Peter and myself and Julie and Megan met with Sheriff DiVasilio and the district attorney, and it was to talk about enforcement, and the district attorney suggested moving it to an infraction rather than a misdemeanor. And I can't speak for her for the basis for that, but I can tell you that under this ordinance, the way the fine structure works, penalties are much more severe than under the previous ordinance. And I can also tell you that under the government code, an infraction is subject to different fine limitations than is a misdemeanor. For counties, a misdemeanor has basically no real ceiling other than basic due process principles, whereas infractions are subject to the fines that are laid out here. And under the new ordinance, because of a change in state law, we're allowed to impose fines for cannabis violations immediately rather than give a reasonable opportunity to correct. So under the new ordinance, the way it's laid out, you'd be subject upon discovery of an illegal cultivation site to $100 per plant. And under the ban is $1,000 per day after you've had a reasonable opportunity to correct. So under this provision, with it being an infraction, the fines are going to be orders of magnitude larger.
Which is still lower than what the state will do.
The state actually has a formula where they look at the cost of the amount of a permit and triple it.
By the way.
Yeah, and that's actually on top of our fines. So under the current provision, even though it's been moved to an infraction from a misdemeanor, the civil penalties are going to be much, much higher. And I don't know if District Attorney Stone wants to address that. That was Barbara Yook's suggestion, was to change it from a misdemeanor to an infraction.
I'll take her suggestion, leave it alone.
I do have on the very last section, the Government Code 25132, it would help if we specified that it was subsection C. That is the heightened fine schedule, as opposed to subsection B, which is slightly lower. So my recommendation would be to make sure it's Government Code 25132 sub C.
Thank you. Any objections?
Do you want to hold that, Ethan, Julie?
I would like to hear both of those before I get pulled.
Of B versus C?
Yeah.
I would like to know exactly what Deputy District Attorney Stone was talking about as well.
Subsection C says, notwithstanding any other law, a violation of local building and safety codes that is an infraction is punishable by the following. 1, a fine not exceeding $130 for the first violation. 2, a fine not exceeding $700 for the second violation of the same ordinance within 1 year of the first violation. 3, a fine not exceeding $1,000 $1,300 for each additional violation within 1 year. And then it goes up to $2,500 for each additional violation of the same ordinance within 2 years of the first. And
What's the C part?
that's all C. Those are all subsections of C.
It's assumed the first violation is cancellation of
C is local building and safety code.
But if you continue to,
That's my concern as well. I mean, because I'm not sure I'd characterize this as a local building and safety
Yeah.
code.
Just so the board is aware, B is every violation that is an infraction is punishable by the following, which is the first being $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $500 for each additional violation of the same ordinance within 1 year.
Which binds the very facts that you were presenting.
Well, I mean, I just,
By keeping it 25132, it could be any of the subsections that are in 25132. We're not excluding the
Right.
possibility
And
of
so
C.
if we just leave it as 25132, the argument would be that the lower fines allowed for the general violations would fall under subsection B. In my mind, this is clearly a safety code. And so, you know, if we were to prosecute violations, and bear in mind that a violation can, in essence, be per plant per day, we would, of course, want to impose the higher fines allowed for a violation of a safety code allowed by subsection C, as opposed to the lower fines that are provided by subsection B. And so in order to make it clear that, you know, we consider this a safety code and we want the fines, if applicable, to be applied under subsection C, I think it would be prudent to specify that at this point.
Okay, there's a poll to add that in. Supervisor Mills wanted to add section C. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a question, Supervisor?
Why is a plant considered a safety code?
So the regulation as a whole is intended to promote safety, to make sure that this particular activity is regulated so that it's conducted in a safe way. In my mind, this clearly falls under a safety code.
you know, I don't know if we should, I mean, Mr. Stone may be correct, but I think we should.
Leave it as is.
Yeah, I mean, if upon researching the matter, we discover that it's clearly building and safety code. I mean, when I think of building and safety code, I think of the health and safety code, which is where the building code comes from. And I would look at this and I would think that this has to do with the building code. I mean, but Mr. Stone may well be correct in his interpretation. And if he is, we could certainly apply C as the fines. But if we change it to C now and did research and found that this is a zoning code, not a building and safety code, then and we were sued over applying the higher fines, it could be bad.
Okay, so we have a poll in front of us. Supervisor Mills,
Yes.
Supervisor Stoppin,
Leave it as is.
Supervisor Toffenali,
leave it as is.
Supervisor Callaway.
As is.
As is. Thank you. Keep it as is. Okay. Anything G through J? Going once, going twice. 1795170 is the section we are on now. Appeal of application, denial of permit revocation. Sorry, Susan. Does anybody have any changes on that section? 170.
There's a lot of red line in here.
Kind of give me a look if you're good, so I can know to keep going. Supervisor Stopper, got an issue on 170?
I'm good.
Okay. Everybody good to move on? Going once. Going twice. We're on section 1795.180. Appeals shall be heard by the Office of the County Hearing Officer. Any changes in that section?
So Ethan, this is just basically an addition or rewrite of what we have been doing all along, correct?
Yeah, we felt that there wasn't adequate procedures written into 8.06.700, which is what created the hearing officer position, so we wanted to add more procedures, basically. But it's the same hearing officer that would be, or the same hearing officers. There's a rotating bench of 3 that are run out of Al's office and managed by the clerk of the administrative hearing officer, which is also in his office.
Supervisor Moses, are you okay with 180?
Yes.
We'll go on to section 190, administrative hearing procedures. Anybody have any comments or changes on that section? Just kind of give me a nod when you guys are ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Supervisor Toffenelli, you need some time on it? Okay. As we gals, we're moving on to 1795-200, decisions of the hearing officer. Are there any changes or suggestions on that piece? Good. Okay, we're good on, Supervisor Toffenelli, you good? Okay, we're going to move on to section 1795-210, indemnification.
210C.
210, section 3, no, that's C.
C. Yeah, section 3 and C.
Those are the findings.
Oh, that's
Okay,
findings.
we already
That's after
findings.
210. That's a whole different section 3.
Sorry.
I'm sorry?
I have C
The
also.
findings are not codified.
Okay.
I have a correction there.
So,
I have
okay, well,
correction
let's
there.
do this quick piece. On page 41 of the red line issue, 1795-210 indemnification, does anybody have a change on that paragraph before we get to section 2 severability? Are we good there?
Good.
Good? All right, so we're in section 2 severability, and nobody has a problem with that? All right. What's section 3, findings?
And this is where C comes in, and the findings. We need to bring this up to date.
All right, in section C, what is your suggestion, Supervisor?
That the Rohrabacher Fire Amendment did expire.
So,
There's another thing, it wasn't FAR anymore.
No,
It was
it wasn't.
Blumauer.
Yeah.
so we can, Mr. Mauer, can we please update the
Blumenauer.
Blumauer amendment?
I think just eliminate it would probably, at this point in time.
Yeah,
it's no
has no
longer-
bearing anymore. Right.
Then there's currently a new amendment, the Blumenauer-McClintock amendment, because our Congressman Tom McClintock has signed on to it.
Right.
But it's not been
You
enacted.
know, it's, I'm not sure if it's been passed or not.
It hasn't been yet.
Yeah.
Sure, Supervisor, I'm sure. Okay, great. If you could update that or eliminate it. And that's an interesting, thank you. All right.
I have
Other
one minor
findings?
edit to H.
H.
On the very last line, the word
Yep.
"in" should be struck.
The what?
The word "in" should be struck.
Under this ordinance, right?
Under this ordinance, it should say. The last line of H.
Okay,
And then we had, unless there's any other edits, we have two other recommended findings to add.
You wanted something else there?
H, I'm just wondering, because I wonder if that addresses, because I was like, as described, because 17.91 is referred to, but not permitted under 17.95. So you're permitted under in this ordinance in striking that out? Striking out that last line, did that take care of what I just?
Yes, it does, because we specifically, in this chapter, 1795, exempted
Okay.
what's allowed in 91.
Very good. I'll listen to your suggested additions, but I have a suggested addition also.
okay, so
And-
we're talking about adding findings, right?
Right.
Okay, so everything, all the findings up until QQ, or nobody's got any other problems with them? Okay, and we'll take on additional findings. Mr. Stopper, do you want to make your suggestion first?
I would like to hear the planning director's additions. Maybe it will be addressed
Howard, do you
prior
have
to
a
me.
couple you want to add?
Yeah, these are the findings that were contained within the Planning Commission's resolution that specifically address consistency with zoning and the general plan. And so we just like to add these two findings.
Requirement.
Are there any objections to these two new findings, RR and SS? Let me just get a consensus. Supervisor Stopper?
No objection.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway? Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
No, I agree, so no objections. Please include them. Are there other things you want to add, Mr. Mauer, before we go back to the board? Mr. Stopper, your suggestion?
With my findings, I have asked the sheriff, and I would assume the building official has the same information that code compliance has forwarded to me, to bring some information forward on year-to-year, let's say, enforcement on your end, sir, and the types of enforcement that you've dealt with. And I have some questions to ask, and these will be part of my finding that I'm wishing to address. And so you say like 95% of the time you're dealing with something illegal when it comes to illegal growth, sir?
Correct.
2014, 2015, there was a minimal amount of bus because we were underneath medical cannabis at that time. It was generally in 99 plants and a card, and someone was able to grow, and there was not a lot of room for movement for you. So how many busts in either 2014 or 2015 resulted of that with the prior sheriff?
I actually went back to 2013. In 2013, we had 15 sites eradicated. 2014, 25 sites eradicated, and 2015, 13 sites eradicated, and those were all under search warrants.
Okay. 16?
16, we had 18, and again, all of these that I talk about are all under search warrants. 16 was 18, 2017 was 68, 2018 was 55, and as of Tuesday, when I got this printout, we were at 66 for this year.
66
Correct.
on 2019.
Correct.
Well, that's a good job this year, sir. We appreciate your work. Every one of them's illegal. They wouldn't be anybody that would be able to move forward within this. How many of those are potentially in those bus served with search warrants are ones that you've repeated back to the same site? And, you know, some of them multiple times.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 that were multiple sites. Well, let's...
Repeated
Repeated
grow
sites, I
sites at the
have
same place?
Two. Those were all twice, and I had one site that was, we've gone there 3 times. We were there 17, 18, and 19.
With these numbers progressing, I mean, within the last few years, you've had some extra money for enforcement, so you've been able to step it up a notch or two, and you've able to add to your ranks of, in the sheriff's
Well, we haven't
department.
gotten any extra monies. We haven't received any more personnel other than what we were given back in 2016. We were short some personnel because of staffing issues. And we've been able to mechanicize, I don't know how to say that word, use machinery to remove the plant, so that made it a lot faster, using a contractor, but we're still limited because of the contractor's availability.
And I would concur with that. With these numbers here, it shows there was an influx during the original urgency ordinance, but also in 18 and 19, it shows that just if there was a ban, there was people out there that did not listen.
Yes.
And we heard testimony at the beginning of this meeting during public comment of people talking about still smelling pot coming in their front door.
I still smell it every day on my way to work.
Yes, sir, so do I. So would you say that, I mean, I'm repeating myself here, a ban has not stopped illegal grows?
No.
And a ban has stopped the people that were willing to stay within compliance and follow the laws that were set before them?
I've got statistics that I can give you.
Those are people that won't qualify underneath this, that are no longer part of the 190.
Correct.
Right.
But
So
they were
those,
previous
what I'm
registered growers.
talking about, it's only stopped the people that are willing to obey the law.
Right. Locks out to keep honest
the
people out.
same type of people that 99% of the time wouldn't use the wrong pesticides or the wrong fertilizers and let them run into creeks. I mean, that's a matter of perception, sir, but
Are you asking me a question, or are you telling
I'm
me the
asking
answer?
you I'm asking you a
Sounded like you were
question.
telling me the answer.
I guess I was leading a little bit. I apologize about that. So I would put it in question form. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the work you do and your sheriff's department does for keeping this county safe, Rick.
You bet.
Okay. I have a couple questions.
Sure.
You, by your own testimony, did not go
Testimony,
on.
am I at court? Did I
Yes,
swear in
your
yet?
own testimony, because we can
Hands
swear
up,
you,
don't
we
shoot.
can swear you in,
Okay.
according to counsel. By what you said earlier, and you said before, that you only went to illegal sites. Basically, your eradications were on illegal sites. You did not spend a lot of time on permitted legal sites.
That's correct.
So that would be code enforcement.
Correct.
Okay, and code enforcement of the legal sites basically only visited the sites for the permitting process when they visited, because they were allowed to grow before they got a permit. While they were in process, they were allowed to grow, and when their permit came up for time to be inspections, then code enforcement along with planning department went out and inspected their sites. So once they got their permit, there may or may not have been any visits at all by the county on what they were doing afterwards, after they got their permit. because we were so consumed in trying to get through the 750 and get them permitted or unpermitted or whatever, that we didn't have the time or the manpower to go back afterwards. So we don't know afterwards whether the good growers, if they did what they were supposed to do or not. We have no proof of that, basically, other than the words they say. Is that pretty much correct?
Well, I can't attest to what code compliance did. I know that we did go with code compliance on some 806 eradications. And anything that was associated to the 806 was basically a registered grower that was out of compliance, didn't come into compliance. I know there wasn't a lot of those. Overall answer to your question is yes, we didn't go back. The sheriff's office didn't, we didn't have the time. And again, the question would be more relevant for the code compliance people on what they did after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Stopper, you had the floor. Did you have a finding you said you wanted to add, or we're almost done?
Well, I think other supervisors want to question Sheriff Rick, and then I have some statistics from code compliance. And the building official does seem to be here. Sabrina did send me the code compliance statistics that I had asked for. I may have some questions for Mr. Oliver, although he was not the building official during these times. He may give us some light on how the process moves forward through code compliance.
And we'll continue the cross-examination of the sheriff.
There you go.
Supervisor Mills?
You swear?
I swear.
Sheriff, you had stated before to the board that the crime rate under the urgency ordinance was higher than it has been under the ban. Do you still hold to that position?
Yes.
And we heard the DA comment that the most heinous crimes that she has had to deal with were on permitted sites. If you
That
recall,
would
she
be
followed you.
That would be a question
That's a
for the
hearsay
DA,
at this
yeah.
point.
You're in testimony.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why, I know that we had some that were on permitted sites, but a lot of them were just associated to and didn't actually occur on the site, so.
So did you have any reason during the last couple of years to actually go out on permitted sites as a result of warrants, search warrants or anything?
Previously permitted sites.
Previous,
Yes.
my apologies.
Yes, I've been on numerous previously permitted sites for eradications under search warrants.
Under search warrants. And you wouldn't happen to know how many that was?
I would. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them.
So these are of the 190 that we had talked about? Or is this some other
No,
number?
this is of the 700 and
Of the
whatever it
700,
was,
okay.
yeah.
So,
To follow up on that,
sure.
were they owned by the same people that were permitted before, or do you know?
Those stats I don't have.
Okay.
Are
Just
we
curious.
working towards creating a finding?
Yes, I have something to back it up with the statistics are provided by him in code compliance, so,
I will relinquish the floor.
okay. Thank you, sir, I appreciate, thank you, sir.
It's 4:30. I told you I would have a discussion, and then we'll continue on with this. COG is meeting. We have to get this work done. I would like to keep working until we get this stuff done, but I don't get to do it by myself, and I serve at your pleasure. So, is everybody okay in continuing this meeting until we get the work done? I'm telling you, if we keep moving, we can get this thing wrapped up by 6 or so. Or we'll have to come back tomorrow or the next day. What's everybody in?
I'm not available for either of those 2 days.
Well, that's okay.
You're willing to keep going?
No, if he's not here, that's fine.
Well. As chair.
Might I note, yeah. Your predecessor rules, now I know why.
Are you guys, so Supervisor Mills, are you okay sticking around and keeping going?
Well, I do know the history of past boards. They tend to get a little bit wrapped around the axle and a little bit rummy, and I know planning commissions have done the same thing when you start working too late, so I would hope that as long as the focus is maintained that we continue on. However, if we start to lose focus, then maybe we need to call it quits rather than do something
We're
stupid.
going to do a little stretch after this team building exercise.
yoga.
Chair.
I am chair of COG,
Yes.
so I need to make the phone call to Amber. and tell her that we're going to, either we're going to be working past the time that they're allotted in here, which is, they're supposed to be in there in a half an hour, but she's awaiting my phone call. So I'm going to tell her we're going to work through this, and it could be till 6, 7 o'clock tonight that we finish.
So,
Because there's a lot to go after just what we're talking about right
so
now.
COG is prepared to meet next door?
They
if we
are.
keep
I
going.
I understand they
Okay.
are, but they may not be a quorum. 2 of us are here.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so that's,
appreciate that, Supervisor Kaufman.
right.
Thank you.
And Chair, when you say going to barrel through all of this and getting it done, I just want to remind everyone, we still have 9.22 to go through. So, I mean, we're going to have to come back at another day to finish this agenda. Also,
We're not. We're going to finish today's agenda, and then we're going to bring it back on the October 15th.
we're going to finish 9.22 tonight, too?
Unless I can't
Why
get,
do we have to bring it back on October 15th? Why is that specific date that we have to bring
that
this
was just
back
the
on?
next special meeting, but we don't have to. I'm just saying that
All right, I think that
obviously
should
it's
be a
up to the
poll of the
board.
board.
We'll pull the board. That's a board decision. You're correct.
Let me call that.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Everybody stand up and stretch. All right, welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on the final item, findings. Mr. Stopper, you had the ball?
Yes, sir. Doug Oliver, please.
Doug is not here.
He was just outside. No, he just came back with the information that,
Come on in, Doug. Doug, you're on the hot seat.
I'll just get straight to the point to streamline this. 2014 and 2015, there's no reportable data because there's no cannabis enforcement through code compliance.
Correct.
2016, approximately 71 citations / orders to abate, 1 county abatement. These would include people that were not in compliance at that time that were getting denial letters.
Correct.
2017, same situation, but as many as 228 citations and 14 county abatements. These would have been majority of people that were not part of this 190 number that's come forward now, that were either in a denial phase, and then some illegal gross, potentially.
That's my understanding, yes.
2018, year of the ban. 37 citations, 1 county abatement, and approximately 10 courtesy notices, verbal warnings.
Correct.
So of those, a majority of the ones that you sent the letters, they self-abated.
That's my understanding, yes.
2019, thus far, 69 citations, 0 county abatements, approximately 30 courtesy notices, verbal warnings, approximately 40 citations issued when called out by Sheriff's Department during an eradication for remediation of site. So in the second year of a ban, the numbers come up on the work that code compliance has done.
Correct.
So does this show that people have not complied with the ban?
It would appear so.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
Okay,
I will
you got
come
it.
forward with my,
I have a question, and since he's here, and you were going to dismiss him. Certainly, numbers can appear anything, but during the years that we had the urgency ordinance, code compliance, or the code department, was spending time trying to inspect the sites in order to apply for a permit. So they didn't have, after the ban came, then all that time that they were concentrating doing that is now expanded because we didn't lay any of them off. They all became permanent employees. They now spent their time going after complaints of non-compliance. So you can use that number at one point saying, yeah, it went up, but you don't know, because we had spent a lot of time just trying to get the permittees permitted, or the people in the process of the application getting their permits. So a lot of time code was spent going out and doing the inspections for that in order for them to get their permits. So yes, you could say the numbers went up, but would they have been up if we had continued going forward and spending more time trying to inspect sites in order to get them permitted? So there's two edges to that sword, I think. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
I would submit that board direction was to continue and enhance our enforcement. And so
Correct.
this year, there was additional communications with the sheriff's office and
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I know that you were not here at the time, but just to clarify that during that period of the urgency ordinance and the number of people who had appeared before us on denials, the amount of hours that were spent on a singular site and multiple trips to bring sites into compliance or attempt to bring them into compliance is not really listed in the numbers that are being supplied here. I think that the numbers create a false narrative of the amount of hand-holding and babysitting that occurred during the period of the UO, which was not necessarily present during the ban. So I know that the caseload that you have in your department isn't all related just to cannabis. There's other things, a lot of other things that go on, but mostly it's building code violations or health and safety violations. So I just want it clearly understood that our numbers, I think, could be skewed very quickly if we took the time to realize how many hours per site were being spent by those people in code enforcement that worked in your department at that time. So I'm just wanting to make that as a comment.
well, as an example, I would say that on the average substandard housing inspection, your investigator is going to spend potentially an hour in background review of the site, and then another maybe hour to 2 hours of investigation on site if they're granted access, as opposed to an investigation of cannabis where you're going to spend the amount of background time plus double that with communication with the sheriff's office to determine if it's a safe site to access. You're also communicating with the sheriff for escort if it's a large or dangerous grow. In addition to that, your documentation is going to be different, and your method of service is going to be more detailed, because we are citing statutes that are relatively new, and we want to be dialed on exactly how we enforce. We don't want any of these to be thrown out due to inability to follow process. So the attention to detail is greater, and the potential hazards are greater, so we're far more cautious on how we approach it. So yes, the time spent is going to be higher. Unfortunately, I don't have that number, but I can provide that if your board requests.
I would be more curious to know the number of hours spent rather than the number of cases, because that really is a true determinant on where the priorities are. Thank you.
Introduce my finding.
Please.
I would suggest, based on public testimony and the reference to the illegal grows over the last couple of years, we introduced this along with what the sheriff has verified and somewhat what the code compliance has verified, that we add this finding. Illegal cultivation is associated with a greater, more significant environmental impacts with greater, more significant environmental impacts relative to regulated cultivation activities. Illegal cultivation is continued despite the adoption of the ban. Eradication of illegal cultivation operations have been a burden of county resources despite ongoing eradication efforts, the record shows. There has been a lack of environmental mitigation and cultivation. Numerous illegal cultivation sites, despite being eradicated by code and/or sheriff department, restarted operations subsequent to county action. I would poll the board on adding that to the findings.
Any questions on that finding? Mr. Maurer, do you have any comments on the finding?
I do not.
Very well, I'll pull the board. Supervisor Toffenelli.
No.
Supervisor Mills. No. Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi. Yes, I would agree with that statement.
Could you
All right.
give that to us? We don't need it right now, but just hand it to us at the end of the meeting so we can have it.
Very well.
We still have some things we need to go back to also, but.
We're going to go back to other items on the findings. There's no other items on the findings. We're going to flip back to the stuff we skipped over that we wanted to circle back on and see if we could wrap any of those up, and then we're going to move on to the EIR, and then we're going to open up comment again. So, I don't know. Okay.
Do you mind if I take a 2-minute
Sure.
break? I need to, Julie.
Yeah.
Julie,
We'll
I
take
need
2
to
minutes.
talk to you about something on this, please.
Where are we starting?
Good. Welcome back. We're circling back on a couple items that were outstanding, see if they got resolved as we went through. I hope everybody kept some notes as to what we were talking about. The first one on my list was, I'm just going to go forward and page, so if I skip something, fellow supervisors, let me know. First one I've got is on the definitions, triple P, and Mr. Stopper, you had asked whether we need to put in something as a successor in interest. Has that been resolved for you, or?
Do we have a definition, and do you feel it's needed?
I don't think it's needed. It's clearly, it's a term of art that's used in the legal context, and I think you've got it's a defined term already.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm okay with Peter's
right.
interpretation of it.
Okay. All right, now we've got, on page 9 of the red line, 1795030, I had a question on item B. Does anybody remember what their issue might have been?
I have multiple notes here on 1795030B. What additions have we done in there so far? Do we all applicable state agencies? Did we add that?
Yes.
We did add that.
I have a strike down farther. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I'm not completely sure if it's the way I really want it presented. I have a different suggestion of this, but if at the point a permit application is filed and was what I'm suggesting striking, but I have a different route also that I could suggest if the board doesn't have appetite for that.
Could you tell us what the replacement would be for that?
Well, right now, just striking that part of the sentence, of the paragraph.
Okay.
Could you repeat what section that was?
Section 1795030, section B.
Yeah.
And then it gets down with, in conjunction with a permit, that's already lined out, but if would stay, and then strike a permit application is filed. And that, and then,
Mr. Mauer, what does that do? Or, I'm going to let you find it first.
I'm still just trying to find it, because you're
It's
looking at plain version and you're looking
It's
at the one.
it's a blue version.
Yeah.
About halfway in the.
Right.
right.
And again, what are you proposing to strike from that?
A permit application is filed and.
Yeah, no.
What is the effect, what are you trying to actually change in terms of policy?
I'm trying to facilitate this moving forward. It's not changing any policy. There's a letter there. It just lets that letter go out.
So he doesn't need to file an permit application for the letter to go out?
Right, but they wouldn't qualify for a license without a final permit from here anyways. This would just give them the opportunity to go to the water board and facilitate that.
I see what you're saying, Supervisor Stopper. So this would allow them to move forward in parallel, so that you don't have to have all the parts of your permit complete in order to get the letters. This allows you to move in parallel.
And you pay your application with the state, and at that point, if you fail going through the process with the county, you wouldn't get a state application regardless of the situation, and it's your bad. You end up spending a whole bunch of money on something that you can fall through
Well,
on.
let's poll on that. Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. All right, that's what I had on page 9. Can folks let me know if I'm missing something? Next item I had on my list is page 11. That's 1795050, allowable cannabis activities. And my question was regarding type 11, and we excluded type 12, and I was hoping we could discuss that.
That's under B, line 2.
Yes, it's
B2.
section B, paragraph 1
And 2.
and 2.
Let me ask a question on that, sir, because I was kind of curious about this. This is allowing other distribution to come into the county and pick the stuff up and move it out. This isn't saying that we can have these type of licenses within the county, because we don't allow these type of licenses at all regardless.
Mr. Turner was down there, now up here with us. It looks like he wants to answer.
Yeah, it was pointed out earlier that a micro business can engage in retail and distribution activities, and I believe that that's a license type 12. So if we add that, then we're we're allowing activities which we can't prohibit anyway. We can't stop a micro business that is licensed to distribute from traveling to or through our jurisdiction, nor can we disallow retail delivery into our jurisdiction.
That's the way I understand it. I would support you on that, Supervisor Garamendi.
I was always just curious what 12 was, but you're saying this is what you were just explaining.
Yeah, we can't disallow it anyway, so.
Okay, so then we can include it. All right, let me pull the board, adding type 12. Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. Please add that. All right, I didn't have anything else on 11. Next one I've got was page 13 of the red line version. That's 1795050 D2.
I got what Peter and Julie were talking about, because I was trying to put one permit, separate permit for each acre canopy. And I would like to change my suggested wording to max 1 acre canopy per permit. And
To what?
max 1 acre canopy per permit. At the bottom here on the box under county permit type, it says separate permit for each premises. I would say max 1 acre canopy per permit, to be congruent with the planning commission's change up above.
So it's still 20 acres.
It's nothing's changed on that. I'm just making it congruent with the wording. And that way it doesn't mess with what Julie had talked about, the premises being the only type of permit that we put forward. I was originally 1 acre canopy per permit, which didn't work, so I maxed 1 acre canopy per permit.
do we want to differentiate between outdoor and mixed light? Because it's at max half acre for a permit for mixed light.
You know, I think we should differentiate that and then it's already differentiated in the, in number 3 for out or indoor. So I think that mixed light should be differentiated in
Or
that.
we could simply cross-reference that subsection that says that that's the maximum. But, yeah, I'm fine here. Say, max 1 acre canopy for outdoor cultivation, 22,000 square feet for mixed light cultivation.
Let me pull the board. Supervisor Toffenali, do you support that?
No.
Supervisor Mills, do you support that?
No.
Supervisor Callaway, do you support that?
Yes.
I'll support that too. 3-2, please make that change. All right, next one I've got is on page 16 of the same code. It's, I guess we were looking at number 15. Maybe it got fixed already?
I think
Just want to get fixed.
I think we fixed that one. I thought we fixed that one. Number 15?
it was,
15 or 16, I did a big circle.
16 has a line to it. I think we struck 16.
we did strike 16.
We haven't
And then
done-
we were coming back to 15 because we keep talking about successor and interest and how this applied to the other one. And we wanted to make, I think we went back and addressed already, we need to make it congruent with the rest of the thing. I think we even had a majority vote here beyond 3 on that.
So my
Madam
notes
Chairman.
say that we craft language that modifies that section, that articulates what it was, the discussion that we had that allows someone to essentially pre-transfer, or, you know, transfer the right to apply. That was my understanding of the vote of the board. We don't have language for that yet, but we'll have to bring that back with sort of the final draft.
Okay, so you feel like we wrapped that one up. I don't have any others that I had circled to come back on.
We got stuff for
Do you guys have anything else?
that. Way back
Yeah, it was further back.
on, I have a star here on page 31. I forget what it was
31, the
for,
red line?
but I would have put a star to come back to for some reason. 31 on the red line that I have, so it'd be under, somewhere in 17.95.140, annual permit continuation fee. I could be wrong, I may have made a star there inadvertently.
Peter, do you have anything in your notes?
Yeah, we're going to add a D, 140D, that talks about the bond renewal.
The bond renewal.
Okay,
Okay, that's what we're talking
1
about.
year. Or yearly.
So, anything else we need to circle back on? Anybody's got here?
I think there's one other issue we talked briefly about
Trying to find it.
in the page 17 on the greenhouse gas.
Red line 17?
Page 17 of the clean version.
it would be 17.95.060, sir.
06011.
That's right. So number 11.
On page, well, it starts on page 17.
You have a suggestion you'd like to do it?
We would suggest at this point, just to be consistent, that we modify that so that it is an offset per half acre of cultivation. And that would be consistent with the analysis that was done in the EIR. So if someone's going a full acre of outdoor cultivation, they would essentially pay twice since the analysis.
For
that
each
was
half
done-
acre.
For each half acre. Since the analysis
stay
that was done
consistent.
was on a per half acre cultivation site.
I would pull the board on supporting the plant, Peter's recommendation.
Peter,
Supervisor Callaway, you had a question?
could you please repeat that? On It's clear on the half acre. What are you saying on the acre?
So if you're growing, the analysis that was done was based on the maximum half-acre
Right.
cultivation site. Because the change that the board wanted was to allow for up to an acre, just to ensure that we are clearly consistent with the mitigation measure, we believe that this provision, and we need to work on the language of it, would apply to each half acre or part thereof of outdoor cultivation. For mixed light, we're fine because it's still maximum half acre, but for an outdoor, because we've increased the size, the potential impact, this would offset any increase that might occur. From a global perspective, it's reduced, but on a site-by-site basis, it may increase, and therefore this offset would compensate for that potential increase.
So are we going to require then that they do an analysis on that second half acre?
No, this would provide an alternative, an option of paying or purchasing the offsets
Okay,
for that second half acre, or if they wanted to, they could do an analysis of the entire site.
got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a poll before the board to accept this, the changes put forward by, do you have a
One
question,
more.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, we had a discussion that was continuing on whether or not to include C2 zones on indoor cultivation. And we were going to be looking for,
I think we
or
voted
did we
it down.
kill that one?
That was voted down, I believe.
All right.
So we've got a poll before us on this specific thing. We can circle back on the other items, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper is a yes. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor?
Yes,
Yes. Okay, please, per half acre.
That's all I have.
There was one other one. I just can't find it right now.
All right. Let's put this aside. We've got this, let's move on to the EIR addendum. That was our next item for the board. You want to stand and stretch for a second? Pretty good.
I'm good. I really don't have much more to add than
Let's just
what
keep
we
going.
had discussed, yesterday. We prepared the addendum. We have, analyzed what was in the EIR, looked at the differences between what was analyzed and what is proposed here, addressed those concerns, and we feel that the addendum is the appropriate document to utilize for this draft ordinance.
Any questions regarding the EIR addendum?
It would probably be appropriate to, when we bring back the final draft, the edits that we didn't make specifically, where there's, a handful of different things we need to bring back, to add some additional language that addresses some of the changes that were made, both by the commission as well as the board, as it applies to the environmental report. We don't need to address every single change that was made, but where there are maybe specific findings we need to address. So we'll be bringing back, when we bring back the final version, some modifications to that addendum that addresses those which we need to look at and consider when taking the final action.
Okay, well, we'll do that as our final thing, is to give you direction to date certain to bring back both of these for final adoption. But we do have public comment, unless there's any other discussions on this item we want to have as a board before we listen to the public. Mr. Mills?
The comments would relate to the environmental impact report. do we want to discuss those now or for public comment, or?
Well, we were just discussing them. If you want to, we could just keep going.
Because there are some things that are of concern. Peter, I'm referring to your staff report, rather than just paw through the entire booklet here. But when we speak to significant and unavoidable impacts identified as air quality and odors, I absolutely disagree. Knowing that if we were to push the majority of this indoors, we would solve that issue. I know that Washington State has been very, very active and has it part of their air control as to what they do there. In those areas that it's outdoors, like Wenatchee, Washington had a mile setback, which they've now reduced to a half mile. Odors can be taken care of. It's just a matter of whether or not the state of California and Calaveras County chooses to do so. Number two is that the impacts to special status species is impact number 3.3-1 is that, and I've said before, when we talk about that and 3.3-5 about the migratory corridors, when we concentrate all of these individual locations into one spot, it's very different than when it's spread out over a larger area. So I'm worried about environmental loading, where we're putting everything in one spot rather than trying to spread it out. There are many counties that have considered slopes greater than 15% to not be acceptable. And impact 3.5-5 about surface drainage impacts to riparian environments is another one that I think that we haven't really made a clear and defined statement as how we're mitigating. Code enforcement, the sheriff, and everybody has repeated over and over again that whether it's legal or now the illegal sites that need the legal sites that need to be cleaned up, as well as the illegal ones that came here, we have done little to nothing to mitigate those impacts. And making statements in a document but doing nothing with it is a feel-good moment. And I would like to know what specifically we are going to do as a county to ensure the health and safety of our communities and our environment. Next, the UO drew these people here. After the Butte fire, we saw the green rush. And I think that even after the ban, it continued to bring them here, as evidenced by what the sheriff has spoken about. And this ordinance is going to do nothing more than continue to draw people here, because currently 40 of the 58 counties as of January this year were in a state of ban, and 144 of 482 cities are the only ones that are permitting in California. So I'm saying that because we are now going to reach out and go back to a regulation and being one of the very, very few in the watersheds that supply the rest of the state of California, that issue of us being the watersheds for the rest of the state needs to be thoroughly investigated and be sure that we are mitigating. When I talked to Gene Mancebo, who's the general manager of Amador Water Agency, and he's very concerned about the environmental impacts of cultivation over in Amador County and the fact that the state is doing absolutely nothing to help him, kind of gives me pause as to what this whole thing is going to mean to us here in Calaveras County, as well as Tuolumne and our neighboring counties, because none of our neighboring counties are agreeing to do outdoor growing. Whether you're talking about the 20 that they're dealing with in San Joaquin County per Supervisor Wynn, or the 60 that are being dealt with down in Stanislaus County, they're all indoor. And what is it about those counties, 780,000 people in San Joaquin County, they feel that they can only handle 20? Why do we think that we can do it better? And especially the fact that we're going to do it outdoor. And the impact to suddenly take 6 plants indoor and move all of that outdoor, or potentially move it to outdoor, I think is significant. So there's a lot of significant impacts here that have not really, I think, been thoroughly addressed. And I'm only speaking to a few, but I'm certain that they're out there. It's just a matter of whether or not we're going to be able to defend them. The other thing that I noticed that was missing from this, because it's something that we had to do as part of Sigma, is I didn't see any reach out. We did, by the way, in the general plan, we reached out and for tribal comments. But I saw no comments from the Miwoks at all in our environmental impact report, even going back to 2017. Now, we know that our general plan, being initiated in 1996, is an outdated plan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken the steps that we've taken in the last year to try to bring it into compliance. But between the time of 1996 and today, how many laws, federal and state, have occurred which could significantly change the outcome if they were applied? Because from 2017 to now, SB 32 is just one example. And how much time did we spend in the general plan update dealing with those issues specifically? I think it by itself creates a problem, and I would hope that staff understands that I can't support the amendments to the general plan, and I cannot support using this general plan, this environmental impact report, strictly because it was created for a project. And when we worked through in 2018 to close out the MCCR fund to get it paid out, knowing full well what we were doing is we're closing out a project. Once you close a project out, you can't take that document and come back and use it again over and over and over again. Developers can't do it, and I don't know how the county is able to do it in their way either. Tree removal. The amount of environmental degradations occurred, and I know that there was a gentleman who spoke here in public comment that he was a pilot, and he's been able to witness it firsthand. If we can set forward in our environmental document how we're going to take the steps necessary to correct those deficiencies, that to me has got to be critical. So at this point, knowing what this document is, what it represents, it doesn't represent this ordinance, it doesn't represent anything close to the ordinance, and for that reason I can't support it.
The good news is we're not voting on it finally today. So
But I'm giving everybody a foundation to talk about.
I'm sure there are many people listening.
Can I ask?
Peter, what do you need from us in order to move this thing forward?
So the law requires that you consider the addendum in making a decision.
Thank you.
If you, and it's the board's choice to decide whether or not you feel that the addendum is sufficient to support the action you're taking or not.
Okay.
And that's really it.
You had a couple questions before we all agreed to send it back, to bring back at a later date, or we have public comment. Ms. Callaway?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that the EIR was certified
That's
by
correct.
this board?
By the Board of Supervisors.
By the Board of Supervisors? So what Mr. Mills is talking about is already a fait accompli, except for the addendum. I mean, the board already certified it. So if he's wanting those changes, unless that's part of an addendum, I'm not.
So the EIR is an informational document that outlines the effects of an action that could be taken, so that the public and the decision makers can consider those effects when making the decision. There are certain requirements that you mitigate impacts that are identified to the degree that it's feasible. If it's not feasible, you make findings for why you can't do that. You look at the alternatives and decide, are any of the alternatives feasible based on a variety of considerations, including policy determinations. When the EIR was certified for the project, which was the initial ordinance that was drafted in 2016, the board selected the ban alternative. And then when the board decided to consider a new regulatory ordinance earlier this year, and you gave us direction what you'd like to see in that, we reviewed those provisions against what was previously considered in the EIR. The decision to move forward on accepting or rejecting mitigation measures, accepting or rejecting alternatives, and adopting a new ordinance is based on the information and supported by the facts that you have before you. You certainly can include new mitigation if you find that there's something that you say, hey, we should add this. We could add this as a mitigation. As long as we don't increase the impacts or there is new information that wasn't available that we needed to review, or substantial changes that are different from, and that is a judgment call. Is it a substantial change to what was analyzed before? I'm sure that Chris next to me could provide much more detailed and articulate description of how an addendum is used, when it's allowed versus when you must do a supplemental or EIR. But I think I've given you sort of the gist of what's necessary.
So what you need from us specifically at this point is?
So when you take your final action, what we've asked that you also adopt findings which support the action that you're taking. Now, we've prepared some draft that's in the packet for you. Based on decisions made over the last 2 days, we'll want to add that and modify those somewhat. We bring those back to you when you take your final action on it. But the decision that you request us to bring to you is, consider the environmental analysis.
Got it.
Adopt the findings and adopt an ordinance.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah. There's one significant finding in my mind, one significant thing left out here that's part of the project, and I spoke about it before. The project is now allowing personal grows of 6 plants, maximum 6 plants outdoors. And we have testimony today, or whatever you want to say, we have verbiage today from Peter, yourself, that we're not permitting this. There's no provision in here to permit that, so we have no way of knowing how many are going to be out there. You said that other jurisdictions tried to permit it, but people didn't pay attention. They didn't get their permits. They just did it. We have Supervisor Callaway today saying she can drive around just in Forest Meadows and see people growing outdoors. Okay. It is part of the project. It is mentioned in the project. It is changing in the project from previously only being grown indoors. But it is not addressed in the addendum, and it could be significant impact given what could happen. It's not addressed in there at all. Nowhere does it say in the addendum that any offset of mitigations due to now being allowed to be grown outdoors, these 6 plants. Nothing. It's not addressed. And to me, that's significant. That needs to be addressed in the EIR specifically. You're talking about people growing in neighborhoods out on their decks. That's going to affect other people. That's going to affect a lot of things that, and we don't even bring it up. To me, that's very significant. I'm sorry. And you can say they were growing indoors. There wasn't very many, I'm sure, growing indoors because they didn't have the ability to do so. Even if they did, it may have been only 1 plant. Now it's outdoors at 6, and we don't, again, there's not going to be much regulation unless you said yourself, somebody calls in and says, but you're going to have the regular general public out there thinking, okay, the supervisors approved 6 plants outdoors. They're not going to understand the 150 foot from here or there. They're going to see people where people are just going to start growing outdoors. And again, without us knowing any permit-wise, knowing what's going on, it could be really significant. And I think it needs to be addressed specifically in the addendum, is my opinion. Being left out is not the way to go because it is part of the project itself that wasn't previously.
So the reason it wasn't in the addendum was because it was mentioned, it was analyzed in the original EIR. The original document allowed for outdoor cultivation. It was for medical only, but then as the changes occurred before the publication, there was a reference to the fact that that had changed and now is allowed for adult use as well as medical. So there was actually no change in the analysis for personal use because there's actually no change from the original. Now, it is a change from the ban ordinance, which indeed restricted it to, but there is no new environmental effect that wasn't analyzed in the EIR.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Other questions from the board? All right, I promised public comment. You guys all know the rules. I think you've all been here before. Please no more than 5. Personally, I would appreciate if you had technical stuff that we may have missed, but by all means, express your opinion. Pardon me? We did. I told them at the beginning we could have a second one.
Okay.
I've got 25 minutes left on the speed, so we might have to take a break for public comment.
Let's see how we do.
What's the public comment for, sir?
I'm sorry, that's a good question. I would like to hear public comment on item 4 only. So if you want to talk
Wait,
about...
no, not item 4. We have a different agenda today.
All right.
Item
On the
2.
Item 2 on today's specific agenda, that is regarding the environmental impact report and 1795. So if you want to talk about the Cannabis Control Department or you want to talk about cannabis control badges, that's for another time. Please begin.
I'm not sure, so you'll have to stop me if I'm all wrong.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Just listening to what Peter Bauer said just a few minutes ago about the 740 sites that were potential grow sites because they were in the process of being permitted before. And then the double talk that says 190 sites are going to be given permit options now. The 140 sites that had been growing on before look like this. And you just said that code compliance is supposed to go out there and make inspections. So if this is all supposed to be inspected before February 9th, code compliance is going to be totally overwhelmed. And if they don't go out there with hazmat suits, they have no idea what's in these containers and how they're going to remove them with forklifts or loaders or whatever it is they're going to have to get out there. I'm worried about code. I'm worried about people who live next door. I'm worried about my own neighbors and my own family and my own friends who have this stuff right near them, and they have to wait until code compliance comes out and looks. 740 sites is huge. This is the kind of trash. It's not going to take 2 or 3 minutes for somebody to go out there and pick up mattresses and travel trailers and dumpsters and these things on the backs of pickups, these kind of things that are sitting out there. And this is out in Paloma, Jack, right behind you. And there's stuff that's got furniture. It's going to take a few dump trucks. It's going to take a whole bunch of people. The people have upside down porta potties. And where did all the stuff go? If the porta potty's tipped over, there's hazards out there, you guys. This isn't like, you can't just say, let's go have a bunch of people go out there again and do it all over. This stuff is still sitting all over the county. Everybody in District 2 that has to drive by it, it makes them insane. And it's like all these pots, the feds have decided that the stuff that's inside these pots are hazardous material. And you have to pick that up and take it to a special site. You can't just unload it. That because all the nutrients that are in these pots, when it rains, the nutrient goes into the groundwater. It causes where am I? Okay, 53 seconds. It causes an imbalance in the water situation. And when the water gets heated up, or the concentration becomes too high, we get algae blooms. And with algae blooms, we can sometimes get cyanobacteria. And kids die, animals die. We haven't had it in the county yet. We've had situations with cyanobacteria, but we haven't had the mitigation. We don't even have places to clean it up. When you have water sources for the county, for people who drink water out of Lake Tulloch, and it has a cyanobacteria bloom, we don't even have anything to clean it up. People are always in harm's way. I can't understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could just a second, Patricia. All right, everybody knows the rules. I can't hear what everybody's saying when someone else is up there speaking, so it sounds like sniping to me, or it's making people uncomfortable. It's very difficult for some people to come up to this podium and talk. I would ask everybody to be respectful, not talk, not make jokes, not laugh while someone else is speaking. Please, I'm tired. We have very little patience. Patricia, please.
The EIR does not address a lot of things. What Supervisor Tofinelli talked about, and what Jennifer talked about, and another aspect that it does not address are trees. In the Butte fire, we lost a lot of trees. Trees that were growing too close together. And now they're all standing dead and dry, and they have to be removed before you can plant more trees. There's no plan to plant more trees. Trees are the only thing that will clean the air. They're the only thing. It's going to take trillions of trees planted and probably more trillions to make sure that those ones live. And I like to breathe, and I like to breathe fresh air, and we're not going to have fresh air because there's no allowance made for the trees to grow. And the big thrust is growing weeds. And I don't understand that. And the EIR does not address that. And I wrote a letter about the EIR and the general plan, and I addressed it, but they have not addressed it. And I feel very disappointed that people are ignoring that the government wants to put a Band-Aid on our bad air and our pollution instead of creating a solution, which is trees. And it may be oversimplified, and I may seem educationally challenged, but this is what needs to be done. Plant trees. Get programs to plant trees. Be successful planting trees. And don't let weeds take over prime timber growing properties and land in Calaveras County or any place in California. We owe the rest of the world oxygen.
Thank you.
Afternoon. So what I'm about to talk about, it is going to be a little bit cross, but I promise it involves directly the EIR. When we did the EIR, we took all of the potential locations that we had, wherever they were designated, and we took those impacts, and what we got was the maximum impact report. Now, one way in order to keep in line and limit the impacts on the EIR is to keep that congruent in a way where you keep on. A lot of us are going to have to end up transferring over. And what's going to happen is you are going to have to basically change it a little bit. Versus, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but it's relevant on so many levels, versus somebody who is, let's say, grandfathered in, somebody who, let's say you have 22 acres in Mountain Ranch of RR, you were approved the whole 9 yards, you are not going to create any more impact. The EIR remains the same, and you get to keep pursuing forward. One way that you guys can control it, and in order to create a little more revenue with it too, is something that Jack had said earlier. You could put a CUP behind it as well too, meaning if you have not created any more environmental impacts, changed anything, you've been in there, you've been grandfathered, you go ahead, you pay the CUP, as long as there's no nuisance, no whatever the case may be, you have allowed that person to keep the place that they have already built based on the direction of the board, and you reduce the amount of impact that the EIR has overall in total, meaning you can't go any higher than it was, you can only reduce by allowing these people who have 20 of our to stay there as opposed to co-locating, creating new pad, whatever the case may be. It's just a way to keep it low and to keep those that have passed through. And I understand it's probably a touchy issue, but please, I implore you to talk about it. And the only reason I bring that up is because it affects all of us. It is a way to really keep it good. You know, please talk about it, discuss it, poll it, whatever you have to do. Thank you.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey. A memo was sent to the county back in October 23rd, 2017. It was prepared by Ascent Environmental, and it went over some of the impacts associated with cultivation and really drew out the specific differences between illegal cultivation and legal cultivation. The memo states, the EIR's conclusions regarding illegal and unregulated grows, which have the potential to adversely affect water quality and wildlife through the use of pesticides and herbicides, poor grading, control, erosion, and all other ill effects of unregulated and illicit activity, the proposed cultivation ordinance and the cultivation regulation alternatives evaluated in the EIR would control, reduce, eliminate many of the effects resulting from unregulated illegal grows. Regulated and unregulated cannabis operations have different potential environmental impacts. The report goes on to say that as applied to cannabis grows, the regulations are more restrictive than general agriculture regarding the types of pesticides that can be used because general agriculture regulations have not been developed with cannabis consumption as an intended use. Therefore, conservative approaches was applied to reduce the risk and health effects associated with cannabis cultivation and subsequent use. It was clear from the analysis of Ascent when they looked at the proposed ordinance that was considered as of February 2016 by a previous board. That proposed ordinance would allow cultivation on parcels that were as small as 2 acres. It would allow cultivation or only a setback of 30 feet. It would allow over 700 permitted applicants to apply, and it would allow for cultivation to exceed 750 total acres in the county. The proposed ordinance that is being considered in the addendum that has been prepared by Peter clearly indicates that there is a significant reduction in the overall amount of canopy area that would be allowed throughout the entire county. It's actually half as much if you go to 196 potential acres of cultivation or of canopy. Furthermore, there's also a setback that's been doubled under the new regulations, where it's actually 2.5 times larger. When it used to be 30 feet, now it's 75 feet. Furthermore, the requirements to prepare a supplemental EIR is phased in the negative. After an EIR is certified, an agency is prohibited from requiring an SEIR in the absence of an event that would require one. After certification of the EIR, the interests of finality are favored over the policy of encouraging public comment. Numerous courts have explained that Section 21166 elevates finality and certainty over public participation because in-depth review has already occurred. The time to challenge the sufficiency of the original EIR has long since expired, and the question of whether circumstances have changed enough to justify repeating a substantial portion of the process. And so, the point being here, we've already evaluated all of these impacts. We are now dropping.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name's Gary from Vallecito, small business owner, a homeowner, most importantly, a husband and father. I come here today to address the board, taking time out of my schedule away from work and home commitments because the matter before the board is of critical importance. This issue strikes at the very heart of our identity as a community, the health of our people in many areas, and the trajectory our county will take for years to come. I come here with a heavy heart because the public servants I expect to protect the common good are failing in their responsibilities. I come here with righteous anger because of the injustices committed by this board, with the lack of transparency regarding these meetings, insufficient prudence and deliberations on this topic, and disregard for public opinion and common sense. I would add even a disregard for basic truth and goodness. By voting for this ordinance, you are making yourselves responsible for its effects. From today, every time a child in our community is mutilated by an aggressive dog protecting his owner's cannabis, you are responsible. Every time an adolescent in our community suffers a psychotic episode from cannabis-induced psychosis, you are responsible. Every time a high schooler in our community drops out of school to pursue the get-rich-quick appeal of growing, you are responsible. When aggravated assaults rise in our community by 47%, like it did during the urgency ordinance, you are responsible. When the culture of suspicion and mistrust between neighbors in our community escalates, you are responsible. This community will not forget, if you vote for this, that you've abandoned us.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. Jennifer Smith. Thanks for your diligence and time going through this. I know it's been a labor for everybody. A couple things that I would like you to reconsider that you touched on, and I'd like you to revisit them. The first one being 17.95.020 I still believe that this is incongruous, the way it's written with the state definition, which is referred to in 17.95.020J. And it's not so much how it's written, but how it can be interpreted and how it was even stated to be interpreted in this room. The state does not count the bare land between rows of plants, and I think you need to reconsider that. There are tax implications, both pro and con, to this county. If we're not able to maximize a full acre of canopy, our production will be less. Therefore, our tax base will be less, to the tune of $67,500 less per acre, per farm, if we are taxed on bare ground. I think the answer to that is to simply state total canopy acre is the sum of canopy as described in 17.95.020J, and leave it at that. That also allows us the flexibility if the state changes their definition, which they have. Declaring the product an ag product applies more broadly than to just the commercial building standards, which were discussed. It applies to road standards. It applies to fire codes. So I just ask that we be considered an ag commodity, that we fall under the ag department within their purview, and that we start being treated like a true ag product. Granted, if we put a building on, we're going to be held to those commercial building standards when it applies. I'd like to address some of the concerns about code compliance. I think our concerns about code compliance expand beyond just cannabis, and I think that we've heard several times from code compliance from other people in the room that they don't have the proper PPE to go out and inspect cannabis sites. Well, why don't they have PPE in general? They are constantly called out to what could be potential hazmat sites, and you're telling me that they don't have PPE for that? That's egregious. So it's not just a cannabis issue. That seems like a protection issue for our county staff. Furthermore, code compliance should have been inspecting since the ban went into place. The standards for remediation have been on the county's planning website since August of 2018, and they should have been out there inspecting. There should have been a process. There should have been verification. So the fact that there's 740 sites that now still need to be inspected lies solely on their shoulders, and it should have been handled. My site has been cleared since June. I had to submit an NOT, that's a notice of termination, to the Water Quality Control Board, and they got it.
Thank you very much. How many more speakers do we have? If you guys could line up, it always goes quicker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke. First of all, on the EIR, I certainly hope that all the supervisors have read the letter that our attorneys have sent so that you can understand what the issues are ahead of you. And then the other thing I want to address is the fact that it looks like 3 of you are pushing this as fast as you can, and we don't know why. And it's really hard for somebody like myself to figure that out, although yesterday there seemed to be something that came up that made me think, could be. But anyway, I wanted to go back to yesterday's meeting, and that the citizens that came forward to ask that you not bring back cultivation was amazing to me, because I've, been around for 4 years looking at this, and these people came out on their own to say what they had to say because they do not want the industry in our town. They're nothing personal against the people who want to do it legally. They just don't want their county ruined by illegal cultivation that comes along with trying to be a legal product. So anyway, that was just amazing to me. That seems to have been ignored right over your head. You think those people aren't going to be angry? We'll wait and see. And so anyway, yesterday's letter that was written, or the article, I thought it was worth bringing back today and just really honing in on one area. And that was the litigation that's out there against our county, class action lawsuit, to recoup $16.5 million in taxes and fees paid to the county by marijuana cultivators before the ban was passed. So this makes me wonder, is this why we're in a big rush? And I think we should get that answered. Attorneys representing growers in the suit noted that there are no plans to pull the lawsuit, which is scheduled for another hearing, which has gone through and it's waiting for another hearing. Shortly after we filed our lawsuit, the county took the position that giving back $1 million very quickly. But he added, the county board didn't finalize the $1 million offer, so the proposed settlement fell through and the case is pending. Add $1 million and $1 million far short of the $16.3 million in taxes and fees cannabis growers paid to the county, Wachowski noted, and that's one of the attorneys. Casey, which is another attorney, said the lawsuit is a leverage tool for Calaveras cannabis growers because the county would find itself in a financial pickle if a court rules that the county must repay the $16.3 million. I'd like to see us lose that one. That's pretty amazing, because if we do, and we're bringing this industry back here, why? So they can sue us for something else like they've been doing all along?
Thank you very much.
So anyway, I'm wondering if that's why.
We're going to take a 5-minute break because we're out of DVD space. So stand up and stretch, and we'll continue public comment. Hello, we are back in session. We are continuing public comment. Dina, thank you for your patience.
Hi, Dina Morris. Supervisors Jack Garamendi, Marita Calloway, and Ben Stopper, please reconsider. You have a responsibility to keep us safe. And yet you're going to allow non-commercial plant grows, which can be 12 feet tall and 10 feet wide, and that's per our sheriff, not me, outdoors with no odor mitigation in our neighborhoods and with very little restrictions instead of following Prop 64, which is non-commercial indoor only. Those of you at home watching and are experiencing pot problems, well, now you can expect it will likely become much worse with no enforcement in sight. Furthermore, this has the appearance of being an incentive for growers to forget commercial regulations and take a chance on these very loose regulations. If I was a commercial grower, I'd be very mad at how tight my regulations are versus the personal grow. None of our surrounding counties are allowing both non-commercial and commercial outdoor grows. It's one or the other, not both. Calaveras is not smarter than the surrounding counties, and we've already proven that. Clearly, our plea for public safety and peace is being ignored by 3 supervisors. Perhaps a class action lawsuit may be in order if our safety continues to be low priority. And by you allowing these outdoor grows in our neighborhoods again, that's going to be incentive for people to get riled up and join a class action lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howard?
Just Jason Howard from Murphy's, just really quick. There seems to be some confusion from the public about why are we doing this? Why? I don't understand. Why are we doing this? What it comes down to is we are creating jobs. We are creating a future for Calaveras County. It is that simple. A job is the foundation of all society. It provides dignity and many other things. It's really, and this county is dying, figuratively, literally. So that's what this is all about, just to clear up the confusion.
Thank you. How many other public speakers do we have? Okay, 2 more. Tom?
Speaking with Mr. Banner from Environmental Health out in the foyer, it came to both his attention and mine that it appears that some suggested edits that from his department didn't make it into your agenda packet, and I have them here. And they're regarding a mitigation measure in .140, the annual continuation fee, where it deals in section C, and in EE, where it says, if applicable, submit annual well report required by 1795090 EE demonstrating that either, and his edit reads like this, an adequate water supply as specified in 1795.070.I continues to be available for the operation during the period of July through September, or that an alternative water source has been procured for each declining well, that is, sorry, I'm reading strike through multicolored versions, that is not determined to provide an adequate water supply of water pursuant to 17.95.070I. And the purpose for these changes is, this change is intended to provide evidence of continued water availability as intended in the ordinance, provide a more objective and simpler measure of water adequacy, eliminate the potential for drawing cause-effect conclusions based on changes in static water level that could be the result of factors other than cultivation, and eliminate the potential for linking changes over time in static water level over time, sorry, he wrote this, not me, to a conclusion that the water supply is no longer adequate. And I wanted to bring that to your attention because I think it's an important, more reasonable mitigation measure that's, I don't know if any of you have any idea, and I can't give you in clear numbers, the costs of the kind of well testing that are called for in the language that I believe I saw you adopt earlier today. But I just wanted to pass that information along to you. And I only have 1 copy, or I would give them to all of you. So I'm going to give this to the clerk, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Speaker?
Jeff Bonneville, District 5. I also have property in District 2. So I'm wondering why we're not allowing people to apply that didn't get their state license. If you're in good standing with the county, I think that, that's good enough. We didn't get a state license. My wife and I said, it is a ban. Why are we going to jump through more hoops? We didn't know what it was going to entail to get a state license, so we just stopped. So we're not investing any more time or money. It just didn't make any sense. So I don't understand what's going on here, huh? That's what happens to the last guy, right? You get dissed.
Jeff, go ahead.
So, and I think that
I understand with the UO, there was 750 applicants or whatnot, and that was out of control. It was really hard for everybody to, to try to accomplish that big task. But now we're looking at like maybe 150. And I think that, since no one actually sent out letters to people that were meeting the qualifications, they're saying 190 or whatnot. But it's been 2 years now, and I think a lot of people left. And I think that, we've been through enough hardships, especially me. Jack knows what I've been through. A lot of people do. I just think that it doesn't make much sense to me to not allow people that didn't get the state license when the ban was already in effect. That's it. Thanks a lot.
It's good to see you up, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Board. Bert Schufelt from Murphy's. Been here since February 2016. He was then about 6 months old. Came out to the first big meeting where the board passed it 5-0, and then that's kind of what kicked off our EIR here, and it's been a long road to hoe. I appreciate you guys are here this late today. We started this process back in February. I appreciate every meeting we've had. It's hard. Some days are harder than others. Yesterday, pretty difficult to just sit through. But we persevere, and we were trying to just get something going here. And, I appreciate all of the attempts at regulation we've had at this county. It's really helped my family. I now have a new 5-month-old, and my 4-year-old is doing great. And this industry has been what has supported my family, and it's allowed me to, contribute far more in taxes than I thought I ever would. And I'm really glad that you guys have taken this really long and methodical approach to getting it back and getting it right here now. And the one thing that's still in there that gives me some pause is the well tests, because I've been involved in a number of projects on different properties for a number of people with different goals with their wells. And so I've seen a bunch of different wells, from 25-foot wells that are out on this historic ranch that I work on, to old hand-dug wells, to the brand new ones that my neighbor put in last summer. It's going to be really hard to find enough. It's the feasibility of getting a well driller out there, running all these tests. Like, it may be possible. It's going to be hard if you have 150 people who need these tests in August. It's not really, doesn't make a lot of sense, since there's a lot of other lower impact methods to test the wells that are far more reasonable, don't waste water, and will have no impact on the environment around them. Whereas I think that the well regime is a little confused right now and potentially isn't doing what it is intended to do, which is protect our groundwater resources in Calaveras. Thank you.
Smith?
First of all, let me just thank everyone for what I think is this very yeoman's work. Months and months have gone into this, hours and hours. It's not been a quick, expedited process. It's taken a long time to get here, and I know we have to wait another couple of weeks. Please forgive me if I missed something here. I just want to make sure, I've heard that this was fixed, and then I heard it wasn't, so I'm not clear. Section 030B, regarding the relationship to local and state laws, I just want to request, if it hasn't been done already, that we strike about halfway down B in blue, a permit application is filed, and if we can strike that, because basically what we need to be able to do, and this is really critical, we need to submit our state license applications as soon as possible. I wrote to the state, I wrote to the CDFA, they wrote back to me and said it would be months. I mean, you did fix it? Okay, good, okay, because they did say it would be numerous months before they would issue licenses. So I think it's more likely the county is going to finish its work before the state. Thank you.
Seeing no further public comment, I'll close public comment. Just to wrap up this item, I'd like to get a vote to have Mr. Maurer and County Administration bring back the 1795 amended, as well as the EIR addendum for final adoption on the 15th of October. If you think you can do that, we direct you.
Yes, we can do that.
Very well. And I will seek a motion to that end. Mr. Toffenelli?
I'm a little, back in January this year, or February of this year, this board gave direction to staff that general plan was the #1 priority. And in July, on July 20th meeting, we finalized the general plan. And we had very few changes to that plan. This ordinance, 2 weeks ago, was finalized at the Planning Commission, and it's already back here and now we're pushing it to October 15th. And the general plan, we haven't even heard about. I've asked questions about it, and it says the same law firms in it, and we don't know why they did this one first, or we don't know what's going on, or whatever. I have the question of, if we're going to spend all our time for the next 2 weeks on this, it's my understanding that the general plan was supposed to come back to you this week. It's supposed to be the #1 priority. Shouldn't we be on the general plan for the next 2 weeks to bring it back on October 15th to this board versus this? Because this board gave direction to staff, and all of us sat here and was 5-0 vote to put general plan first. And yet it's gone backstage and backdoor to this. And so I'm asking that question before I vote anything on this October 15th, is when the general plan is coming back to this board.
Peter, what's our estimate on general plan?
Well, as Supervisor Toffenelli pointed out, Chris sitting next to me is trying to do both. We had to put the general plan findings, which are almost done, aside based on the scheduled hearing that was today, or was yesterday, to make sure that we were prepared for that. I am more than happy to refocus my attention on the general plan and tell Chris to do the same, but it's the majority of the board that sets policy. And yes, you're right, it was 5-0 vote, but at the same time, the board has been setting hearing dates for other items that I have to work on.
Mr. Mills?
Now you're leaving me with a question, is when did this full board in open session ever talk about that?
April.
No, to change the priority away from the general plan.
Well, there was not a discussion at the full board. It was an agenda item that was scheduled.
Yeah.
So I'm seeking a motion to direct staff to bring this back along with the environmental impact report addendum, as well as 1795 in its final form for adoption on October 15th. Is there a motion to that end?
I need to get clarification from Mr. Mallor on something. I agree with Gary. We did say that's our highest priority. At what point in this process can you commit, or council commit, to the general plan being before us?
I would need to consult with our outside counsel on that. I don't have an answer for that at the moment.
Sure. So basically, just like Peter said, with this cannabis ordinance on the agenda, we focused our attention on this. Was this wrapped up, we could turn back to the general plan. It should be ready very soon after that.
What does very soon mean?
Within a couple weeks.
Christoph Mills?
So,
Excuse me.
I'm-
Excuse me, Supervisor. Were you done, Mr. Callaway?
Yeah, moment.
I'm a little confused on your answer, sir. Are you a one-man firm, or are you multiple members on your firm? So you can't, one person goes into this cannabis thing and nothing is done on the general plan because you don't have someone else to work on it.
We have multiple people working on both this and the general plan, so we're working on it at the same time.
In order to move on to the next agenda, we need to finish this one. Is there a motion? Do I need to make a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
No, I
Supervisor
just
Callaway?
need to get, council, would the general plan be able to be back at the board by the 22nd of October?
Most likely, yes, I think it could. I mean,
Those items are due this Friday, for the 22nd of October.
Then no. It would not. So I think all the documents that we would need could be completed, like I said, within a couple of weeks. So however late that the county needs to schedule its meeting after that is what we'd be looking at.
Supervisor Callaway, I'm sure we will try to get it on the first agenda we can in early November.
Well, the first agenda is on the 12th of November. The 5th?
November and December, we're not usually on our regular kind of meeting schedules due to the fact that the holidays have begun. So the meetings that we have scheduled at this point after October 22nd are November 5th, November 12th, November 19th, December 10th, and December 17th.
With my motion, may I say that during April, it was brought up that the cannabis ordinance would be brought back before the Planning Commission in August. That was the time said during that study session. And that is the reason that things had moved forward the way I understood it from where I'm at. I don't put together agendas personally, but that was what was told to us by the planning department, that he could have something before the planning commission by August. And with the priority of the general plan, it was presented to us in July, and there has been work done on the EIR. I'm not sure which way it falls with what work gets done in between, but with the priorities and what was told to us in April, the cannabis ordinance was brought forward as such, that was said before this entire board in April. And with that, I will continue my motion.
Only a comment, sir, is that I believe that the general plan update should have the highest priority. It is a foundation upon which many of the things we do work. And until that general plan update is completed, I don't think we should be moving forward with anything.
Okay, I will second the motion with the hope that council can get the general plan to us on the 22nd. It's not contingent, it's just a
He's not
hope.
gonna make
Thank
it on
you.
the
He already made the comment he couldn't.
Oh, That's
Second
not what
stance.
I heard in my second stand.
Second stands, we have a first, we have a second. Call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Ayes, Stopper, Callaway, Garrett, noes, Toffenelli, Mills. Thank you. Okay. Talk to the clerk as we change discs. And the board has two choices on item number 5.
3.
Excuse me, item number 3 for today's agenda.
Yes.
5 on yesterday's. We can power through, get this thing done, and get the first reading behind us, or we can move it exactly as it stands to a date certain of next Tuesday. The clerk has agreed to do that for us. But I would like if that's something we should discuss, and then I need a motion as second in order to do that.
The item agenda says it's estimated time of 2.5 hours. There's a PowerPoint involved. So that's one consideration to take. It's after 6 now, so if it did take the 2.5 hours, you're looking at getting out of here at 9 o'clock.
Well, it depends on how many questions we have and how much discussion.
Well, that's true, but just the estimated time usually isn't it correct. Usually it's longer, as you know.
Just check. The previous item didn't say 2 days. It said about 8 hours.
Said 5 hours or more.
Okay. So,
Chair, is there room in next Tuesday's agenda to fit 2.5 hours? Based upon what I saw on the calendar, is it going to be a long day?
you know, it'll be a long day, but we've discussed 9.22 before. We're all familiar with it, directed it to go back and make the changes. We just did this. We have to have public comment. I'm sure we'll have the same public comment we had before, so it's up to our debate on how much we wanted to go into it. So you guys tell me.
Personally, I'm good with the background check ordinance in the sense that we put every recommendation on. Originally, there's 12 stipulations. They added one more the second time they came back, the 13th, when it comes to environmental. I'm good with all these being in there. So I'm good with waiving this reading and moving on to the next.
There's no
I'm
requirement.
not waiving the reading. I'm saying bring it back before us next week.
Bring it back before us next week. You don't want to do it right now?
Do you think we can shorten it up?
I honestly think it.
I mean, look, guys, we're all pretty familiar with what's in this.
I'm just asking a question.
So,
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
bring it back next week?
Yeah.
Now, mind you, we could still waive the PowerPoint.
I'll second.
Come
Bring
on,
it back.
guys.
We got a heavy lift on the other
I'd
thing.
like to make an amendment.
Not really, I saw the
Hold
agenda.
it, we got an amended motion.
Wait, but they got to pull theirs before you do.
I didn't amend the motion, did I?
No, you have a proposed amended motion.
We got a first and a second here.
Yeah, and I have an amended motion.
It's up to the speaker.
You wanna come in
It's up
Monday?
to, it's up
If-
to the person who made a motion, whether they consider it a motion.
I'll consider what you have to say, Marita.
Wait, I seconded, so you gotta.
Supervisor Toffenelli,
Then I
will you
got to ask
please?
him.
I don't know, Marita. I got to think about it. I'm a little confused. Can you explain what you? Okay, let's hear what you have to say.
I'd like to hear public comment. Based on public comment, if there's any modifications to the ordinance, we could make it. Otherwise, I'd like to introduce and waive reading.
Today.
She wants to go.
Yes, today.
That's a substitute motion, pretty much.
And it's not amending it, that's abolishing it.
There's no public
Not
comment
yet.
this
No public
time.
comment on this. Okay, Supervisor Stopper, you have a motion, you have a second. Do you want to substitute it, or you want to go forward with the vote?
This wouldn't be the first 15-hour day I put in this year, so I can continue working, but it's going to be back before us next week. We can get everything out then.
We can do it next week. It's a 2 reading ordinance. so-
Right. No, I'll stay with my motion.
Sheriff, will you be available?
Can I just make a comment?
Of course.
I'm on vacation starting Saturday.
You just sat there and planned that today because
So-
I've been here.
Easy up, easy up. Ned?
If we introduce and waive reading, then we can bring it back next week to adopt it. If we wait until next week, we then have to introduce, waive reading, and then do it the week after.
So we'd come back on the same day as the other stuff.
It could all coincide with timing. I'm fine with that.
All right. I need to
I'll
respect
hold,
your motion.
I'll hold my motion.
I need to respect your motion in the second. All in favor of sending this item 9.22 to the 8th of October, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. 3-2, we're keeping consistent. Very well. Madam Clerk, am I required to do ABC 1, 2, 3, 4? Any final comments before I close this meeting? Wait a minute. I need to have public comment on that last item for the vote.
That's true.
Is true. So. Oh, dear. It's the law.
No, that means I may change
Oh,
my
we can
motion.
table it, so I'm not required to? Okay, then we're fine. I apologize for all of you who got excited about some more public comment. This meeting stands adjourned.